Sorry, please bear with us. So the presenters are getting confused because we have changed one name and after what's another name, and then reshuffled that. So that is why they are also confusion. And we ask them to wait for 10 minutes because the audience are not there. So it's our mistake. Become 9 o'clock. Our people have not turned back. So they are on time. Now they are having little confusion. Please, madam, clarify the doubt.
Sorry, Carol Fletcher was the person I had contacted, and I had fixed up going back and forth with her because she said it is 10:15 my time. Then I said, ma'am, we can't start earlier than 9 o'clock, please. Can you bear with us? She said, okay. Then when at 9 o'clock nobody was here, I sent a message saying, can you hold on for 10 minutes? I don't know whether she got angry with that. So now if I call, she's cutting my call. Meanwhile, the second speaker said, I want to log in and listen to Carol ma'am. I said, okay. She logged in. Then I told her I have asked Carol ma'am to wait for 10 minutes. So she logged off. Now I said, okay, will you log in and talk? So she said, okay, I'm coming. I'll come in 5 minutes. So she should be here anytime. I apologize for this confusion, but it is out of my hands. I know that's a difficulty of online presenters and a different timeline altogether. Dr. Carol is an excellent speaker, but she's 70 years old. I think she must have been quite upset that I've asked her to wait for 10 minutes.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Can you check she's online?
I can.
She's online.
I can start. Let me just pull up my presentation here. 1 second. Okay. Let me turn off my camera.
Hello. Switched off.
Not able to turn off my camera. Oh, okay. There we go.
The session is going to start.
Good morning. I can hear you. There's a big delay, though, between the video and the audio. Can you hear me okay?
Now we have a plenary session on the topic Program Development and Building Capacity with Training and Education to Support Services for Young Children with Hearing Loss by Professor Paige Stringer, Founder and Executive Director of the Global Foundation for Children with Hearing Loss. Paige has developed a unique model in Vietnam that spans audiology, early intervention, speech-language pathology, and auditory verbal deaf education for audiological technicians, medical professionals, teachers, therapists, and families. The objective is to help the Vietnamese identify the address gaps in the system of support for children with hearing loss. Can you please go ahead with the session?
Are you talking to me? Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you all very much for having me today. My name is Paige Stringer. I'm the founder and executive director of the Global Foundation for Children with Hearing Loss. So just in case I don't know how familiar everyone is in the room, with with the impact of, I'm sorry. Oh. Should I start over or continue? Okay, go ahead. Okay. So I'm not sure how familiar the people in the room are with pediatric hearing loss. So forgive me if some of this is information you already know. But I think it's important to give a little bit of background information to those who may not have this information, and then I'll move into the bulk of my presentation. So I think we all know that hearing loss affects the child's ability to listen and speak, but it also affects other areas of child development, some of which are listed here. So things like their behavior, their social skills, their cognitive development, their literacy skills, self-confidence. So all of these things are affected. So it's very important to address the whole child when you are thinking about hearing loss in children. You might ask why early identification of hearing loss in children is so important. And it's because we actually do not hear with our ears. We hear with our brain, which sounds strange, but it's the ears conduit, or the pathway to the brain. So the sound comes in through the ears, but it's the brain is where things are getting interpreted. So it's very important to identify hearing loss in children as young as possible, because we know that the brain develops the capacity to develop speech and language in the first years of life. So the longer we wait to identify hearing loss in a child, the less time there is to address it, and the greater the impact on their child development. And so this slide here so sorry. Okay. Okay, everything's fine, okay. So, those of you who have typical, or you might have children with typical hearing, you know that when a child is born, they're born hearing the world around them. And over time, that ability to listen turns into their ability to babble, to say their first word, to start talking in sentences, and so on and so forth. And so they move through this very natural course of child development that all of us go through who have normal hearing. And so their listening age, the age of their hearing, is the same as their chronological age as they move through these stages of child development. Now, at the bottom of the chart shows an example of a child who was born deaf. Let's say that this child's hearing loss was not identified until the child is 3. That means for the first 3 years of life, their listening age remains 0, right? Because they can't hear anything. So they're not going to move through these early stages of development. So now this child gets identified with the hearing loss when they are 3. Hearing is different from vision. Vision, you put glasses on and you instantly see better. With hearing, it's not like that. We have to train the brain to make sense of sound that the child is now hearing for the first time. But in order to make sense of that sound, the child has to go all the way back to this beginning and go through this natural stage of development. We cannot just jump to age 3 without this foundational skill set. So that means that this child who's 3 has a listening age of 0. So there's 3 years of delay that we need to help this child make up. So that's the goal of what we call auditory verbal therapy. What we're doing is helping this child make 1.5 years progress in 1 year's time so that we can close the gap between their chronological age and their listening age. But in this case, you may notice that when the child reaches age 6, the listening age is still behind. So we know stages around age 6. The brain moves on to other areas of development. So this child is always going to be a little bit delayed, and we have to work on remediation strategies to help them with their speech and language. So they can improve, but the point is the longer we wait, the less time there is. So let's pretend that this child had been identified shortly after birth. So now the amount of delay on their development is much less, and there's more time, of course, to make up for lost ground. So hopefully this gives you a visual idea of the importance of early identification and how the brain really plays a big role in that child's outcome. And just to underscore that, a few years ago, there was a research study that was done in the United States that had 85 children with various degrees of hearing loss, so mild, moderate, severe. They also took into account the education level of the parent or the mother. They had whether they had high school education or more than a high school education degree. Then also looked at some of the insurance plans that we have in the U.S., and then whether the child only had hearing loss or if the child had multiple disabilities. And no matter what, the development of vocabulary and language was greatly improved over a child that was late identified. So so the white bars are children who were identified by 6 months of age. And you can see those white bars are much longer, no matter what the degree of hearing loss was, no matter what the family situation is or anything else. Their vocabulary and language greatly much better than the children who are identified after 6 months of age, which is the yellow bars. So you can see that even in just the course of 6 months, we already have a great impact on that child's development. So the Global Foundation for Children with Hearing Loss, which is an organization that I started about 15 years ago, we came up with a very simple representation of what we call the continuum of care. And this continuum of care is required for babies and young children who are deaf or hard of hearing to develop listening and spoken language. So in order for a child who's deaf or hard of hearing, regardless of the degree of hearing loss, they need to have early identification for the reasons I explained earlier, family counseling and engagement, so there's family support in place. The child needs to have timely fitting of hearing technology, whether it's hearing aids or cochlear implants. And the fourth step is that there needs to be locally based professionals who can help the family and the child make sense of that sound that they are now hearing and develop their listening and spoken language skills. And including in this group of professionals are teachers, which brings me to the topic that I would like to focus on today. So teachers play an incredibly important role in this continuum of care because the goal is to help these children attend mainstream schools. We want these kids to integrate into society and be contributing members of the communities where they live. So today, I want to talk a little bit about three main topics within mainstreaming. I'm going to talk about preparation, challenges, and teacher support. So with regards to preparation, we want to be thinking about this particular child who's deaf or hard of hearing well in advance of the time when they may be considered for mainstream school. But in order to do that, there's a lot of preparation that needs to happen. So for example, we need to be thinking about the goal of early inclusion very early on. So ideally, whenever this child is identified, we immediately want to be thinking about early intervention plans so that that child can start to get ready for inclusion in mainstream. To do that, we need to gather information about the student, what possible schools that child may end up attending in the mainstream environment, and then what resources and support that this family or this child will need. We recommend that you collaborate with future and current teachers to agree on the assessment tools that will be used to evaluate if the child is ready for mainstream. And we need to make sure that everyone understands what the goal is for this child and what the family would like to have happen. So some questions you can ask, like, what does it mean? Like, what does success mean for this child? Is talking to the family and understanding what kind of future that they would like for their child, and does it include social and academic components, as well as just the ability to listen and speak and communicate. Like, we really need to be thinking about the whole child. And then we also want to be thinking in the course of transition from early intervention or special schools to mainstream schools, who should be involved in those planning discussions, and what can you control and what cannot be changed in that process. So the question is, when should these children who are deaf or hard of hearing enter the mainstream? And the short answer is at the bottom of this slide, which is as soon as possible. But when things are ready. So going back to preparation, sometimes it means there's things that the child needs to do to be ready for mainstream, and other times it could mean the family or the professional team. So for example, we need to consider the child's social maturity, and that's where those assessments can really come into play. And then also the family's motivation, the child's strength, the child's needs, and then once you've identified what supports are going to be needed in that mainstream environment to make sure that the child is able to progress and do well alongside their typically hearing peers, those supports need to either be in place in the school, or there needs to be a path for getting that support outside of school. So all of these things need to be worked out in advance. And some other questions to ask: how does the child compare to other children his or her age who have typical hearing? And like I was saying before, what services will they need to be able to learn and communicate effectively in a mainstream school? What specialized supports are available, and what accommodations or what extra support would this child need to be successful? What are the characteristics of the classroom and the teachers, and what skills would the child need? And it's important to plan to teach whatever those skills are, like social skills or cognitive skills or language skills, whatever those skills are, need to be taught to the child before they enter the mainstream school, so that they're up to speed with as much as possible with the kids who are in the mainstream classroom. So some challenges that come up. A big challenge is that, as we all know, mainstream classrooms can be very noisy, and they're not always set up in a way that can help a child with special needs. And so some of those things, background noise, distance from the speaker, there may be unfamiliar language, and maybe their vocabulary is not up to the level of that particular grade. The pace of instruction is often faster in mainstream schools than it is in a special school. And there's the ability to understand multi-step direction. There can often be group discussions, which can make it really challenging for a child who has hearing loss to be able to follow where the conversation is coming from. And related to that, extended turn. So there's some strategies that we recommend when you're thinking about having a child with a hearing loss, with hearing aids, cochlear implants in your classroom. Some of these things are easy to do, and others require a little bit more effort or resources. So, for example, simply closing the doors and windows, or arranging the room so that the child is able to maximize their hearing and their visual input as much as possible, would be things that are easy to do. It may be a little, or even covering up hard surfaces so there's less echo in the room, would be great. And then things like carpeting or partitions to divide the room could be a little more complicated, but certainly the more we can do to reduce the hard surfaces in any classroom, the better, not just for kids with hearing loss, but all students will benefit from that. So some things to be thinking about with the environment. Another strategy would be pre-teaching the material. So this means sending some information home to the parents so that they know about what the lessons are going to be taught in the classroom, and could be sending song lyrics home. There's songs that are being sung, or a list of books for to review with the child in advance of that book or the song being presented in the classroom. And same thing with vocabulary and more difficult concepts. So the goal is to utilize as many of the resources as possible, and parents included, that so we can really make sure that the child is keeping up with the other kids in the classroom. And for teachers in the classroom, it's helpful. So I myself was born, and I had the benefit of that continuum of care to be able to learn to listen and speak, and I attended regular schools in my growing up period. And one thing that I felt was always challenging was when you sit in the front of the room, you don't hear what the questions may have been asked behind you. And so the teacher may answer the question, but if you don't know what the question was, there's a lot of trying to figure out what the might have been. And so you're only getting half of the information. So it can be helpful if the teacher can remember to restate the question. So somebody in the back of the room asked a question, restate the question before you answer it. Could also point out the teacher who is speaking, the child's attention to, or just single child, but everyone look over there, that person talking, and try to reduce the complexity of the language that you're using to new content when you're teaching. There's just a few very simple to case with him. If there's something called a which is that what it is, it basically implies is a microphone set out and the teacher speaks into it. The connection with Bluetooth to the child's technology is as if the teacher was speaking directly into their ears. So it can really help, especially in noisy environments, helping with understanding what's being said. So using tools like that can be great. And we really, encourage everyone, teachers, parents, everybody, to really hold the child to as high as expectations as possible. Just because they have a hearing loss doesn't mean that we, reduce the goals for the child, or don't just expect that they can't do as much. And let's just give them a chance, because you might be pleasantly surprised. It's important to check the hearing technology and maybe even keep some spare batteries at the school. And the technology is not, I know it can be scary for teachers sometimes when they've never seen a hearing aid or a cochlear implant, but getting familiar with the technology doesn't take a lot of effort and time, and it's very simple to change a battery. And so just being engaged with the family to understand about the technology would be great. And the last subject that I'll touch on today is about teacher support. So, there's many professionals who are involved in providing services to children who are deaf or hard of hearing. And it's everything from teachers of the deaf to speech pathologists, audiologists, special educators, physicians, medical professionals. All of these people are working with the family to help their child be as successful as possible. And so it's very important to be mindful that there's a team involved and working together, interdisciplinary collaboration to help the family and the child. And the more that we can all take advantage of each other's strengths and what they can offer towards the support of the child, the better the outcomes for everyone, and the better the experience will be for each professional too. So we all have a common goal of providing excellent services to children and families, but the idea of what collaboration could be different for everyone. So it's important to clarify, what does it mean when you talk about excellent services? What a physician is thinking is going to be different from what a teacher thinks. And a speech therapist could be they have different goals than a teacher. So, but what we all have this common intersection where we're trying to help the family. So getting to know each other and understand how the role that everybody plays will go a long way. And, there's some realities here globally, worldwide. There are more children being identified earlier. Newborn hearing screening programs and school screening are becoming common. And so these getting done means that there's going to be a lot more need for this. But the fact is that just because there's more kids that need necessarily mean there's economic supports in place to provide this, and that's compounded by the fact that teachers and everybody, all these service providers are already at their max, just trying to do their day job, and so doesn't leave a lot of time for collaboration and teamwork. So those are some of the challenges that are out there. There's can also be some misunderstanding about the role or who's in charge of this particular case, family. Is it the physician? Is it the teacher? And so these are all barriers that need to be considered. And the way to overcome that is to really develop a commitment to collaboration. Recognize that we all do want what's best for the family. And by working hard to develop trust between the different agencies and measure of respect toward really before you start having work with kids, what we can do to try to foster a collaborative environment. That doesn't include, communication, and then there needs to be strong leadership. So not just the people doing the work, but the top down, the people who are the leaders of the different hospitals, schools, whatever. They need to really take ownership in getting engaged with their counterparts, so that the effective collaboration is throughout all the ranks, not just the people who are doing the work of interacting with the families. And so that would, to be more specific, it would mean like understanding each agency that's involved and what their role is. And if there's if more resources are needed, there needs to be a pathway, some flexibility of sharing of resources, so that in the day and age where there's just not enough money or people or time, that we're really trying to help each other do the best we can with what we have. And by being proactive in thinking about potential turf issues, turf meaning, sometimes like the health folks have their ideas about case management that could be just different from what the education folks think about management, or sharing of information, like maybe the physician or the audiologist may not be as willing to share information about how the child is handling, but then the teacher is noticing some gaps in that child's performance in the classroom. It needs to be like a plan for who that communication discipline, and what is the path for resolving potential issues that come up, and who's in charge. And just be clear on the partnership goals and the anticipated outcome for the families. So just 3 questions that kind of sum up what I was just saying. The first one is, how will you ensure that the child makes maximum progress overall, outside the classroom, inside the classroom, in life? How are we going to make sure that these kids are doing the best they can? And if the child is not making progress in their language, in their cognitive and their social skills, what do we do? And who are we going to talk to? And who are your collaborative partners in supporting with hearing loss? And of course, we can't forget about the parents. The parents are critical. They spend the most time with their children. And so really partnering with parents throughout the process can make sure that those interagency collaborations are effective. And every parent will have a different goal in mind for what they want with their child. So understanding what the family is to achieve is very important. And you to understand why families make the choices that they do make. And so, as you can see, there's a lot that goes into preparing children for mainstream schools and children with hearing loss for mainstream schools. And that's where we really encourage the Ministry of Education to be thinking about this as they consider inclusive education strategies, that if there's an approach that needs to be in place. And organizations like ours, the Global Mission for Children with Hearing, we actually do professional development and training that includes mainstreaming. So not only early intervention and different strategies to help children when they are in their formative years, but we also help to prepare teachers in both the special ed setting as well as the mainstream setting to be able to support these kids in the classroom when they're ready to move on to the mainstream school. And so I just share this with you just to say that the Global Foundation for Children with Hearing Loss, the name of the organization we have, and we were established in 2009, and we focus on children 0 to 5 and helping them have access to that continuum I was describing at the beginning of this talk, so that they can be put into regular schools. And so one of the tracks, we have a team of about 75 professionals, mostly from the United States, but also Canada and a few other educators, intervention specialists, and audiologists, and we have designed curriculum to children 0 to 5 develop skills in speech, language, cognition, and then prepare them for mainstream schools and provide training and professional development to teachers and as well as audiologists and to help these children progress that life. And this is a model that we do, and I'm sharing this with you because it's something that could easily be done in, with the Global Foundation, or some approach could be done elsewhere. Have proprietary training curriculum in these topics. That's proprietary to the Global Foundation. Covers pediatric audiology, auditory verbal therapy, and early intervention. And we teach our curriculum in the country. And it includes hands-on practice with the kids as well as lecture about specific topics. But the ultimate goal is that those we train are prepared to train others in the country, so that the information we provide is being applied, but then also integrated into the system of care so that it can replicate out to support the additional student into the future. And so I just want to share an example of how our model has been applied to support children and teachers' families, using the case in Vietnam. So what we did when we started off in the training program that we have, we started with training teachers, therapists, and families in early intervention settings and auditory verbal therapy and early intervention, like classroom for 4 years of age, with the goal of preparing them for mainstream schools. And we also provided training technicians in the field in pediatric audiology. This is a curriculum that's taught over a period of years to the same participant. So it's not short courses or one-off workshop. It's a several-year curriculum that people move through. Then at the end of it, they get a certificate, and they not only are knowledgeable about for support and training other people. We also supported training in both South and North Vietnam in the health setting. And we trained ENT doctors, audiologists, and therapists, hospitals in pediatric audiology and auditory therapy. So you see, we had a kind of an education focus as well as a health focus. And there was a lot of networking between our programs. So we were trying to keep the goal of interdisciplinary collaboration. And after so many years, the people in Central Vietnam were trained by those we had trained in South Vietnam. So using that train-the-trainer model, Vietnamese training Vietnamese. And the role of the Global Foundation became training or supporting the trainers. So we took a mentorship type role of mentoring trainers, because, you know, it's one thing to learn material and then to apply it, but then to teach somebody else how to do it, that's another skill that needs to, so we spend a lot of time doing that. And then Ministry of Education and Training asked us to train a group, committee that they have, where the people in that committee are responsible for developing a special education curriculum for cities in Vietnam. So today, elements of the Global Actions curriculum have incorporated into the ministry curriculum for special education university students. So in this way, we really have not only ripped out the information and the training, but then we've also embedded it into the ministry's curriculum, so that it's sustainable and will go on for many, many years to come. So this is the type of thing, you talk about mainstreaming, as I have done, there's so much information that goes into that. And so having a training structure, something similar to what we have done, is really, has been very helpful in giving guidance and empowering teachers in the country to know how to work with these children ongoing. And one of our participants in the training program, she, after she graduated, she's back to her race, and she established, and she's using the Global Foundation teaching, and today it's still, it runs about 75, between 0 and 5, and they are the only one in the province with 0 to 5, 3 to 5. They have a classroom for kids. The goal of they have also collaborated with the mainstream schools in their province, so that they're doing the preparation, what I was describing at the beginning, making sure that every child is supported and ultimately successful in the mainstream environment. And so this is just some small numbers given the volume of people that you have in India, but for the country of Vietnam, we reached a significant, yeah. I can't understand you. Say that again. Oh. Oh, okay. 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 There we go. All right. Hopefully that'll help. Okay. And so just to sum up the presentation, it's important to realize that collaboration and preparation is key for a successful transition into the mainstream environment. With appropriate training, teachers at the deaf can prepare children for the game. They can also help peers apply strategies to support children with hearing loss in a mainstream classroom. And the big takeaway is that children with hearing loss can thrive in the mainstream, but they have to be provided with advanced preparation and the support that they need. And there are a few resources here that you may want to check out that kind of go on with the things I was saying today. And some of these resources are free of charge and they're online. And so hearing first the AGL Association, CID, and Delta. So I recommend you take a look if you have some time. That concludes my presentation, which is our website, and that's my email address, and I'm happy that people may have of my talk. Thank you.
we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you, ma'am. That was really insightful. Any questions from the audience can be asked. Ma'am will be clarifying them.
Okay.
Audience can be ready with the questions so that time won't be wasted. Any questions from the audience? We have another plenary session.
Moving on to the next plenary session on the topic Program Development and Building Capacity with Training and Education to Support Services for Young. Oh, yeah. Sorry, there's a mistake. Moving on to the next plenary session on the topic Auditory Brain Development, the Key to Language and Literacy for the Children who are Deaf or Hard of Hearing, led by Professor Carol Flexer, University of Akron, Ohio. Dr. Carol Flexer is a distinguished professor emeritus of audiology at the University of Akron, Ohio, renowned for her... We'll move on to the... Sure. As ma'am have... Okay. Post a presentation. You'll read? If it is not, where is the citation? I didn't get it. You'll read everything?
No, everybody kindly note, yesterday few of the citations and the mementos were misplaced, but today we would like to honor our Lifetime Achievement Awards. We proudly present Mrs. Shubhada S. Burde in recognition of a remarkable service in the field of education for the hearing impaired. Her work has an enduring impact on overall development and education of the children with hearing impairment. Her contribution in the field of early identification, intervention, and language development of children with hearing loss is commendable. It is with a very great pride that we bestow the Lifetime Achievement Award upon Mrs. Shubhada S. Burde on 20th January 2025 NCED International Conference held at Hyderabad, and we express our deepest gratitude for her invaluable inputs in the field of oralism, teaching, and hearing impaired. Ma'am, we want you on the dais, please.
We are honored to have you here, ma'am.
We proudly present Lifetime Achievement Award Mrs. Saraswati Sundar in recognition of her extraordinary contribution in the field of education for hearing impaired, her amazing abilities as a teacher, a treasurer at NCED, honorary director at Sri Pachibatan School for Hearing Impaired in Puducherry, translates into professional excellence. This Lifetime Achievement Award is a token of recognition for her outstanding performance by appreciating her commendable service thought throughout her life in engaging with and promoting standards in education of hearing impaired, and therefore this award is presented on 20th January 2025 at NCED International Conference held at Hyderabad. Ma'am, we want you on the dais, please.
Workshop, plenary session, undefined, sir. Mira's. Is Gauri ma'am here? Dr. Gauri Shankar. Dr. Gauri Shankar, sir.
She's not here?
Is sir here?
Okay, workshop, announce workshop.
We have another workshop segment here on the topic Workshop on Selecting the Right Research Methodology by Meera Suresh ma'am. This is the day 3. Sorry for the confusion, everyone. We now have a workshop by Ms. Asmita Haddad, ma'am. Huddar. Sorry.
Please come onto the dais, please.
Now I'm not going to leave the mic. Since yesterday, good morning. Are you all with me? So finally I've got the mic and I'm very happy about it. And with the changed and very dynamic schedule, I was wondering कि मैं चली जाऊंगी और मेरा turn आएगा ही नहीं. So मैंने परेशान करके रख दिया था organizers को कि मेरी बारी कब आएगी. So finally I'm here. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about operational definitions in research. आ रहा है क्या इधर? Yeah. Actually, can I have that? Can I use that mic?
Hello, yeah.
So like I have been told, this is not a presentation and this is a workshop. So now you tell me what is the difference between a presentation and workshop. So in workshop, you have to be active and not me. So let's make it interactive and let's keep serious disability management and special education aside. I just want you to pay attention to one concept which is called operational definitions. And this is a very, very important part of any research. कोई भी research जो होता है उसका एक अहम हिस्सा होता है operationalizing the definitions. ये objective and hypothesis के बाद आता है. And this is something very important and very crucial but often neglected. इसकी तरफ ज़्यादा लोग ध्यान नहीं देते हैं. And I personally feel कि वहाँ पे research गड़बड़ा जाता है. When you don't operationalize the terms that you use or we use in the research, अगर वो सही नहीं होता है तो रिसर्च थोड़ा गड़बड़ा जाता है. सो whenever there are PhD thesis or dissertations मेरे पास assessment के लिए आते हैं, that's the first page I see कि operational definition कैसे लिखी है बंदे ने. अगर वो सही है तो I feel गाड़ी सही गया होगा. Is everybody with me? Settle down. पीछे बैठ जाइए please. Yeah. So can somebody click? Okay, this one. Yeah. Thank you. So what I want you to do is please give me some attention. Use your cognitive process and please have your paper and pen in hand. ये कोई ड्रामा या सिनेमा नहीं कि आप लेड बैक बैठे और मैं बोलती रहूं. As I said, it is a workshop, so I want you to be in action, right? So please, whatever small exercises I'm telling you to do, we all will do it, and only then we will learn it, right? And as I said, I promise you, I'm not going to talk about any theory, any deep diving into difficult concepts, right? So, we'll come back to this slide. What I want to ask is, अगर आप host हो, आपके घर में कोई मेहमान आते हैं, आप पूछते हैं चाय या कॉफ़ी, right? तो एक मेहमान ने पहला जवाब दिया, दूसरे ने दूसरा, तीसरा, चौथा, whatever. And the last one is the fifth one. So what answer do you prefer? Read it. So what is the...
I'm so sorry I have to tell you this, but this is a conference. Please don't bring children. Some child is screaming somewhere. If your child is crying, please step out.
थोड़ा कोने में जाओ, खिलौना वगैरह दो, शांत करो बच्चे को. So दोनों हो जाएगा. Parenting also and learning also. But आवाज़ करता है तो थोड़ा बाहर जाइए please, so that you don't disturb others. So as a host, अगर मैं ये question पूछती हूँ तो I like the answer fifth. Are there people here who like the answer fifth? Is there anybody? And why do you think that can happen? Yeah? Sir, बताइए, why do you like the fifth answer? Okay, you find it positive? Yeah, Mrs. Atre? Oh, wonderful. Clarity. Because that gives me clarity for action. I am very clear now कि मुझे करना क्या है. If somebody says just tea, and then I have to ask 10 questions. Sugar dalu? Doodh wala ya black? But then when the fifth answer comes, then I don't have to ask anything, everything is clear. In research, 2 C's are very important, clarity and consistency. Absolutely important. In the morning when Paige was talking about her program, she said we ask the parents, what do you mean by success? Parents को पूछते हैं कि सफलता का मतलब आपके लिए क्या है? क्यों ऐसा करते होंगे? At the back, why do we have to ask the parents कि आपको किसको आप सफल कहेंगे बच्चे के लिए? Why do we have to ask the parents? Yeah? So that we are on the same page. जो प्रोफेशनल्स है और पेरेंट्स है उनका सफलता का डेफिनेशन एक होना ज़रूरी है, वरना प्रॉब्लम होता है. टीचर्स कुछ और सिखा रहे हैं, पेरेंट्स के एक्सपेक्टेशन कुछ और है, एंड देन दे से कि देखो आपका बच्चा अच्छा पढ़ता है सो सक्सेसफुल है, एंड पेरेंट्स में से नहीं पर उसकी कोई दोस्त ही नहीं है, वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं है. नाउ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? इट इज सक्सेस का डेफिनेशन मैच ही नहीं किया जर्नी शुरू होने के पहले. यस, सो इन रिसर्च, इन लाइफ जनरली ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, बट नाउ आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट रिसर्च, सो आई एम सेइंग इन रिसर्च एवरीथिंग हैज़ टू बी कंसिस्टेंट एंड क्लियर. या, and thank you organizers for giving me 3 hours, right? They've given me Sridevi ke hosh ud gaye, so I don't know what time I have been given, but you tell me 10 minutes before and I'll wind up. ठीक है? Okay, so now I want you to read these answers. There are 4 children in a class: Raj Kumar, Ravi Kumar, Navin Kumar and Mapan Kumar. Just read the answers. And now I'm not going to ask you which one you liked. I'm going to ask you, 4th answer is different than the 1st, 2nd and 3rd. You tell me what way. Yeah. Correct. Anything else? Piche? Do you think the 4th definition is little different than the 1, 2, 3? Yeah, 1, 2, 3 are definition. Excellent. And the 4th one is also a definition. Yeah. That you think 4th one is real time? And forget about child. अभी निकलते हैं disability से, बच्चों से. Let's just concentrate on grammar of research, right? Anybody at the back? So, yeah. कौन सा? Which number is qualitative and which number is quantitative? Yeah, let's take the thread that you are raising it. बताओ, कौन सा qualitative लगता है और कौन सा quantitative लगता है? अरे नंबर में जवाब दो ना. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is qualitative and which one is quantitative? Yeah, so another word I would suggest rather than quantitative, pay attention to this word, measurable. It's very important for us to make our variables, concepts measurable. Only then we can do research. So when we say success, achievement, attitude, awareness, opinion, performance, reading level, language level, speech, phonemic awareness, ये सब है ना अपने friends, right? All that you can take as a research only if you make it measurable. And where do you make it measurable? In operational definition. So first 3 are the scientific definitions which will remain constant. उसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं आएगा. But the last one is the operational definition to make the concept of weight measurable. बराबर है? पीछे तक? Am I reaching? Hello? हाँ? क्या बोल रहे हैं? नहीं, I will not go ahead till I hear something. Are you all with me? Okay. Okay, so here I'm introducing one person or a child. His name is Mapan Kumar. Now we said that earlier fourth definition was measurable. Now in our research, we will have to make everything measurable in social science, right? And we will have to tell the readers how we made it measurable. Only then it will make sense, right? So here is Mapan Kumar. ये जो मापन कुमार नाम का लड़का है, he is a very smart boy. Does anybody know the acronym SMART? SMART का full form पता है किसी को? हाँ, MEDS कर क्या रहे हैं? हाँ बताओ, बताओ. Relevant and time bound. So everything in research has to be smart. Smart मतलब ये लड़की smart है वाला smart नहीं. This is the acronym, right? So this Mapan Kumar has a disorder which is called quantification. हर चीज़ he wants to be measurable. वो जो मापन कुमार है उसको पसंद है कि सब measurable बोलो, casually नहीं बोलो. So he is a good researcher. So let us try to see कि मापन कुमार का क्या कहना है. Okay? What are the symptoms of his disorder? He is obsessed with numbers. So in social science, in quantitative action research, we need to make concepts measurable. उसके लिए हमें क्या चाहिए? Number. Like I said, performance, achievement, attitude, phonemic awareness. सबको क्या करना है? Measurable करना है, quantify करना है. So that we can have operational definition and we can do action research. I am talking about action research only. Please don't quote me on any other research कि वो मुंबई के मैडम ने बोला था सब measurable करना है. Only in action research I am saying everything has to be measurable. So Mapan Kumar is obsessed for numbers. He has low tolerance to ambiguity. You understand what is ambiguity? Vague, no meaning, multiple interpretation. You understand the term multiple interpretation? If I tell you, ये mic Sushma को देना, and if you know 3 Sushma, then it is ambiguity. And you don't know any Sushma, then it is vague. Do you get the meaning? Are you getting it? So ambiguous basically means multiple interpretation. So if I am saying this deaf child is successful, and if I don't tell you what I mean by success, then it is multiple interpretation. Right? If I am saying that mainstream school teachers are less aware, and if I don't tell you what do I mean by awareness, then it is for you to interpret. Each one will interpret differently. है ना? So we will have to make terms less ambiguous, minimum ambiguous, and that is what Mapan Kumar likes. Low tolerance to inconsistency. Major error in most of the research is inconsistent use of terms. कभी अवेयरनेस कहेंगे, कभी ओपिनियन कहेंगे, कभी रिस्पॉन्सेस कहेंगे, एंड देन टाइटल में रिस्पॉन्स रहेगा, ऑब्जेक्टिव में अवेयरनेस रहेगा, एंड देन यू आर सेइंग आर यू टॉकिंग अबाउट अवेयरनेस और ओपिनियन? हाँ, कुछ नहीं होता है. इफ़ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ओपिनियन, टॉक अबाउट ओपिनियन कंसिस्टेंटली. टाइटल में, ऑब्जेक्टिव में, ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन में, टूल में, एनालिसिस में, रिकमेंडेशन में. You will have to stick to the terms. We have to be very, very consistent in our use of the terms. Not, these are called neighboring concepts. Achievement, performance, success are neighboring concepts. So I can't be sometimes talking about success, sometime about achievement. एक बार success word को पकड़ लिया है, उसको पकड़ के रखना है. अगर उसको operationalize किया है तो. ठीक है? Anybody wants to ask anything? Low tolerance to inconsistency and severe allergy to casual use of term. Casually कभी ये बोल दिया, कभी वो बोल दिया. Sometimes I'm saying phonemic awareness, sometimes I'm saying speech, sometimes I'm saying language, and sometimes I'm saying communication. अरे, all these 4 are completely different things. Title में I'm saying I want to measure the success in communication. And then objective I'm saying I'm going to check the language level. And tool में है कि आप phonemic awareness देख रहे हो. No, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. Communication, language, speech, phonemic awareness are 4 different things. So we will have to एक बार पकड़ लिया variable को, concept मैं बोल रही हूँ, उसी को हम variable भी बोल सकते हैं, right? एक बार एक वेरिएबल को पकड़ लिया, एक बार उसको ऑपरेशनलाइज कर दिया, लॉक किया, then you can't change it. Okay? So this is what we have to do in operational definition. So एक बार मुझे बताइए, if we go back 1, 2 and 3 जो है वो हम बदल नहीं सकते. That is a truth, that will remain same. But operational definition जो है वो हर चीज़ की अलग हो सकती है. If I do research, I can operationalize achievement in a different way. If Shubhangi does it, she can operationalize in a different way. If Mrs. Atre does it, she can operationalize success in different way. It is the right and responsibility of the researcher to operationalize the concepts they choose. ठीक है? So in that case, conclusion is operational definition हर research की अलग होगी. Right? If Asmita is doing some research today using the concept success, and then after 2 years, again I do some research using the concept of success, again I will have to operationalize it for that research. So operational definitions are research specific. They cannot be theoretical and bookish. It is what I feel what awareness is. It is what I feel language level is. ठीक है? ठीक है क्या? पीछे आगे अगर जाते रहना है ना तो आपको बोलते रहना पड़ेगा ठीक है, वरना जाएंगे नहीं और माइक देंगे नहीं, यहाँ से हटेंगे नहीं. Mapan Kumar's disorder is helpful in research. Let's see how. Operational definitions are essential part of research. These are presented immediately after hypothesis or objective to rule out ambiguity, bring in consistency and indicate scheme of measurement. For both researcher and reader, हमेशा ध्यान में रखिए जब भी हम रिसर्च करते हैं कोई ना कोई तो रिसर्च को कंज्यूम करता है. Do you understand the word consume? Consume करता है मतलब लेता है, अप्लाई करता है, रीड करता है. Right? Am I going fast? No. नहीं, for her. Because I'm taking eye contact with them and checking it. So, whenever a researcher is doing the research, should be in mind कि who's going to apply it? Who's going to read it? Am I making my research clear enough for the one who's going to read it? जो पढ़ने वाला है उसको समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है? तो उसके लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम मेजरमेंट का स्कीम बताएं. इफ़ आई एम सेइंग दैट क्या वेरिएबल लेंगे ना, क्या लेंगे, ओके, एटीट्यूड लिया सपोज, एटीट्यूड ऑफ सिबलिंग्स टुवर्ड्स चिल्ड्रन विथ हियरिंग इम्पेयरमेंट, ब्रीफ टाइटल. तो इसमें ना आई विल हैव टू से कि व्हाट डू आई मीन बाय एटीट्यूड. अब वो एटीट्यूड को किसी ने डिफाइन करके रखा है थियोरी में, वो सही है, बट अभी मेरे रिसर्च के लिए मुझे एटीट्यूड को रीडिफाइन करना होगा. ठीक है? एंड वो मेजरेबल करना होगा. विल टेक सम एग्जाम्पल्स, डोंट वरी, एवरीथिंग विल बी क्लियर. सो रिफ्लेक्शन सो फार, हमने अभी तक क्या क्या देखा? प्रोसेस दिस एंड आस्क मी इफ इट इज नॉट क्लियर. So operational definition indicates the scheme of measurement of the variable, term or concept. Don't worry about the word variable and terms, just concept हमने देखा. It varies research to research. जैसे मैंने कहा हर एक research का अलग होगा operational definition. For example, like these are the concepts like language, attitude, awareness, opinion, performance, knowledge, training, perception, etc. etc. Natural science में कैसे होते हैं? Measurable ये होते हैं. लाइक इफ़ यू से किलो देखना है या मीटर में गिनना है, दीज आर ऑल मेजरेबल थिंग्स ऑलरेडी. तो अगर कितना अच्छा होता कि हमारा रिसर्च ऐसा होता कि कौन से बच्चे का वज़न कितना है, जिसका वज़न ज़्यादा है उसका बुद्धि ज़्यादा है. अच्छा होता ना, आसान होता. वज़न तो वी कैन रेडिली काउंट, वी कैन मेक इट मेजरेबल, राइट? बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली और फॉर्चुनेटली सोशल साइंस या एजुकेशन में ऐसा नहीं होता है. वी डोंट डील विथ मीटर, वी डोंट डील विथ किलो, we don't deal with liter, we deal with performance, language, attitude, which are what kind of concepts? Abstract concept. And abstract का मतलब क्या है? Cannot touch, cannot perceive through 5 senses. लेट्स मेक इट कंप्लीट. कैनॉट परसीव तो नहीं है, परसीव तो कर रहे हैं अवेयरनेस को. कैनॉट परसीव थ्रू 5 सेंसेस इज एब्स्ट्रैक्ट. सो इन सोशल साइंस हमारे जो टर्म्स है वो सब एब्स्ट्रैक्ट होते हैं, इसीलिए उनको मेजर करना ज़रूरी है. नाउ लेट्स टेक सम एग्जाम्पल्स. नाउ सपोज इफ आई वॉज इन अ पार्टी and Mapan Kumar was also there, and casually I said old men are more religious. Okay, Mapan Kumar को ऐसे loose sentences पसंद नहीं है, casual sentences पसंद नहीं है, right? So he will catch my collar and he'll say, what do you mean by old men? First make it clear. Is it above 60, above 70, above 80? What do you mean by old men? So I'll have to clarify that. Only then he'll allow me to talk this casual way, right? So Mapan Kumar, what will Mapan Kumar ask me? What do you mean by old men? Then he will ask, what do you mean by more? That also I will have to operationalize, right? And at the end, of course, he will say, what do you mean by religious? Then, you know, I'll have to make it measurable by saying, oh, though they go to temple more often, or they do fasting more often. Something I'll have to say to back up my statement that old men are religious. Are you getting it? So such a simple statement is a bias statement. If you want to put it into research format, then you will have to give a consistent meaning to every word in it. So till I tell what do I mean by old people, what do I mean by more than what, women or young, till I tell what do I mean by religious, Mapan Kumar will not accept it. ठीक है? Is everybody okay with this? Hello. पीछे. अरे वाह, they all are waving at me. So now I was again in a party and I casually said, oh, Maharashtrians are intelligent of all. Right? उधर कौन था? Mapan Kumar. उसने आके मेरा कॉलर पकड़ा और then what would he ask? He would ask, Maharashtrians, what do you mean by Maharashtrians? Are they born in Maharashtra, living in Maharashtra, whose parents are in Maharashtra, or who own the property in Maharashtra? Oh, अरे इतना मैंने सोचा नहीं, तो बोलो नहीं. सोचो पहले, बोलने के पहले सोचो. लाइफ में, but research में पक्का, right? So casual, you getting it? Like people, we always talk casual, no? Oh, she hates me. Oh, Bengalis are so and so, right? All these statements, Mapan Kumar will not accept. He needs evidence. And before evidence, he needs indicators. That's another word we are going to come to. So these are the 4 points, you know, born in Maharashtra, living in Maharashtra, whose parents are in Maharashtra, and who owns property. इसकी तरफ देखना होगा बीच में पास. So I will have to make it measurable. And these are the indicators. Just hold on to this word. ये word अपना पकड़ के रखो. How are we making performance measurable? How are we making success measurable? How are we making religious measurable? By identifying the indicators. So these are the indicators. Then you make them measurable, right? Similarly intelligent, similarly of all. Okay, so now this is one of the sentences and I want you to show me the indicators. Write it on your pads. So children lose interest in home cooked food as they grow. Come on, write it. What will be Mapan Kumar's question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Tell me. Mapan Kumar told me, no, I can't say this. Children, we say these things, no? Very common, no? They are growing up, they don't like home cooked food. Okay, what research do we have? What evidence do we have? Come on, tell me what will Mapan Kumar ask if I make this statement? क्या पूछेगा? नागेश्वर राव, बताओ. What will Mapan Kumar ask me? इसको अभी measurable करना है ना? सब clear है क्या? When we say children, is it clear what do I mean by children? हाँ, you think it is clear? Of what age? Girls, boys, with disability, without disability, urban children, rural children, right? Children हमको लगता है कि अच्छा word है, but नहीं है. It has multiple interpretations. Then what is the next word? Lose interest in home cooked food. चलो बताइए और क्या लिखा है आपने? Kya, what are the words that are bothering you? Yeah, when you say children, you want to know the age. Yeah, losing interest. So I will have to define what do I mean by losing interest. Excellent. Then home cooked. Yeah. So I'll have to define what do I mean by home cooked. And plus grow. I will have to define what do I mean by grow. Right? Up to what age? Right? So you can see everything needs operational definition. And I have to do it if I want to do the research. And करने का तरीका क्या है? Look for indicators. Look for indicators and then make it measurable. ठीक है? Is this clear? Hello. Oh. So this is it. Children lose interest in home cooked food as they grow. Children, what age? Which children? Indian, urban children, girls, boys, both. Losing interest means what? Avoiding food, making faces while eating the food, or reduced quantity. है ना? If I say lose interest मतलब क्या? पाव भाजी है तो इतना खाएगा और तेंडले की सब्जी है तो इतना खाएगा. Reduced quantity. That is also an indicator. So I'm looking for indicators. Once I get my indicators, I can make things measurable. Okay? Home cooked, I will have to define. Growing, I will have to define from 6 to 12, or 8 to 17 or whatever. The researcher can decide on basis of the professional judgment कि age क्या रखना है, grow किसको कहना है, home cooked किसको कहना है. Researcher has the right to decide. But it is the responsibility of the researcher to tell the reader. है ना? तभी ये consistent हो जाएगा. And of course, when we say food, what do I mean by food? Is it meals, snacks, beverages, whatever. So now, so far so good. क्या क्या देखा हमने? In a research, we cannot use terms which mean different things to different people. Research is like holding people. If I mean home cooked food, I define what is home cooked food, and every reader knows what I mean by home cooked food. Because I have operationalized it. ठीक है? हर एक को जानना ज़रूरी है कि मैंने किस तरह से उसको operationalize किया है. And something that should not lead to confusion, and to avoid confusion, we must decide the meaning and lock it. जब when I told you ना hypothesis and objective के बाद में operational definition लिखते हैं, because objective पढ़ने के बाद immediately you want to know, अच्छा what do you mean by awareness? अच्छा you said language level, okay what do you mean by language level? Are you getting it? तो ऑब्जेक्टिव या हाइपोथेसिस या रिसर्च क्वेश्चन जो भी लिखा है तुरंत उसके बाद आएगा ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन. Now from definition to operational definition, children remember study material learnt in the morning better than the material learnt in the evening. अगर ये मेरा रिसर्च है, प्रोसेस करिए, पढ़िए. ओके सो इसमें से कोई भी अभी नाउ यू नो I have to define children, I have to define study material, I have to define learning, I have to define मतलब operationally define morning, I have to operationally define what do I mean by better, and I will have to operationally define evening. बराबर? क्योंकि मैं जिसको morning कहती हूँ शायद आप उसको morning ना कहे. So I will have to tell you ना कि morning का मेरा मतलब क्या है. And this is what I mean by no casual terms. Casually, मॉर्निंग में कब मिलेंगे? मॉर्निंग में मिलेंगे. मैं गई 7 बजे, कोई आया 9 बजे. अरे मैंने मॉर्निंग बोला था, हाँ तो मैं भी तो मॉर्निंग में ही आई. ऐसा लाइफ में चलता है, रिसर्च में नहीं. We will have to be very very specific, no casual terms. So now how do we move from definition to operational definition? So bookish definition आप गूगल करें. आप गूगल करेंगे अगर मॉर्निंग का मतलब क्या है, ये है the early part of the day between the time when the sun rises and midday. अभी इसको लेके मैं रिसर्च नहीं कर सकती because I need numbers, right? So then I have many options. You can see quantification options for my research, many more options. And what do I do at the end? I take one option and lock it. So, and then you know how operational definitions are written. It says, in this study, morning refers to the time between 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. खत्म. So, 10:01 में भी जो learning होगा वो मेरे research का हिस्सा नहीं होगा. So, this is like, have you heard the word delimiting? Deciding the scope. ठीक है? तो ये scope मेरे term का क्या है वो मुझे बताना होगा और फिर ही मेरा research आगे जाएगा. And उससे ज़्यादा important है कि only then the readers will be able to understand what I am saying. So चलो, more examples. How to please मापन कुमार, what needs to be operationalized. अभी ये जो मापन कुमार है उसको हम खुश करेंगे और उसको खुश कैसे कर सकते हैं? मापन कुमार को खुश कैसे कर सकते हैं? Making things quantified. कैसे क्वांटिफाई करेंगे? बाय लुकिंग फॉर इंडिकेटर्स. इंडिकेटर्स ढूंढेंगे, उसको क्वांटिफाइड करेंगे, नंबर में डालेंगे ताकि हम उसका रिसर्च कर सकेंगे. एक्शन रिसर्च अगेन एंड अगेन. आई एम मेकिंग दैट क्लियर. चलो ये कंप्लीट करिए सेंटेंस. रूरल मिडिल एजेड वीमेन लाइक आमिर खान्स मूवीज मोर देन. कम ऑन लिखिए. यू वांट टू से अर्बन, ठीक है, बताइए और क्या दिमाग में आता है? मोर देन शाहरुख खान्स मूवी, ग्रेट. और क्या दिमाग में आता है? हाउ डू यू वांट टू कंप्लीट द सेंटेंस? हड़ू हड़ू फुड़ू समझ में नहीं आता है, जोर से बोलिए. देन अर्बन, वेरी गुड. मिडिल एजेड को भी आप कॉम्पीट कर सकते हैं. देन यंग विमेन, एल्डर विमेन, ठीक है. आमिर खान को कॉम्पीट कर सकते हैं शाहरुख खान के साथ. और इज देयर एनीथिंग एल्स? विमेन एंड मैन, बराबर. और ये मिसिंग वन पॉइंट एंड आई वांट यू टू पे अटेंशन. एक चीज आपको लगता है कि क्लियर है बट मैं आपको बताऊंगी कि क्लियर नहीं है. सब क्लियर है? शिशिर ने सर्टिफिकेट दे दिया. ये बहुत कुछ हो गया ऑलरेडी. इससे आगे जाना है, इतने में भी रिसर्च नहीं होगा. सो आमिर खान्स मूवीज, ना यू फील इसको क्या ऑपरेशनलाइज करना है? इट्स क्लियर है ना? आमिर खान की मूवी मतलब आमिर खान की मूवी? नो. बट उसने डायरेक्ट की हुई मूवी, उसने प्रोड्यूस की हुई मूवी, OTT पे आने वाली मूवी, थिएटर पे आने वाली मूवी, एवरीथिंग हैज टू बी स्पेल्ड आउट. आर यू गेटिंग इट? सब साथ में है आमिर खान के और मेरे. So how can you complete the sentence? You can complete it either by adding Salman Khan's movies, urban middle-aged women, rural young women, rural middle-aged men, and Amir Khan's TV shows. You can take any of this and complete the sentence. ठीक है? ठीक है क्या? So अभी चलो. Now suppose हमने ये ले लिया, पढ़िए, प्रोसेस करिए. ओके, सो दिस इज माई काइंड ऑफ हाइपोथेसिस. अच्छा हाइपोथेसिस फ्रेम नहीं किया है बट टू बिगिन विथ, ठीक है. अभी रूरल को ऑपरेशनलाइज करना होगा. यू मे थिंक अरे रूरल तो सबको पता है रूरल क्या है. नहीं, एक कोई भी लोकेशन लिया तो वो रूरल है या अर्बन है, कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे? ऑन व्हाट इंडिकेटर्स? बताइए कैसे पता चलेगा कि ये गांव है एंड उसको रूरल कहेंगे या अर्बन कहेंगे? क्या इंडिकेटर्स है? क्या क्या क्या? लाउडली लाउडली. नंबर ऑफ पीपल या पॉप्युलेशन डेन्सिटी. हाँ सर, सांगा सांगा. ग्रीन शर्ट सांगा. हाँ, ओके. लोग तो ठीक है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया पेड़ पौधे से कैसे रूरल एंड अर्बन पता चलता है. Oh, is it? होगा बाबा, मुझे नहीं पता. बट या देयर हैज टू बी सम इंडिकेटर्स. समटाइम्स दे टेक जहाँ पोस्ट ऑफिस है या जहाँ ट्रांसपोर्ट का फैसिलिटीज़ है, जहाँ वाईफाई है, उसको अर्बन कहेंगे. या गवर्नमेंट का लिस्ट ले लेंगे किसको रूरल बोलना है. बट कुछ ना कुछ तो लेना पड़ेगा. इज दिस करेक्ट? कुछ ना कुछ तो लेना पड़ेगा. एंड अगेन सो वी विल हैव टू ऑपरेशनलाइज रूरल, urban, middle-aged, women and of course Amir Khan's movies. Everything has to be operationalized. Okay, this I wanted you to check it, but I think you have discussed it. Checking the local government list is one of the indicators. Density of population, post office, bank and school है कि नहीं, उसको हम कहेंगे rural, जिसमें नहीं है, जिसमें है उसको urban, या transport system ले सकते हैं. And how do we clarify Amir Khan's movies? So movies produced by Amir Khan लेना है या movies in which he has acted, और दोनों लेना है. मूवीज़ में भी OTT रिलीज़ समझते हैं ना? अभी तो ऐसा कोई नहीं वो नहीं समझता है. नेटफ्लिक्स और अमेजोन वाला OTT रिलीज़ वाला मूवी लेना है या थिएटर वाला लेना है. वी विल हैव टू मेक एवरीथिंग क्लियर एंड ओनली देन वी विल बी एबल टू accept, pay attention to what I'm saying. Only after this identification of indicators, making it measurable, conducting the research, I will either dash the hypothesis or dash the hypothesis. AMEDS. या तो मैं hypothesis को accept करूँगी या reject करूँगी. Even if I reject the hypothesis, my research is successful. And even if I accept the hypothesis, my research is successful. But ये research तभी successful होगा जब मेरा operational definition clear, consistent and locked है. एक बार use किया तो use किया. So अभी तक हमने क्या देखा? We have many options of operationalizing definition in terms defining a term used in research. Option अलग अलग थे. Remember, morning को define करने के option अलग अलग थे. एक ऑप्शन मैंने ले लिया टू डिफाइन इट. हाँ 5 मिनट, मैंने 10 मिनट के पहले बोलने को बोला था. चलो 7, 7:30. वी नीड टू फ्रेम आवर ओन डेफिनेशन एंड स्टिक टू इट कंसिस्टेंटली. ये डेफिनेशन हमेशा एमएड्स सुनो, डिसर्टेशन में और थेसिस में ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन में बुकिश डेफिनेशन लिखते हैं. मेजर एरर. वहाँ नहीं लिखना है WHO ने क्या कहा है और इसने क्या है कहा है, उसने क्या कहा है. तुम क्या कह रहे हो रिसर्च करने वाले, वो बताना है. सो दैट इज़ व्हाट इज़ ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन. एंड विल जस्ट टेक अ क्विक. सो हाउ डू वी मेक मापन कुमार लाफ और हैप्पी? मेक एवरीथिंग क्वान्टिफाइड, मेजरेबल, एविडेंस बेस्ड. हाँ ये एक लेते हैं 5 मिनट में. सो नाउ दिस इज माई ऑब्जेक्टिव टू स्टडी, टू कंपेयर द पार्टिसिपेंट्स बोर्डम. कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हुए पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं ना, वो बोर होते हैं, इसके ऊपर रिसर्च करना है मुझे बैक बेंचर्स के साथ. So to compare the participants' boredom during early sessions and later sessions of the day while attending NCED conference. ये इस पे रिसर्च करना है. कितना बोरियत आप फील करते हो NCED कॉन्फ्रेंस में, तो किसका कंपैरिजन है, किसका कंपैरिजन किसके साथ है? नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट्स. नो. कौन सा कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग कंसेप्ट कौन सा है? The contrasting concept is morning sessions and early sessions and later session. अभी बताइए इसमें क्या क्या ऑपरेशनलाइज करना होगा? Excellent. To start with, पहले तो compare को मुझे बताना होगा. What do I mean by compare? Then of course what do I mean by participants? ये जो first line में बैठे हुए organizers है, उनको participants में लेना है या नहीं लेना है? ये जो एमएड को पकड़ के उनको इधर बिठाया है, उनको पार्टिसिपेंट्स में लेना है या नहीं लेना है? ये जो भैया सो रहे हैं कंप्यूटर पे, उनको पार्टिसिपेंट्स में लेना है या नहीं लेना है? सो आई विल हैव टू से हु ऑल आर पार्टिसिपेंट्स. करेक्ट. देन ऑफ कोर्स आई विल हैव टू डिफाइन बोर्डम. बोर्डम को ऑपरेशनलाइज करना होगा ना. इंडिकेटर्स बताइए. चलिए, लेक्चर जब बोरिंग होता है तो इंडिकेटर्स क्या है? डोजिंग बोलो. स्लीपिंग मतलब बहुत ग्रेव हो गया ना. यू डोंट स्लीप, यू डोज. करेक्ट. यॉर्निंग. एक्सलेंट. देन एक्सलेंट, यू गेट बैक टू योर मोबाइल. राइट. तो वही मैं यहाँ से देख रही हूँ, किसी को मोबाइल को हाथ नहीं लगाने देना है पीछे तक. और क्या है? व्हाट आर द अदर इंडिकेटर्स? चलिए बताइए. कैसे पता चलता है कि कोई बंदा बोर हो गया? फिजिटी. वेरी गुड. ऐसा बदलने लगता है पेन के साथ या आई कार्ड के साथ खेलने लगता है. वेरी गुड. और क्या? चैट करने लगता है. वेरी गुड. और क्या? यू नो बॉडी लैंग्वेज कैसे बदलती है? या बराबर है, हाथ पांव हिलाने लगते हैं. बॉडी लैंग्वेज कैसे बदली होती है जब कोई बोर होता है? डू यू नो? इधर उधर देखने लगता है. Very important, as a teachers we must know, when the shoulders are thrown back, you know people are bored. When the shoulders, I'll tell you, demo देती हूँ मैं आपको. तो when I'm listening and when I'm bored, मेरे shoulders पीछे चले जाते हैं, back lean हो जाता है. That means you are stepping back. I'm not taking this anymore, right? And when you're listening carefully, your shoulders are ahead. And थोड़ा सा बुद्धू भाव आ जाता है चेहरे पे. बोर लोग बहुत इंटेलिजेंट लगते हैं, जो सुनने में एनग्रॉस्ड है वो थोड़े से बुद्धू लगते हैं, राइट? सो वॉट एवर यू वॉन्ट टू टेक एज योर इंडिकेटर फॉर योर रिसर्च, राइट? सो यस, yawning was the biggest thing. So you will have to operationalize. 2 minute, हाँ गायत्री. Participants, boredom, अर्ली सेशंस, लेटर सेशंस को भी आइडेंटिफाई करना होगा ना. व्हाट डू आई मीन बाय अर्ली सेशन, व्हाट डू आई मीन बाय लेटर सेशन? सो चलो अर्ली सेशन को कहेंगे फर्स्ट. सो इन माय रिसर्च आई विल राइट, in this research early session refers to first 2 sessions in the conference out of minimum 5 sessions scheduled for the day. minimum 5 sessions है तो उसके पहले 2 सेशन को मैं क्या कहूँगी? अर्ली सेशन. और ये कौन डिसाइड करेगा? मैं. क्यों? क्योंकि मेरा रिसर्च है. ठीक है? क्यों मुझे बताना होगा? सो दैट रीडर्स नो. ठीक है? लेटर सेशंस को उसका ऑपोजिट डिफाइन करेंगे. सो हाउ टू काउंट बोर्डम, वो जो हमने देखा सब. सो व्हाट विल बी माय रिसर्च टूल? दिस इज माय रिसर्च टूल. व्हाट विल आई डू? कैमरा लगा के बैठ जाऊंगी अर्ली सेशन में और कैमरा लगा के बैठ जाऊंगी लेटर सेशन में. चेकलिस्ट होगी मेरे हाथ में. एक ने बंदे ने यॉन किया, टिक. उसने यॉन किया, टिक. उसने यॉन किया, टिक. कितने यॉनिंग हुए मॉर्निंग सेशन में और कितने यॉनिंग हुए इवनिंग सेशन में, राइट? कितने बार लीन बैक हो गए पार्टिसिपेंट्स, टिक टिक टिक. दैट इज माय चेकलिस्ट. सो हमने क्या किया? बोर्डम इज एन एब्स्ट्रैक्ट कंसेप्ट जिसके इंडिकेटर्स ढूंढे और जिसको मेजरेबल किया और फिर हम रिसर्च करेंगे. इज दिस क्लियर? चलो अभी ये मुझे पकड़ के बाहर भेजेंगे, उसके पहले वाइंड अप करते हैं. ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन, कन्वर्ट एब्स्ट्रैक्ट टर्म्स इनटू एविडेंस बेस्ड मेजरमेंट. आई एम गोइंग टू शेयर द पावर पॉइंट. इट इज ऑन slideshare.com. कितने लोगों को पता है slideshare.com क्या है? वंडरफुल. 1 2 3 4 5. सो वी कैन डू रिसर्च ऑन दिस कि कितने लोगों को स्लाइड पता है. एजुकेटर्स, ऑल ऑफ अस शुड नो अबाउट slideshare. slideshare.com पे दुनिया भर के पीपीटी फोकट में मिल जाते हैं. सो वहाँ पे ये पीपीटी भी है, यू कैन हैव अ लुक एट दैट. सो ये आपके लिए होमवर्क है, कल आपको ये लेके आना है सुबह. पढ़िए. टू कंपेयर द फियर ऑफ घोस्ट एक्सपीरियंस बाय सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ड्यूरिंग डे एंड नाइट ड्यूटी. ये मुझे रिसर्च करना है कि जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स है क्या वो भूत से डरते हैं? वो दिन में सिक्योरिटी गार्ड भूत से डरते हैं या रात को सिक्योरिटी गार्ड जो है वो भूत से डरते हैं? सो अभी नाउ आप लोग एक्सपर्ट हो गए, आप लोगों को पता है पहले क्या करना है. ऑपरेशनली डिफाइन करना होगा. सिक्योरिटी गार्ड कौन, डर मतलब क्या, नाइट ड्यूटी का मतलब क्या, डे ड्यूटी का मतलब क्या. यू विल हैव टू ऑपरेशनलाइज, ओनली देन यू कैन गो अहेड. स्मॉल व्हीकल्स ब्रेक ट्रैफिक रूल्स मोर देन द बिग व्हीकल्स. ट्राई करिए ये आज रात को सोने के पहले कि कितने कैसे उसको ऑपरेशनलाइज करेंगे, किसको किसको ऑपरेशनलाइज करेंगे एंड इंडिकेटर्स क्या रहेंगे. कमिंग बैक टू द फर्स्ट स्लाइड, डज इट मेक सेंस नाउ? अभी इसका मतलब समझ में आ रहा है कि पहले 3 डेफिनेशन है वो असली साइंटिफिक बुकिश डेफिनेशन है और जो लास्ट वाला है वो उसको नंबर में डाल के रिसर्च के लिए रेडी किया. सो दैट्स द ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन. या when you undertake a research project, क्या या अभी अब जब भी रिसर्च करेंगे, आई एम श्योर सबको अभी रिसर्च करना है या नहीं करना है? वेरी गुड. सो जब भी आप रिसर्च करना चाहेंगे पहले इनवाइट करिए. किसको? मुझे नहीं इनवाइट करिए, आप मापन कुमार को इनवाइट करिए, राइट? सो दैट यू मेक एवरीथिंग क्वांटिफाइड. आपको कंसिस्टेंसी पसंद आए, आपको बिल्कुल कैजुअल टर्म्स पसंद ना आए, is very important. To remain evidence-based, behavioral, consistent, measurable throughout your project by framing valid and reliable operational definition. जैसे मैंने कहा, operational definition is catching the bus. एक बार बस सही पकड़ ली तो सही जगह पहुंचेंगे, बट बस ही गलत पकड़ ली तो you will never be able to complete the research in a right way. So thank you for discussing boredom rather than experiencing it. And don't forget me, मतलब not me, Mapan Kumar, when you do your research. Yeah? Questions के लिए time है क्या? नहीं ना? नहीं बोल रहे, सीधा बोल रहे, time नहीं है. But I don't think, and if there are any questions, I'm here. You can ask me anytime and or connect with me later on. Thank you very much.
So, I should be thankful to the organizers calling Asmita to present this beautiful interactive, live program, this workshop. So, thank you, Asmita. After 38 years of our contact, because we both were classmates.
38 and a half.
So, 38 and a half years, we were in the same class. So she was, how she was active that time, now also she is so active. Thank you. Now, gift. So I would like to give a small memento to Asmita. बाद में. So now, before tea, I request the NCED-INDIA Secretary and President to come over there because their postal presentation is ready. You just inaugurate and people, those who are interested, they can go and see. Please. Break 10-15 minutes. You can have your tea and then
We can break out for the
look
tea
at
break
that,
now.
पोस्टर पे चला तू आबे मेरे साथ तो आ
Wait, we don't announce.
11:15 to 11:30 is the tea break. After that, research presentation will begin. By 11:30, I request everyone to settle down by 11:30.
I request all the poster presenters to be in the hall.
Research paper only.
అవును రీసెర్చ్ పేపర్ కాదు షీ టోల్డ్ షీల్ టేక్ సమ్ సెషన్
ఆమెదే కదా ఇప్పుడు దాకా అస్మిత మ్యామ్దే అయింది ఇప్పుడు దాకా
मेरी शिल्पी मैम से शिल्पी मैडम से राउंड कौन सा
ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ అది
शूट करने के बाद पॉइंट शूट करने के बाद जो
I repeat and request once again for all the poster presenters to be on the hall as we are running late and the judges are already there. Now I request Dr. Sridevi ma'am to take over the stage with a topic, Global Perspective and Inclusive Education. Sridevi ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Hello, hello. Is everybody a life member here? Is everybody a life member of NCED India? People who are not a member, can you just raise your hand? Please. Can I have your attention, please?
Excuse me, hello. Let's have you all settle down, please. Now go.
Hello. We request all of you to please become a member of NCED India. That way, we increase the members and we have a WhatsApp group. So it is easy to trace, or if you have to send any message regarding any conference or workshop, it's very easy for us to do that. So it's my humble request from NCED India, please do become a life member. And we have Sheetal here. Sheetal, can you just stand so that people can see your face? She's wearing a yellow mustard sari, so people can recognize her. Please approach her. Please do become a life member. You will get a receipt for it. Okay? Thank you. You can approach her lunchtime, tea time, anytime. Yeah.
Excuse me, those who have registered earlier, their iCards are with me. You can contact me at the register counter and get that iCards. Thank you. During lunchtime at the registration counter.
हेलो, जब आप लाइफ टाइम मेंबरशिप लेते हैं किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, तो उसके बहुत फ़ायदे होते हैं. उसमें बहुत सारी जो इंफॉर्मेशन है रिगार्डिंग स्पेशल एजुकेशन रिहेबिलिटेशन से रिलेटेड, वो सारी इंफॉर्मेशन वहाँ पर आती हैं, अपडेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन आती हैं. इसके अलावा सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा ये होता है कि जब आप कहीं अप्लाई करते हैं और आपका जो बायोडाटा होता है, बायोडाटा में भी ये बहुत सारी चीज़ देखी जाती हैं, ये कितने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का लाइफ मेंबर है. तो ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है. तो ये सिर्फ 1000, 2000, 3000 वाली बात नहीं है. और इसमें ये भी कर सकते हैं, मेरा एक निवेदन है NCED इंडिया टीम से, कि जब ये रजिस्ट्रेशन फ़ी चार्ज करें उसमें लाइफ मेंबर के लिए कहीं ना कहीं वेटेज ज़रूर दें. जैसे हम ARPP में 200 रुपये, 300 रुपये ऐसे लाइफ मेंबर्स को रजिस्ट्रेशन फ़ी में रिलैक्सेशन देते हैं. तो इस तरीके से क्या है कि अल्टीमेटली यू विल गेट बैक. तो ये थोड़ा सा शुरू करेंगे तो उसमें थोड़ा सा और मोटिवेट होंगे लोग भी. और ये बड़ा फ़ायदा है कि आप लाइफ मेंबरशिप अगर लेते हैं तो बहुत सारे लोगों को आप बता सकते हैं भाई आई एम द लाइफ मेंबर ऑफ द NCED इंडिया. थैंक यू.
Thank you for your suggestion. We will surely implement it. Sridevi, over to you.
Yeah. Good morning, friends. Actually, today our theme, 3 days conference theme is empowering diverse learners, innovations, collaborations, and inclusive practices. This is what our theme. Based on this, actually, I would like to present a topic on global perspectives on inclusive education. Okay. Just I would like to discuss about what is inclusive education. We all of us know, everybody knows about inclusive education. What is mean by inclusive education? Can you tell anyone? Back side. क्या है, हम लोग डायली पूछ रहे हैं, डायली बोल रहे हैं, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन, इंक्लूसिव प्रैक्टिसेस कर रहे हैं, इंक्लूजन करना है बच्चों को, क्या करना, कैसा करना, स्ट्रैटेजीज क्या है, वो पूरा हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं ना. सो व्हाट इज मीन बाय डेफिनेशन ऑफ इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन क्या है? आपको क्या मालूम है तो वो भी बोल सकते.
Yeah, inclusive education, it is an educational approach that values diversity and promotes the participation of all students regardless of their abilities, disabilities, language, culture and socio-economic status. Irrespective of all these, then we are including children with disabilities. Is it right? Social perspective, and we are talking about cultural perspective and socio-economic status. Actually, why we need to talk about inclusive education? So it promotes social inclusion and diversity, okay, and enhances academic achievement, develops empathy and understanding, and prepares students for increasingly diverse society. And what are the global perspective? We are talking about Indian perspective. Now we need to discuss about global perspectives. Okay, there are different, we have many countries. So I have taken only 4 countries. Overview of different countries' approaches in inclusive education. So how they are following, what are the policies are there, what is the policy perspectives at global wide. So here I have taken Australia's inclusive education policy, Canada's inclusive education policy, Finland inclusive education policy, and India's inclusive education initiatives. वो क्या है? Okay? इसमें actually what Australia is following. Here the disability stands for education required that all Australian schools ensures that students with disability are able to access and participate in education on the same basis as students without disability. So the major point they have consideration is reasonable adjustments we need to do. That's what Australian education policy in schools. Okay, it was started in early 1970s. And Camel report says that schools in Australia recommended that government support for integration and resulting in Commonwealth funding being directed to government schools in 1974 and extended to the private sectors till 1975. Okay, when it was started in India, inclusion regarding कब start हो गया? Policies हमारे पास कब है? हाँ? कब है? RCA के पहले भी कुछ है policies? 1974, 73 also there, integrated education for the disabled children. IEDC policy is also there. Okay, in Australia it was started in 1970. Okay, the based on actually what they are following, what is the action plan for the inclusion. Here the following guiding principles based on Australian Disability Standards of Education 2005. Actually they have mentioned that all students can learn. Every child has a right to high quality education. Effective teachers provide engaging and rigorous learning experiences for all students. And a safe and stimulating environment is an integral to enabling the students to explore, build their talents and achieve the relevant learning experiences, outcomes. Okay, and then for students with disability, an additional learning needs and reasonable adjustments need to do. Okay, this is what Australians. And then now I am talking about Canada. Okay, so here inclusive education policy objective is here also same, accessible, equitable, high quality education we need to provide, and that is culturally and linguistically responsive and accepting, respectful and supporting, valuing their learning and diverse abilities, and based on the principles of human right. Okay, Canada is also same, human rights, equity and respect for all students. The goal is to create welcoming the environments where all the students can learn and succeed. Same we can see the Canada, Australia and India, wherever it is there, the inclusive policy aspects are same. Equity, क्या बोल रहे हैं? Equity, respect all students and based on their human rights. It's a human right approach. Okay? And these are the guiding principles of Canada. Canada's Disability Inclusion Action Plan also guided some principles laid down in Accessible Canada Act. Okay, including here nothing without us. Human right based approach also they have mentioned. Same anti-discrimination, principles of equality, equity, and it should be implemented through government systems. Wherever the policy is there, it should be implemented by the government systems, policies and programs and services. Okay, and intersectionality it was mentioned. The major objectives of this Canadian inclusion policy is the Disability Action Plan has 5 key objectives. One is improve the social and economic inclusion of persons with disabilities and reduce the poverty among persons with disabilities. Yesterday, Khan sir said, what about the socio-economic status of persons with disabilities or children with disabilities? Okay, how we are introducing them, how we are involving them, what type of measures we have taken for persons with disabilities, that sir has mentioned. Okay, is it right? Like that, we should improve the socio-economic inclusion of persons with disabilities. And they have followed that policy. And reduce the poverty among persons with disabilities. How we can reduce the poverty? Is there any measure? Is there any solution? Through employment. Okay, like that Canadian also they have opted that policy. And then achieve the Accessible Canada Act goal of barrier-free Canada by 2040. Okay, हमारा barrier-free environment का कब है इंडिया का? Is there any policy related in India? Hi, actually. Okay, develop a consistent approach to disability inclusion across the government of Canada and make it easier for persons with disabilities to access of federal programs and services. And foster culture of disability inclusion. Okay. Next one is this actually what I read is here Finland's inclusive education system for disability is based on the principle of principle of educational equality. विद्या में पूरा समानता देना, विद्या अवकाश पूरा समान देना है और and believe that all children can learn together. The system aims to provide to support students with learning difficulties and disabilities. Same हमारा पास क्या है तो वो भी same है. Okay, and this is also related to social model. Actually, Finland has opted social model of disability. Okay, in inclusion perspective, inclusive education is based on social model. Whether the child is medically diagnosed with a disability, it is not absolute requirement for determining the provision of support. Although a doctor or psychologist may be involved in the assessment if necessary. Okay, this is the Finland is opted social model of disability. We have inclusion perspective, medical model, social model. और एक model क्या है? हाँ? अभी बोला? Child centered model, charity model. Okay, charity model. But Finland is opted social model of disability. Next, actually, this is the best country for inclusion perspective. They are saying Finland. Okay, because this has given Finland the distinction is of being the most equitable school system in the world, with the smallest gap between its lowest and highest achieving pupils according to the World Economic Forum of Global Competitiveness Report. Okay, this was the best country which is following best inclusive policy. Okay, next, now we are coming to the India. Okay, India में क्या क्या policies है? पहले world में क्या क्या policies है for inclusion के लिए? What are the policies we can see? Have you heard about this one? UNCRPD, Salamanca Statement. कब से शुरू किया? कब से है policies? Inclusion के बारे में? No, पहले भी है. Dhaka framework, सालमन का स्टेटमेंट और कुछ एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल, वो भी कॉन्सेप्ट्स है ना, वो पूरा इंटरनेशनल लेजिस्लेशन हमारे पास है, वो भी हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए हमारा इंडिया भी वन ऑफ द राटिफाइड कंट्री है ना, साइन किया हम, ओके। इसीलिए UNCRPD एक्ट 2007 से हम लोग भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर रहे हैं। RPWD एक्ट हम लोग प्रिपेयर किया, ओके। आफ्टर PWD एक्ट 1995 वी हैव implementing RPWD Act 2016. Okay, so what are the national initiatives taken by India? So हमारा भारत क्या क्या initiatives taken for inclusive education? Okay, so here actually समग्र शिक्षा अभियान आप सुन लिया? वो समग्र शिक्षा अभियान है, and there is a provision for home-based education for covering children with severe and multiple disabilities has been extended. Children till class 9th है, IEDC स्कीम बोल रहे, ओके, नो IEDSS स्कीम बोलते, ओके, IEDSS स्कीम, ओके। एंड देन RPWD एक्ट आपको मालूम है, ओके। हाउ मेनी कैटेगरीज ऑफ डिसेबिलिटीज है? 21, पूरा सब, और 21 डिसेबिलिटीज के लिए हम लोग हमारा स्कूल्स में इंक्लूजन करना, इज इट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग? 21 डिसेबिलिटीज के लिए कुछ गाइडलाइंस था है और नहीं है? 21 गाइडलाइंस 21 डिसेबिलिटीज के लिए पहचान करने के लिए हाउ वी नीड टू असेस दीज डिसेबिलिटीज, दैट आल्सो मेंशन्ड इन आवर मिनिस्ट्री वेबसाइट, ओके। गाइडलाइंस था, वो भी देखना पड़ेगा आप लोग, कंपलसरी है। असेसमेंट के लिए ऑडियोलॉजिस्ट, स्पीच डिसेबिलिटीज, हाउ वी नीड टू असेस, एंड अदर एस्पेक्ट्स के लिए पूरा 21 डिसेबिलिटीज के लिए गाइडलाइंस है। बट आवर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट नीड टू implement those guidelines. Based on that only we need to certify the persons with disabilities according to their categories, 21 disabilities. Okay, so RPWD Act also it was there. This was an initiative of the Indian government. And then Accessible India campaign. What is that? सुगम्य भारत अभियान, आपको मालूम है ना क्या कर रहे हैं सुगम्य भारत अभियान में? A policy, it was implementing from December 3rd, 2015 by the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, aims to achieve universal accessibility for persons with disabilities across India. Okay, आपको गाइडलाइंस भी आप एक बार देखने हैं तो हमारा मिनिस्ट्री वेबसाइट में वो भी देख सकते, क्या क्या है, फैसिलिटीज क्या करना, कैसा करना, वो भी। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ यू आर एंटरिंग द डोर, व्हाट इज द वाइड स्पेस वी नीड टू लीव देम। इफ हमारा स्कूल में एक कोकोनट ट्री है तो कैसा करना, कैसा रहना चाहिए, ब्लैक बोर्ड्स है तो एट व्हाट लेवल द ब्लैक बोर्ड शुड बी देयर, ओके। एंड देन व्हाट इवन रैम्स कैसा रहना चाहिए, व्हाट इज द मेजरमेंट, वी आर बिल्डिंग मेजर रैम्स वगैरह, रेलिंग्स वगैरह है ना, बट वो कैसा बिल्ड करना, वो भी गाइडलाइंस है, ओके। एनी टाइल्स है, टाइल्स रहते हैं ना क्लासरूम में, वो टाइल्स भी कैसा रहना चाहिए, इज देयर एनी एक्सेसिबिलिटी? एक्सेसिबिलिटी है हमारा क्लासरूम्स में? आप एक बार सोच लो ना, बिकॉज मेनी ऑफ द NGOs आर देयर, दे आर कंडक्टिंग स्कूल्स, इज देयर एनी एक्सेसिबिलिटी? व्हाट आर द गाइडलाइंस? ओके, actually the policies and action taken by our Indian government we need to follow, that's enough, okay. And then national action plan for skill development for persons with disabilities, ये क्या है? स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, वोकेशनल एम्प्लॉयमेंट, सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस बढ़ाने के लिए बच्चों का और फैमिली का हम लोग क्या करना, स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स इंट्रोड्यूस करना, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग देना, वो भी इसीलिए ये प्लान है, नेशनल एक्शन प्लान फॉर स्किल डेवलपमेंट फॉर पर्सन्स विथ डिसेबिलिटीज। इट इज ए डेडिकेटेड स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम aimed at providing high quality of vocational training with a focus on persons with disabilities, okay. Then PM Daksh portal, मालूम है ना PM Daksh portal? क्या है इसमें? A one-stop destination for persons with disabilities, skill training organizations and employers across India to be a part of the National Action Plan for Skill Development for Persons with Disabilities implemented by the DEPWD. हमारा गवर्नमेंट इतना काम कर रहा है, आप एक बार मिनिस्ट्री वेबसाइट जाके पूरा क्या करना, ढूंढना पड़ेगा, सर्च करना क्या क्या पॉलिसीज है, हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं, ओकेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं बच्चों को. ओके, नॉट ओनली द classroom system, we need to empower the children by teaching occasional skills. Make in India, Skill India, भारत, ओके पूरा हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, बट हमारा बच्चों को भी क्या करना, कैसा करना, वो भी सोचना. ओके, and these are the guiding principles by the over. And then by the disability inclusion action plan includes a non-discrimination, accessibility, inclusion, respect, equality of opportunities, dignity, and informed choice. Okay. So the stakeholders, how it is possible? By implementing the stakeholders in government and state and central. And then major challenges आपको भी मालूम है, lack of resources, insufficient teacher training programs, negative attitudes and limited accessibility. हम लोग टीचर्स को इंक्लूसिव सेटअप में कैसा पढ़ाना बच्चों को, एक क्लास में हर एक डिसेबिलिटी बच्चा है तो हम लोग कैसा टीचिंग करना आपको भी मालूम होना चाहिए. दैट लेवल ऑफ ट्रेनिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द टीचर्स. ओके, एंड लिमिटेड एक्सेस, एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं है क्योंकि आदिलाबाद वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में है तो बच्चों इधर आने के लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं. इवन nowadays also at AVJ also from आदिलाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट से इधर आने के लिए और निज़ामाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट से इधर आने के लिए उधर कुछ सेंटर है मैडम, कुछ स्कूल है मैडम, ऐसा पूछ रहे. उतना फैसिलिटीज़ हमारे पास स्ट्रेंथन करना चाहिए. दूर दूर बहुत दूर से आ रहे हैं ना बच्चों, उनकी थेरेपी के लिए. नेक्स्ट स्ट्रैटेजीज है, टीचर ट्रेनिंग should be given more importance, curriculum adaptation and assistive technology and collaboration with parents and communities. So these are all we know for the sustainable development. And major research also need to be done in this area, building awareness and understanding the addressing the concerns about misconceptions. ये बच्चा नहीं पढ़ेंगे, वो बच्चा नहीं करते, ऐसा वो misconceptions हम लोग रिमूव करना. ओके, फ्यूचर डायरेक्शंस क्या है, हम लोग क्या करना. नेक्स्ट, emerging trends in innovations in inclusive education. That's why our topic is innovations है. Innovations क्या है, that's why yesterday onwards we are asking innovation क्या है, classroom में क्या कर रहे हैं आप लोग, कुछ implement कर रहे हैं. Is there any other strategy you are using? That in that way all the teachers need to think and the school managements also need to think. Okay, and personalized learning, nothing but IEP. Okay, personalized learning is nothing but IEP. And technology enhanced learning and socio emotional learning के बारे में भी हम लोग फोकस करना चाहिए. Thank you. Madam only, thank you ma'am. Okay, I have finished in time. Yeah, any questions?
It's a nice presentation. You have given a lot of description about the inclusive education that has been taking place in different countries.
Yes.
It's nice.
Yeah.
But whereas in our country, it is not so happening. As you said, it's some countries they are adopting social education is a social status. I mean, social obligation is there. So, but here in India, the education for the handicap, education for the any rehabilitation activities are still charity based. So that attitude government has to change. So it should be right based. Though, say when a NGO goes to ministry, because I have faced personally, when we goes to the ministry, when we talk to the secretary level, सर हमारा पैसा नहीं है, ग्रांट नहीं रिलीज करे तो वो भी थोड़ा देते हैं, वो भी नहीं हुआ तो. So who asked you to start the NGOs? See, this should not be by a bureaucrat. So being a central government IAS officer, so he is not supposed to tell that. Who asked you to start that? And here also in Hyderabad, in state government, when we go with the proposal, they look like beggars. See, we are working for the society. We are working for the society, leaving our personal obligations. But nobody is bothering about that. But government is not thinking, but it is very finely it is given. As she is given a lot of information, so our policy says, policies implement karne ka kaun hai? Policies are there. Who are there to implement? Who are there to question? If we question, they just keep, hey, jao jai. Then where is that? Then they say, Amar Kesh jaisa bole sarka, we have to tap right place. That's a court to jaake hamara application hum lekana hai. But it is right based. When it's all, see, education for all bole, kitne log ko education milta hai? So, it's not there. Nobody is bothering for that. But at least this has to be, every teacher should think it of properly. And
sir,
we have
actually-
to. Yes. So many people after, no, हो जाता है 8th class, 9th class, पेरेंट्स लेके फिर वापस आते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं, सर उसको कुछ भी नहीं आता है, अब 10th class कैसे पढ़ता है, उसको कैसा भी पढ़ाओ, उसको सिखाओ. Then when the child grown up to 15 years, 16 years, coming back to special school, what we can do? It's very difficult for them to bring them up on par with the peer groups, on the same age group. So this is the practical problems we are facing. Yesterday जो बोलते थे वो cochlear implantation वाले, crores of rupees they are spending. I don't know why this being spent. The कितने बच्चों को उसके ऊपर, where is the accountability? Who is bothering about? Government is not bothering about just paying for cochlear implantation. कितने बच्चे success होता है? How much crores of rupees being wasted? That's not bothering.
Yeah,
मेरे
sir.
पास वापस minimum 24 बच्चे हैं. 2 dozen children are there with cochlear implantation, failing the cochlear implantation, coming back to the special school. क्या करना है उसे बच्चों को? So this is very burdening issue. We have to think it of. So this is humbly I am putting in front of all of you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, sir, that my opinion is we need to create the awareness for the stakeholders first itself. Because हम भी एक grant in aid sanction के लिए committee को बुला रहे हैं, but they will take their own decisions because national institutes को भी involve कर रहे हैं. But the guidelines, whatever they are doing, but they are not taking into consideration. They are calling and they are taking something, but like that awareness is
One small personal problem I am telling. See, there are 200 plus 20 or something studying plus 2. So most of them are above 18 years. Simply the government of India said 18 years ka above ko bachang ko hum paisa nahi dete. So what they should do? They should be removed from the school. They don't want it to give. Only I sent a proposal for 220. They have given approval for 66 people. Then what is this nonsense? Who is there to bother about that? So this is the burning issues. Nobody is thinking of. Our teachers को भी कितना salary? 1400, 1700. ये grant in aid को देते, वो ऐसा बिच्छा दिए सरकार देते. What is this? एक जना BA, BEd, MA, BEd पढ़ के years together serving for the deaf people, but nobody is bothering for that. चलता है गाड़ी चलाते हैं. And how long this can be done?
Sir, I would like to add to this point. After having attended these kind of conferences, we have been having so many every year. I think we have to take it up as national educators of the deaf under our letterhead. We will have to write to the government and we will have to tell them ABCD points have not been agreed upon. See, each of us are talking about inclusion, but inclusion is failing in India. We all know it and we all accept it. But failure for inclusion in India and universal education is many reasons, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But in addition to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, We also have issues like a commitment and obligation and responsibility to the child who comes to us. The child who comes to us, I have had personal experiences where children come saying cochlear implant has failed. The doctor has saying doing the other year. When 1 year has failed, it's very easy for the person behind the desk to say, oh, this is not working, do the other year. But who is the person who is affected is the child. So we need to educate the children in one side of the story, yes, but the educated child, educating the parent who comes from a rural area, at that moment, the parent has no mental strength to look into what is needed and what is not needed for a child. If somebody who is wearing a beautiful white shirt, sitting behind a desk, which is a huge corporate office, having a multi-million-dollar backing, he says, no, 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 you do implant, it's magic, they will believe them. Whereas if, to be honest, NGO, Balavidyalaya, it's a small roof, and we are sitting behind a desk and we are saying, hello, we'll help you, whether you're wearing hearing aids or implant, it doesn't matter, we'll help you. What we say and what a doctor in a corporate office says is different. So when I'm saying it from an NGO's perspective, it's not taken as seriously as a doctor who is wearing a smart suit. I'm just wearing an ordinary salwar or a sari. So what I'm trying to come across here is we as educators are responsible for this. We have to tell the government doesn't know. Somebody goes and tells the government this works magic. Immediately he says, oh yeah, let's do it. Money spent is magic. So they think it's magic. So we have to tell them it is not magic. So and I think after this program, we will have to take it up. We will have to send letters, and one letter is not going to be enough. They will just read it and put it away. Time and again, we have to keep on reminding the government, please don't take policies like this.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyway, ma'am, actually, awareness is more required, sir. Actually, we are creating and conducting many awareness programs. In spite of that also, there is a lacuna because parents didn't have any idea about the programs and policy perspectives. Even sometimes the reservations and scholarships वगैरह भी मालूम नहीं है बच्चों को. The parents को कुछ भी नहीं मालूम नहीं हो रहा है. So we need to create more awareness programs and campaigns, and like CDI centers also, I thought that CDI centers need to establish in government sectors also. Then only it will be possible. We may achieve the inclusion goal. Thank you. Okay.
जो खान साहब का जो कंसर्न है रिगार्डिंग गवर्नमेंट का एटीट्यूड को लेकर के वो जेन्युइन है, और एनसीडी इंडिया से निवेदन है कि जिन को प्रॉब्लम है गवर्नमेंट के बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम से इनिशिएटिव से वो अपना एक रिकमेंडेशन एनसीडी इंडिया को दें, और एनसीडी इंडिया इसको कंपाइल करके गवर्नमेंट को भेजेगी और देखो कुछ उसका समाधान निकलेगा. मैडम आपका प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छा था. इसमें 2-3 चीज़ें मैं ऐड करना चाहता हूँ. यू आर सेइंग दैट फिनलैंड इज़ द बेस्ट मॉडल है उनका. इसमें मैं ऐड करना चाहता हूँ कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ एजुकेशन ने अपने 50 स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स को फिनलैंड भेजा था आज से कई साल पहले. वहाँ का मॉडल आप देखिए और उसको दिल्ली में इम्प्लीमेंट कीजिए. तो एक तो ये. दूसरा आपने कहा AIC एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेनिंग वाज स्टार्टेड ऑन 3 दिसंबर 2015. इस AIC कैंपेनिंग के अलावा एक और इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ सेम ड्यूरेशन पर, इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल फॉर पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज़. 3 दिन का फेस्टिवल था और इसमें दिव्यांगजन से संबंधित जितनी भी मूवीज़ हैं उनको वहाँ दिखाया गया. AIC के अंतर्गत जितनी भी बिल्डिंग हैं 50 बिल्डिंग्स इनिशियली स्टेज पर उन्होंने चूज़ की. बिल्डिंग्स, रेलवे स्टेशन, बस टर्मिनल, प्लेग्राम्स, एयरपोर्ट एंड मार्केट, ये सारी जो चीज़ें हैं ये एक्सेसिबल होनी चाहिए पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के लिए. तीसरा, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट हैज़ बाला प्रोजेक्ट. बाला प्रोजेक्ट में BALA, बिल्डिंग एज ए लर्निंग एड. जैसे आपका विंडो है विंडो में आप अल्फ़ाबेट बना दीजिए, विंडो में आप काउंटिंग बना दीजिए. आपके स्टेप्स हैं, स्टेप्स पर आप काउंटिंग लिख दीजिए, स्टेप्स पर आप टेबल्स लिख दीजिए. तो इस दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट था, आप पढ़िए कहीं साइट में होगा ज़रूर. बिल्डिंग एज ए लर्निंग एड. थैंक यू.
Hello. I very well agree with Khan and his hanger.
Yes, anger is very angry because this is really happening, and I am hearing this. Policies are made again and again and again and again, and people are saying at least कुछ तो होता है, कुछ तो होता है. वो कुछ कितने लोगों के लिए जाता है, कितने लोगों के लिए नहीं जाता है. He is really very true. NGOs are really suffering, and we are doing it because we have the love for the children. So the children are like our children, so we have to somehow do it. Fight with these people, fight with that people. So awareness also, we are talking about awareness. Who should make the awareness program for those people who are sitting at the top? People are who sitting at the top does not understand, they do not understand anything. That is why they make policy after policy, whether it is possible, whether it is feasible for our country, where will this be, how are we going to implement? Nothing is done. Seen other models, they are also doing something or the other, but it is very difficult nowadays. We are doing something, but the government is not at all supporting. NGOs are, what he says, they are treating the NGOs like kachras only. Okay, we are sharing government's responsibility, and we help them out to, you are not able to do it, at least we will do it for karke. But nahi ho raha hai. So this is something very serious, and this is, we are talking about for the so many years, not now. I think when the NCED revived from the first conference, we are saying we have to do something. Khan used to fight then also. He is still fighting, but he is doing a good job. Okay, so we need to think about it, and how to go about, we don't know. Maybe in some places,
Ma'am, can I suggest, can I recommend one thing? Next awareness program, sensitization to the IAS and major stakeholders, then it will be good. Otherwise, ma'am, nobody will implement.
Wait. I'd like to, you know, in conferences, it's very easy to comment, we should do this, we should do that. Nobody takes it up.
We need to, ma'am, at NCED.
You see, when we are talking about all this, we have people from Aliyawa Jung, we have the CRC centers, SRCs. You people are directly in touch with the government, with the ministry. You people should take it up. Yes, at NCED-INDIA, yes, yesterday only we took it up, that we are forming a committee. We will be now approaching the government. But you people are directly in touch with them.
Yeah, actually, ma'am.
But see, like you said, I agree with you, but who will take it up?
Okay. Actually, ma'am, RCA is also 5 years back sensitization programs we have conducted for the stakeholders. Means pre-service teachers, in-service teachers, headmasters, वगैरह program भी conduct किया. हमारा website में देखना है तो आपको information मिलेंगे.
RCA also has to be told what is happening. They also have no clue.
Yeah.
They don't know what is happening in the ground.
You see, when we talk of accessibility, right?
Yeah.
Why are the hospitals, railway stations, everything, why are they not loop inducted? Isn't it the duty of Aliyawa Jung or the other NGOs, whoever is directly in touch with the government, to guide them?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Madam.
Yes.
So
Madam, you are
it
talking
is
about...
very easy to play the blame game, but who will bell the cat?
Madam, excuse me, madam.
That's true.
You are talking about putting a soundproof, loop induction at the
This is
railway station.
just a small
Right.
suggestion.
Here, just I wanted to just clarify, everyone special educators. What is the ratio, teacher-people ratio at the preschool level? Preschool level, 4 or 5, that's all. When the schooling age, up to 5th class, 8. Intermediate, 10th class, 10 up to SSC, 8. No. 8 members. Other places? Is there any specific 1:10 or 1:8 बोल के किधर भी है? अभी तक उन भी नहीं है. When this question I asked the director of NIHH, he could not able to tell. I asked this question to the HOD, they could not tell. Then to whom we should ask?
Exactly. So that is what we are requesting. Ali Awajang and its who are direct, you people have the ministers and the secretaries, everybody coming to your institute. We want, at least you start. Yes, we will support. And yes, NCD India is making a team. But let me tell you, after the conference, how many people are going to write to us that what has to be done? Nobody.
Madam,
At least, ma'am, through this conference, we may recommend this time.
we will write, we will
Yes,
write.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what we want.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
Then after
And we
that,
want, yes,
yeah,
that whatever, like if
Ma'am,
if-
every
if
year we are
institutes like Aliyavar Jung only will give up, then
No.
where do we go?
I think we have to wind up. Gayatri,
Alia Varjan got up, please.
Aliyavar Jung.
I am Dr. Gayatri Ahuja, Head of the Department, Education, AYJ, NISHD. I promise whatever recommendations are coming from this conference, I will put up to the ministry, and this I am taking up. I promise. So whatever has to be
That's all,
put up,
over.
and if you have attended Asmita Huddar's session, be clear as to what do you want. Don't be ambiguous. Be specific and be in clarity form. Give it to me. I promise I will do it for sure. So AYJ is still there, and AYJ will fight for the special educators of the country.
Please think of Asmita when you write the letter. 1 second. Dr. Gayatri Ahuja will be writing on behalf, one second. She will be writing on behalf of NCD India. Okay? She. I'm part of AYJ. Yeah. So we will be flashing the email ID. Okay? Please, we want your suggestions. Please send email. We will compile it and we will take it forward. Okay? And, huh? नहीं, अभी दे सकते हैं, but when we flash.
नहीं, अगर आपको लिख कर देना है तो यू कैन कॉन्टैक्ट अस, और आप लिख के भी हमको दे
नहीं
सकते
नहीं,
हैं. not an
एनसीईडी का ईमेल है तो कभी भी
ईमेल
भेज
भी
सकते
है,
हैं ना.
ईमेल भी है.
हाँ, कभी भी भेज सकते हैं, ईमेल में भी.
Okay, thank you, Sunny.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
मैडम ने कहा
Thank
कि
you, ma'am.
अलियावर
That
जंग
was indeed a
national-
wonderful session. I hope everybody agrees that. Over to Shilpi, ma'am.
एक मिनट मैडम ने कहा कि अलियावर जंग नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट का काफ़ी स्टाफ यहाँ पर है, कई लोग मौजूद हैं. मैडम, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर ये डिफ़िकल्ट होता है, क्योंकि जब आप अपने बॉस के सामने खड़े होते हैं तो आपका मुँह नहीं खुलता है. ये हमारी मेरी क्या, सभी की लिमिटेशंस होती हैं. दूसरा, एक एनजीओ में जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में बहुत बड़ी एनजीओ में बहुत बड़ी ताकत होती है. एनजीओ के अंदर बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, तो उसकी बात सुनी जाती है, ना कि किसी एक एम्प्लॉय की बात सुनी जाती है. तो ये लिमिटेशन रहती है.
Thank you. So I think everybody's woken up with this conversation, and so now for the next speaker, it is my absolute privilege to introduce an esteemed expert who needs no introduction to many of us, Dr. Sunny Mathew, former director AYJ NISHD, and a true inspiration in the field of education and special education. Dr. Sunny brings us with her 25 years of rich teaching experience. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
We have been noticing today all the chairs are full. After lunch it becomes half empty. So please remember, if it's half empty, no CRE points. At least for the point you have to come back.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I was, in fact, about to leave this place and running away to Bombay, not Bombay, to somewhere else. Thanks to my HOD who at least said that Aliyavarjan will do. Isn't it, Khan sir? The hot debate is happening, what we are doing, what government is doing, how NGOs are treated, and everybody is putting a little bit of additional, stress on what GOs are doing. I said thanks to Gayatri and for taking the initiative like of FIJ and ISHT. So, respected my teachers, my mentors who are here with me, my Saraswati ma'am, Asmita ma'am, Lata ma'am, Amita ma'am, a series of my teachers as well as the mentors, my colleagues, my teachers, my students, my fellow professionals. It is indeed a great moment for me to stand in front of you and talk about a topic which is slightly debatable, challenging in today's scenario. So the theme when NCD has selected for innovations in special education, initially I thought, is it something a typographical error? Innovations in special education, because all these days in many conferences they say special education closed down hone wala hai, special school band hone wala hai, special school band hone wala hai, no new schools are coming. This is what we heard all these days. Then I said, what made NCED to take a topic on innovation in special education? Obviously, we as special educators, special education is the root of education of children with hearing impairment when we are singing. So, when we are talking about the history of special education, it dates back to 19th century, and special education documentations have started here and there. The first special schools have started in 1886. But if you look at the research data, this is the first presentation that I am doing it without having any research evidences. I'm very sorry. I do not know, maybe I am ignorant, I do not know number of special schools offering education to deaf and hard of hearing in the country. Do we have a data? Census doesn't have, NSSO doesn't have, UNESCO country report very clearly says that the literature on special education is very limited. And it is very difficult to access. This is a documented, these things they are saying. They are also saying that insufficient documentation in special education is one of the key challenges where no one is able to, or the researchers or the professionals are not able to discuss further on this aspect of special education. This is a documentary evidence which we are providing. And if you look at, yes, the special education has a history of 139 years. If we say that 1886 is the first school was established, we have 139 years. But if you look at it in our lifetime, we have seen the special education has gone a lot of changes. Everybody agreed that what I have studied and what I am seeing, there are changes. There are transformatory changes which has come up. But the special education has always modified their practices, evolving or based on the needs of children with disabilities. So the theme that I have selected is balancing tradition and progress, the conservatism and innovations in special education of deaf and hard of hearing. It reflects an interplay between the effective traditional practices in education and embracing the advancements that is happening in the field of special education. Because even the discussion what Khan sir has said has also struck me very nicely, and I will answer to you. So there should be a balance between the tradition and the progress. That is the only solution that. So I am just going to talk about the conservatism and the innovations in special education. And in the last few months, I think those who are associated with Aliya Varjang or national institutes or government institutions, you might have seen the departments have conducted many faculty development programs. Everywhere there are an RCI-sponsored faculty development programs where the National Policy of Education 2020 as well as the National Curricular Framework of Foundational Skills of 2022 and School Education of 2023 are widely discussed and the information or the provisions were shared. Whether it is National Institute of Hearing Handicap or with the intellectual disabilities, every national institute with the support of the government has taken place. So if we are doing it, the FDPs on NCF, NPE, why is it so? So this is because the education in India is experiencing a transformative changes, placing a greater focus on inclusivity and equitable access to the child. That is why with the transformatory changes what is happening in the policy and the practices, we are or RCI is attempting to prepare the teachers, to equip the teachers about the changes that is happening in the country in terms of education. For me, everything is positive. I have nothing negative, you will see that. More or less, I find something positive in everything. That is why I said, in 1986, hope you all will remember, when the national policy came, where computer literacy was highly emphasized in the national policy of 1986, there were strikes, there were representations stating that if you are going to computerize, humans ka job nikal jayegi. In my college, I know many days there were no classes were suspended because of the strike. But today you tell me, what, we cannot live or work without computer. So always remember, it depends upon the right practice or the right implementation, sir, what you said. If we implement it, and if our beneficiaries feels that this has a beneficial effect on me, whether it is personally or professionally, then we will use. Sir, we all are using mobiles. Why? Irrespective of any age. Because we know it is very beneficial to me. I can connect to people. Exactly that is what is happening. So if you look at that, this transformatory changes that is happening, obviously in special education also, this change is happening. So what are we doing? It is basically, the emphasis that we are giving today is we are moving away from like special needs in isolated settings to building an inclusive educational framework for the future. Do not think that we are leaving away with the special education and inclusive. What I am telling you is within the special education, we are looking at inclusivity. That is what is the focus. That gives the ray of hope. Any policy or educational program or the practices that you all are talking about, inclusion, it has a base of special education. Let us look at the milestones in the disability. When I was making the slide, I myself was reflecting. I said, PWD Act mein to integrated education bola hua hai. IEDC also talks about integrated education. But really speaking, we are the base. Special education is the base for all these policies. First school has come in 1886, then 1924 our schools, then integrated education programs, then the 86 national policy came, then RCA Act of 1992, 95 mein we got integrated education, still they have emphasized on special education. 1999 mein we have DDRS, Deen Dayal scheme, where special schools were given the funding. NGOs were given the funding to start the special schools. Then we have Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan also, where inclusivity, special education or special schools will act as consultancy centers for them. So concept-wise, everywhere the special education touch is there, but many people have misinterpreted or they have put the special education slightly hidden in all the acts. You tell me, even in 2020 May National Policy also has an emphasis, teachers ko, special educators ko empower karo. And even NCFSS and NCFS maybe, the special education emphasis is given on that. So, because of these modifications in adapting to evolving the needs of disabilities, at the same time we need to say over agar aap dekho 1886 to 2023, lot of changes have taken place. So it is our responsibility, or I say is the root of this education of deaf is special education. And in this journey, you all will agree with me that it is our responsibility to maintain the traditional approaches and adopt transformatory innovations to deliver a comprehensive, holistic education to children. We cannot be behind how sir is telling. If I say, I'm sorry, I have no personalized this thing on cochlear implantation or sign language. Sorry, my intentions are not correct. What I am telling you is when you are focusing on cochlear implantation as teachers, when we are doing AVT, we should also remember that in my class there may be 1 or 2 children who are not able to benefit from AVT. For that kids, what are we going to do? This is, I'm talking about special education. There I'm talking about the inclusivity. Did you get it? I am not talking about mainstream education inclusivity. In your class, when there is a heterogeneous group of children, when their needs are different, you cannot ignore the fact that I will take this 3 children's needs, I will satisfy through my practices, educational practices, and the other 2 will be ignored. Then that class is not this thing. So, my presentation's tagline, or I say is that this conference tagline, particularly on the theme of innovations in special education, I recommend is that preserve effective traditional practices and embrace groundbreaking advancements. This is what I suggest for the special educators. Preserve. When we are talking about special education, we cannot forget the contributions of Kunda Dalvi. We cannot forget the contributions of Saraswati Narayana Swami. We cannot forget the contributions of the Rekha Roy and her Sen families. We cannot forget the contributions of Gupta family, whatever I'm just sharing. Khan's family, like that, or individuals. I'm not saying about the family business. I'm not talking about that. But we need to respect the contributions because they have shown us evidence-based practices. Am I right? Isn't it? When I went to CSCD, I'm convinced how a child can be given the language without having sign language. When I have gone to Lata Madam's classes, I have learned if the child is having a multiple disability in your class, how the ASL or ISL can benefit or total communication can benefit to support that child. That is what we need to look at. So when we are talking about, so what those evidence-based practices, today some X or Y practices have come. That doesn't mean I am going to leave everything aside and I'm going to run behind. No, the tested practices we need to hold on. It is the moral responsibility of every special educator, including me sitting in this dais or in the audience, to understand that whatever the best practices. I'm sorry, I said yesterday when I heard Amita Madam's Life Achievement Award ka speech, I was very much touched. I said, the legacy that she has given to us, the effort that she has given to us in language development. Tomorrow she is there, I may be there or not there, Meera will be there, or any one of us be there or not. But what they have given to us, if it is tested and if it is real-time practice, it is beneficial, it is proven, it is our moral responsibility to carry forward. That is why, that is what is innovation. I always say it is not just innovation, आगे आगे आ रही है सब innovation है, पीछे पीछे जा रही है सब खत्म. No. The innovative practices which has happened in the past and the present and the future, everything along with the time-tested practices, we need to do it. In one single slide, whatever I have been taught by my teachers in B.Ed. M.Ed. class, I have put it. Asmita madam hai, so I was very careful about modes and methods likhne mein. I said if madam is, because ma'am has given in her manual very clearly, and she has taught all her students the differentiation between mode and method. Nobody will make the mistake. Same way, methods, techniques, maxims. Isn't it? They can see, they all are telling it. I said, in a nutshell, this is our educational practices where we are following. Either it will be an auditory global approach of uni versus multi approaches we are using. We have philosophies which we are practicing in our special schools, either oralism, TC or educational bilingualism, different modes, different methods, even combined method, natural method, structural method, we are utilizing it for language development. Subject teaching ke liye we have a set of things. Techniques we have, all these things we are using. But today, if any special educator is going to use lecture method in a class where the child requires a multisensory experience, that is not conservatism. I will say, please don't preserve that lecture method of teaching history or geography to my special children. Please stop that. If you have tested, and if you are very sure that if I give a lecture or a lecture method, if I teach history to my children and if they can get it, if they can perform well, please go ahead. That is what research-based evidences are very much essential. So that is why when we are going to talk about the conservatism, so conservatism means the special education, the traditional practices. So traditional practices means you should take it as the time-tested practices. These are the research-based or evidence-based practices which we can use. I have given an example. For example, here there is a danger. I am not referring to a particular school or a particular state where an X thing is working. I am looking at the India's scenario. I am looking at the rural and urban special schools. I am looking at the schools run by my NGOs, GOs or aided ones. I am looking at all aspects of schools, small sector, big one, high school wala. But always, for example, I have given, for example, when we are going to use, like for example, if I am using oralism as a philosophy in practice or oral instructions have been given, please ensure that all the children in your class should benefit, because there is an imminent danger that a particular practice can overshadow the importance of embracing, I'm using the word, embracing the diverse communication philosophies. Whatever we practice is not at the cost, and there is no single solution to our deaf education. You have to test it, you have to practice. That is what I said. You have to test it, you have to understand that yes, this practice can work out well in my child. Declare it, evidence you bring it, document it, because we need literatures. We don't have no literature, I can say zero literature available on all these practices. We don't have a published book on maternal reflective method or combined methods. Right, we don't have, except Madam Likha wala language and communication for the D.Ed children, we don't have no literatures available. What are we going to pass it to our new generation? We don't have. So that is why this overshadowing, you have to be little bit careful. And in India's today, case scenario, since I've talked about oral, this thing, I'm also talking about sign language. The sign language is considered as the timeless mode of communication. It is a cornerstone for the DHH community. And very important for me is that I am not an activist. Again, I am saying, I'm disclaimer. Pale disclaimer, I am neither an activist of, as a speaker, I'm saying. As a speaker, neither an activist for oral or the other way. But what I'm trying to tell you is that sometimes some of your children in your class benefits from ISL because it bridges the gap between the tradition and the modernity. Khan sir has rightly brought out one single fact. Sir said, "Mere paas 15 cochlear implant failure wala bachcha hai." What will we do with that, sir? Aap log sab special educators say, what will you do? You have to have a manual approach, right, sir? How will you communicate? Basic communication, how will you develop? If the person is having cochlear implant is lost, no, they cannot change the processor. No support of auditory verbal therapist in your village or my village. What will we do? So circumstances we need to, certain places, that is why I'm just linking it here, sir. It bridges the gap between the tradition and the modernity. Hope you all are getting what I wanted to share is that. So the auditory limitations, whatever the child is experiencing, we can overcome it through other issues. Obviously, since it is special education, we need to also talk about the preservation of culture of the deaf community. Why I know that this presentation, when I'm making it, I was very dilemma tha, and I was very much thinking how my presentation should gear. I should bring the facts on to the stage. Ma'am, you and me, irrespective of any option, whether it is any practices what you have done, Bala Vidyalaya has a unique practice that has to be documented, madam. We require it. Many people, why during my tenure as director, I have pulled her for Dhwani, to create awareness on that. Because these things we will not get it. So it is our responsibility that we know. Same way if you look at the deaf community cherishes their unique cultural identity. But preserving the culture and embracing the traditions, like whatever the sign languages, it's evolving, the signs are evolving. Unless we support, who will support? Exactly, the deaf literature is not there at all. Because even AYJ has a library, ma'am is there with us. Many of my colleagues are also there. Library, we don't have literatures. Maybe maximum, abhi Madan sir aaya, 1-2 books he has written, that might be the thing which we have it. So the deaf literature, it is very important to preserve the deaf literature. The deaf clubs, the deaf communities, the deaf activities. It is also because when we are talking about traditional, obviously these are the practices, this is the culture which we need to embrace and we need to document it, we need to share it to the others. So cultural preservation, that is why it is very important when we are talking about special education. So don't get worried, you will be thinking I'm a real politician. है ना, ये मैम है तो ना जंप मार रहे इधर, है ना? That is what I said. Carefully, NCED has given me a topic where you have really made me a fix. Or let us look at the advancements when we are talking about advancements. All. And if you look at it, the advancement in technologies, particularly for the education of DHH, is advancing, right? And particularly those who are working in government sector, and many of your students must be beneficiaries. We have a DIP scheme of Government of India where they give hearing aids and cochlear implant at a much affordable place. We also have supportive therapeutic activities like auditory verbal therapy. Or maybe, Ajkal, I don't know, ma'am, group hearing aid and all those things have gone now, at least FM and IR also there. I don't know much of the schools, may it is not there. But technology-wise, now cochlear implantation may be, if you go through the literature, the MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in US, who is advancing in cochlear implantation, now their research is going to come, they are going to bring up the product of invisible cochlear implant. The microphone and everything is inside, you will not see a thing. The product, the research has been almost at the verge of completion. This is what we read. We are getting the data. So advancements are happening. Earlier, I think Saraswati ma'am has taught, Saraswati Narayana Swami has taught children with the body level. Meera is teaching with children with BT and this thing. It's again the generation, what next? We do not know. Advancements are happening. So if you look at that, yes, these advancements also, I am not restricting it only to the assistive devices. Digital tools, lot of digital tools have come into it. Nowadays, you all know it is that Sign Learn app of ISLRTC New Delhi. Nowadays, you don't have to worry about sign language. They have all the app. You can use that app for learning. You have a lot of YouTube videos in ISL where people can teach the concepts, right? Real-time captioning is coming up with AI-powered tools. So Google Live transcripts and all those things are coming. Forget about even general able-bodied children ka materials, like for example, Byju's app and this Khan Academy apps, even they have captioning and those type of facilities. I'm very surprised for their children also. They must have developed it, not for Divyangjan, what I can understand. They must have looked for the multilingual. Those children, you know, the other languages, they speak in English, then they give the Hindi transcript, you know, the Marathi transcript, Urdu transcript, like that they are putting it, whatever it may be. We can also utilize that for our teaching purpose. So if you look at that, even in digital tools also, we have a lot of changes happening. Okay, and nowadays, you know, IIT and all those things are working on speaking gloves. I think you all must be knowing it. So many times they visit FIJ, you know, to get the feedback of like, you know, whether it is going, you know, their research is going on properly or not. Anyway, so if you are going to look at the innovations, what I can say is that in our special education today, we have uni versus cross-disability intervention. I wanted to ask even Poonam ma'am, now she is in charge of our cross-disability early intervention center, where I don't think so she has only hearing impaired children, DHH. The highest percentage are ASD, then she has ID, then she has DHH, then she has ADHD, LD, like that, cases. Special education. Are you getting the point? So in special education also now you have a cross disability. So in your own classrooms, please look at your children carefully. Isn't it? All of you in the regular, I am not talking about the private advanced clinic, sir, I'm not. I'm talking about a normal, an NGO run or a government run institution. We cannot deny education to children. Education is their right to education, we admit. But when you look at, then they will say, oh, this child has a reading dyslexia, hair dysgraphia, LD ka component is there. It's, so many things are happening. We talk about today, so today is, even we have uni, like AVT and things like that goes in the uni, this thing, whereas cross disability is coming up. Then we have online learning and teletherapy is also, with thanks to COVID, lot of online and teletherapy activities are happening in this thing. Auditory verbal therapy is also, it is like another innovation for us with the, this thing with the cochlear implantation. We have another thing is we have moved from the like inclusive concept to, you know, enrich your inclusive concept. Now we have universal design for learning. We also have inclusive teaching practice. Again, please don't confuse with the inclusive education mainstream school. No. What I am talking is within the special education. You do differentiated instructions. You do collaborative learning in your special school. You do cooperative learning or cooperative teaching methods in your this thing. So all these things are innovative methods within the classrooms. Okay. We also have peer learning strategies now, and then we have virtual reality, and aajkal I think the mental health is also something which many of the schools are taking a little bit seriously, they are looking at. So a lot of mindfulness activities and activities based for socio-emotional learnings are also the special education is focusing on. So we are moving, we are, the needs, modern demands and needs we are looking at, and we are just putting it. And bye-bye education is also in full swing. More and more acceptance are coming up with, and I think Gayatri ma'am will be able to give you enlighten on the government's initiative. Now yesterday, last week, I think Gayatri, I happened to see our director attending a meeting where CBSE, suo moto action they may take if CBSE is not going to introduce sign language. CBSE was there, NI voice was there, Gayatri, someone else is also there. So lot of ministries, and the secretary is firing them. We said when the policy has come, RPWD has come, what action you have taken? NPE has come up, what action you have taken? So the CBSE, the deputy directors were literally, they were pulled for that. Even we know ISLRTC is now coming up in a big way, and they are contributing, in developing materials for their curricular materials. I'm saying everything has its own ups and downs, but movements are on. And the latest one, I think you all must be knowing, is the skill development program, because a lot of focus is given to the occasional skill. And PM Daksh is also, I think even Aliyavarjang is also having a batch, we are running for that. So occasional education is also, we are moving in this thing. So overall, if you are going to look at that, the entire education, if you say with the NPE coming in and with all these transformations we are doing, the holistic and multidisciplinary education we are providing. We have the transformative curricular framework, that is the National Curriculum Framework for FS, Foundation Skills, that is for early intervention, chotu bache logo, ECCE ke liye. And then we have NCFSE, that is for school education, okay? And then we have assistive technology, a lot of products are coming up in the field, wearable technology, digital platform, visual turning, all bolne ke liye we have so many things which are happening, and the government or the country claims these as innovations. But again, I am back to my basic idea that it is very important for us to balance the tradition and innovation. How can we do it? The only option is, I cannot leave one and go ahead with other, because each one has its own limitations, strengths and weaknesses. So it is very important for us as special educators working in special schools to integrate traditional and modern special education practices. I'll tell you my experience on that. Nowadays you have seen paperless offices. At the age of 55 now I am learning e-office. I'm very sorry. One colleague of mine told me, "Madam, you don't know how to use e-office. You are still with the paper. You have not read the circular. The ministry has sent you that e-office, start paperless office." I think Shishir is here. They all send the letters through e-office. I have no option. You got it? What I mean to say is that if there are any teachers, due to any reason, if you don't want to change, you don't want to update yourself, sorry, we don't have space in this special education. And I know that all of you are, or wanting change or want to incorporate the new trends, what is happening in the field. That is why you all are here for NCED. I don't believe that it's only for CRE points ke liye. CRE points ke bine bhi we have got 250, 300. I have seen, isn't Asma ji, hum log Mumbai mein we have seen. So don't think it is only CRE points ke liye, but everybody wanted to know what is happening in the field, and when we come for conference, it is the right practice for us. That. And very important again, harmonize the cultural values with technological advancements. That balancing, the harmonizing both the things is also very essential for us. Obviously, I said like my role is changing, my responsibilities are changing. Same way, we, the special educators working in special schools, we will be having a changing role, and we need to change with time. Then only we can bridge that gap between the old and the new. I'm coming. When we are doing, there are ethical considerations that you should always keep it in your mind. Because the first one, what I wrote was balancing the needs of technology, the adopters versus non-adopters. So it's very important for us to accommodate both students who benefit from technology, like cochlear implant or anything, and those children who are not benefiting from that particular technology. And the second, so this part, it's an ethical consideration. You cannot have any biasness. We as teachers, we as management, school management, we cannot have much biasness. If you are enrolling such children in your class, it is our responsibility to ensure that his right-based education is given to the child. The second ethical consideration we need to look at is the accessibility versus over-reliance of technology. I know that the technology improves the accessibility, but we should not forget that over-emphasis on technology, the root thing, what we are saying, the foundational skills we should not forget. I think Amita Thai must be very upset, and I can tell you, Leta ma'am will be more than upset. I know these teachers very personally, that is what I'm taking their names. Because I have seen Leta ma'am writing unseen passages, leak, padake. But today, who wants to read? Do our children wants to read? Barabar, the reading lessons, auditory training lessons in our, the classes in our special schools is not there. No kids want to read. Why? Mobile chahiye na? That is all. That's all. But ethical consideration mein I cannot. Literacy, how will you develop? I remember one of my relatives was saying, why should you teach me ABCD? You teach me typing, na? Why should I write? Why should I write? Because computer hai na? You teach me typing skills. So ABCD usme main type karke de दूँगी. Why should I write? So you have certain things. That is what the focus on language development, the focus on sign language development, or whatever it may be, oral or the manual, whatever, do it. The literacy skills, the reading, writing, and whatever the skills that you are developing, obviously technology should not overshadow this. And also it is very important for us to create awareness on the innovations happening in the field of education of deaf and hard of hearing, but respect cultural conservation. So with all these things, when I am going to talk about it, what is the way forward in this year? Exactly, we need to build a unified approach. We need to train, including me. I said I'm not exceptional. We all are in the path of learning. Special educators to embrace both traditions and innovation. Don't leave the past and don't go only behind the balance, and everything should have a evidence base based on you feel, yes, this child requires this, there we should be. And we also need, special educators cannot do everything alone. We need the collaboration of parents, teachers, policy makers. I agree with you. And all this, the future what when we are going to shape, it is going to have special education in an inclusive, adaptable vision. We need to hold on even in special education. Otherwise, our special education will have no place in the society and हम लोगों को ना बाकी लोगों के साथ भागने को नहीं मिल जाते हैं. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And my last word, again and again when I go, it is preserve effective traditional practices and embrace groundbreaking advancements. Thank you so much for my patience listening.
Hello, any questions?
Lunch को नहीं जाएगा, question नहीं पूछेगा. Half of them are already in the lunch. हो गया.
Madam, your presentation is very nice because the title itself says balancing. You have very balancedly given your explanation, but giving explanation, you put us on the dilemma. So it's some people say that this method is good and that method, particularly the students who are getting into enroll in this field, and they are getting confusion. So what type of method I should follow and stick to that?
Yes.
Because madam is stick to the method, and some people says the sign language.
Yes.
He's telling completely because that, as you said, we have to respect the deaf people. So deaf people, that they insist for sign language only because
Sir,
that's their right.
Sir, that is
So-
why I am saying that don't believe anybody. You first, you get aware about, facts and figures you need to know.
So
आधा देके नहीं, like I always say that हाथी का drawing है ना, blind person drawing हाथी, पूछ देके बोले कि यही है हाथी, sorry. Methodology what you wanted to, or the educational practices that you want to do it for DHHS, don't depend on one thing. You look at evidence, you look at the proven fact. I forget about you don't know research. ऐसे अस्मिता मैम का research बोलेगी तो हम लोग को बहुत tough है, हम लोग classroom innovative practice. At least you see successful children who are in front of you. Or the children who, I am saying that don't do bada wala Einstein wala research, कुछ नहीं करने का. But you should convince, but you should be committed also. बहुत बार हम जाके CSED में जाके आके बोलते बहुत अच्छा टीचर, अरे क्या क्लास था, खुद को क्या कर रही है? Brother is doing now an NGO doing innovative programs on early intervention. We will say, oh, brother ka udar. But we need to look at that practices. We need to study those models. We need to look at whether that model can be replicated in my place. If so, a lot of homework need to be done, madam. It is not that, that is what I said, teaching is passion. And such teachers are always the researchers, and they will do their best.
Deaf people are used to signing, that's what he's saying, ma'am.
I agree.
Hard of hearing.
I agree. I am not saying that. See, I'm very sorry that I learned only one language. Oh, sorry.
The percentage of deaf people. He's saying they're used to signing. So, as a deaf person, he says he would always support signing much.
Ma'am, sir is saying that deaf people are separate, and the people who you sign what is sign. Like that, you should categorize deaf people as separate and hard of hearing as separate, and those people who are gone through the cochlear, whether they had a success rate in cochlear or not, but they should be in a separate category because we, as you said, cultural identity, which that doesn't match with these people. Hard of hearing has some different culture and these people have different culture. So treat deaf as a separate category and hard of hearing and those people who have gone through the cochlear thing. So you should treat this, see this as three categories.
Sir, I have no issues, or I have not told that, segregation, unity in diversity is what our country is following. Am I right? If that was the case, even special educators of Maharashtra should separate, Andhra Pradesh should. What are we trying is, today we have gone beyond a particular culture. And I prefer, if we have more, like for example, those who knows Hindi and English has a better hand than me, isn't it? Same way, the deaf culture may be different for the different communities. Oral group will say that, why can't we do? See, this type of arguments will not work. Any practice, even I agree, if they feel they can be both oral and sign language also I have. But deaf community ka culture, I agree that.
And
Respect that culture. But not all children prefer that. Not all children will benefit. That is what I said. Need-based education, but that inclusivity you need to remember. Otherwise, the classroom, it is like government is paying salary for only a small percentage of that. At the same time, we should not neglect also a particular group. That is what is my whole intention of this presentation.
What sir is saying that, if we believe in inclusivity as well, but as a member, he's also a government employee who got retired with his services and he's serving for the community. He's saying that, when it comes to employment opportunities, though we are deaf, so those people have some benefit of hard of hearing. They can have a better language than us, better English than us. So they are considering with us only. So deaf people only. So wherever we as a profound person, at one point of time, I used to get a nice job because of this thing happening. They're clubbing us. So there is less opportunity for me to crack that particular exam because education is better for them. For deaf people, there is no better education. There's no language properly developed with them. So by labeling deaf or hard of hearing together, it's fine. We don't have any problem with that. But when it comes to job opportunities, when it comes to earning, when it comes to going to a better college or something, that's where the problems comes.
Ma'am,
That point of view is saying we want to get separate category in that thing.
There is something they wanted to say. Because today again inclusivity, you can.
Child you see. People are saying use sign language. But sign language, when they use sign language and then they come out, do they have the reading and the writing? Do they have? No. So see that what is best for them. Use sign language, but at the same time, there should be good educators. I'm sorry for that. But if you have good educators, I think everybody benefits. Use any method. And as she rightly said, don't forget the traditional. That is what we four are doing. We are taking the traditional as well as applying the new, and that is the sign language to it. So children who are not benefiting also benefit and are at par with everyone. Because I feel very sad. Children say we are using sign language. But when it comes to writing their own name, when they come for skills development to us, they can't even write their name, and then they will put their hand in the pocket to see where they address. And I now literally I hit them on their hand. I said, you learn your own spelling, learn your address, and then show me. So you use sign language. I'm not saying no. But even that should be systematically done. Every sign is different everywhere. Why? So when they come for learning skill, and when you want to give them employment, we can't. Because the sign is not understood. They don't know to write. They don't know to read. Then it causes problem. We have a beautiful artist. I'll give you one example. Very beautiful artist. But when it comes to a question, he does not understand. His drawing is way different. But when you help him, what it is, write to him, everything, he can't read. But when you tell him through signs he understands. But reading, if he goes somewhere for a competition, he cannot read and draw. Then he says, I didn't get a prize, my drawing is good. It doesn't work, na? So I think the learning outcome should be good.
Hello. Hello, Suni ma'am, wait. No, this is, I'm answering Khan only. Yeah, in the schools, we face that problem being Pondicherry is a small place. There is only one school is existing there. And we get variety of children.
whatever may be the age, whatever the background, whether they were attended the regular school and then coming back, and cochlear implant failures, whatever it is. Because we don't say no to them. If you say no to them, they will not go to any school. They are not going to from one state to another state and admit the child in the school. So the child will stay at home. So in that situation, we take them, whatever may be the age, whatever may be their background, but when we don't say ourselves we are a oral school or we are following the sign language or a total communication. It's a khichdi. I understand that it is a khichdi, but we do whatever is needed. The child is not listening at all. He needs some kind of sign support. Okay, you support him with the sign. But as she said, speech reading or the writing literacy skills are very important. So side by side you take care of the literacy skills, but whatever may you can approach the child, whether it is oral, whether it is sign, whether it is gestures or listening or speech, whatever way, finger spelling, whatever way. But we cannot say that I am an oral school. That is okay. Because in that situation, if you say I'm a oral school, I'm not taking this child, I'm not admitting the child, that is not going to help the deaf community, those children. So, kaan to gaya. So that is what is happening in the smaller places. These are the things we are facing it. But as Suni madam said, how to approach them, how to go ahead with them, how to bring them to that level, whatever level they can reach their potential. We can bring them up to that level, and then we can guide them to follow in the society, mainstream society. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a minute.
Dr. Suni madam.
Hello.
Please.
Just on behalf of NCED India and of course the AP and Telangana chapter, I am very thankful to Suni ma'am. This was a nice presentation, and after 10 years I am sitting as a student here and I feel very good, and I hope this presentation for the special educator is most important and valuable when the students are coming to us. As a special educator, we have to think about what we have to do with the children, what the way we can help him. So thank you very much.
No time. Now it's a time to felicitate these two speakers. So, Madam Suni madam.
Suni ma'am and Dr. Sridevi ma'am onto the dais, please. A round of applause, please. A bit louder, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Now we can break for a lunch. Kindly stick to your seats by 1:45 sharp.
Now it's visible. But I have shared to your just a minute, ma'am. I'm trying to share my PPT. Now it is visible, na? Okay. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am going to present about social emotional learning and effect on mental health, how it can nurturing and inclusive inclusive classroom for holistic growth. So I welcome you all in this presentation. So I will cover through this presentation. First is introduction, what is social and emotional learning and what are the impact on mental health. A brief theoretical background about who has given the importance about social and emotional learning, and important aspect which is very very important to know, that what are the aspect of social and emotional development, especially at the young age, and what are the impact on mental health. So, and at last, what are the ways, because it is very important to know the ways to teach balance social and emotional development, especially at school. So come to the introduction. So social and emotional learning in school is important, not only for the academic growth, but for the overall development of the child. As we are very much aware that with the help of RTE or NEP, we are focusing on the overall growth and development of the child since beginning. But school has an important role. So it has a strong connection with the child in following areas like academic performance. Yes. No. Sure. Okay. I think I'm audible, so no need to interrupt any other way, right? Excuse me. So it is very important कि अगर हम ये बात करें कि बच्चे के सोशल एंड इमोशनल लर्निंग का स्कूल पे क्या रोल है, बिकॉज सोशल एंड इमोशनल इज nowhere in curriculum, but it has important impact on academic performance. Many of you will ask कि academic performance का social and development होगा, of course हो, which we see later. So the child will able to understand the interpersonal relationship, interpersonal within myself, within my sibling, within my parent, within my school area, like my peer, my teacher, how to develop that relationship. It is part of emotional and social development. तो ये बहुत जरूरी होता है कि बच्चों को बहुत ही शुरू से हम एक हेल्दी डेवलपमेंट के लिए सोशल एंड इमोशनल के साथ साथ इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप में भी उसके इम्पैक्ट को देखें. एंड ऑफ कोर्स सोशल एंड इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट एक हेल्दी पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट का पार्ट. पर्सनालिटी कहें तो एडल्टहुड में वो हम देखते हैं, एडल्टहुड में हम बात करते हैं, बट हेल्दी पर्सनालिटी के लिए एक चाइल्डहुड एक्सपीरियंस, एक चाइल्डहुड जो लर्निंग है इमोशनल एंड सोशल लेवल पे, वो अगेन इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. And ultimately any society, any association, WHO, international standard of any health or well-being, they focus on the well-being of any individual. तो हमारा सबसे बड़ा जो मकसद होता है कि well-being क्या है, well-being को डेवलप करने के लिए, अच्छे से डेवलप करने के लिए एक सोशल एंड इमोशनल के बैलेंस डेवलपमेंट की बहुत ही आवश्यकता है. So the child who develop a strong social and emotional skills, उनके लिए easy होता है कि they can cope effectively with the stress and adversity. कई बार आजकल अगर आप न्यूज़पेपर में देखें, मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया में देखें, तो the children who are at adolescent age or even at later stage, they face lot of adversity. It is the reason may be disaster, reason may be natural disaster, reason may be academic pressure, reason may be some financial issues at home, maybe parental discord relationship in parental level. So the reason, any reason can be induce the stress and adversity. But जिनकी social and emotional skills थोड़ी better होती है, अच्छी होती है, तो they can cope effectively. उनको cope करने में थोड़ी सी सहूलियत होती है. And of course build positive relationship with peer and teachers. घर में तो पेरेंट्स के साथ, सिबलिंग के साथ में वो रिलेशनशिप मेंटेन हो रहा है, अच्छा या बुरा जो भी है, लेकिन एक अच्छे सोशल एंड इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट के लिए ये जरूरी है कि बच्चे को ये सिखाया जाए कि वो अपने आसपास के पीयर ग्रुप से कैसे इंटरेक्शन करे, कैसे वो टीचर के साथ इंटरेक्ट करे, कैसे वो स्कूल अथॉरिटी को समझे. तो ये ऐसा नहीं है कि एक दिन की एक्सरसाइज है, इट इज अ कॉन्टिन्यूम प्रोसेस. And of course the teacher and peer relationship is also important. And of course if we are talking about the inclusiveness is not just provide the curriculum management and opportunity to come to school with the children who is having special need, but ये भी उसी का ही पार्ट है कि हम कैसे एक पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप डेवलप करते हैं. जिस बच्चे को स्पेशल नीड की आवश्यकता हो या नहीं हो, तो कैसे उनको एम्पथाइज करे, कैसे जो एक बच्चा है दूसरे बच्चे के लिए उसकी कमियों को जानते हुए उसको सपोर्ट करे, उसके चीजों में आगे बढ़ने में उसको मदद करे, और उससे जो मदद कर रहा है उसको उस चीज कैसे ग्रेटिट्यूड फील आ रही है. तो ये भी एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. And of course the responsible decision making is also important for anyone, and which will contribute to a positive and inclusive school environment. The social and emotional development is part of inclusiveness, part of overall well-being. So I think it is very important, and sometimes it is part of curriculum, sometimes it is beyond the curriculum, but it has a very vast role, very important role in our society. So next is, just hold on, I am getting some disturbances in my some other no, I'm not able to close it. Thank you, ma'am. So what are the theoretical perspective? Theoretical perspective, as all we are very much aware that Erik Erikson has given us so much emphasis on psychosocial development of the child, and he has divided into 7 stages. Again, the Jean Piaget, known for the cognitive development, but he focused on the social and emotional development also. Leo Vygotsky, John Bowlby, Goldman, emotional intelligence, they have focused on many of the social and emotional development. And Albert Bandura, as we are very much aware that Albert Bandura has a social learning theory. So whatever the society will project the behavior or the how to deal with the emotions, the child will learn in that way. And Lawrence Kohlberg moral development theory, it is also again emphasized on the gender social development and emotional development. So in conclusion, I'll say that many of the theories beyond this theory, many of the theories, if you will go in detail, you will find that social and emotional development जो है, जो बच्चे के नॉट ओनली सोशल एंड इमोशनल बल्कि कॉग्निटिव, सोशल एंड इमोशनल फैक्टर्स जो इन्फ्लुएंस होते हैं बहुत सारे इंटरनल प्रोसेस से। इंटरनल प्रोसेस क्या है? सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, हाउ आई एम अवेयर अबाउट माई सेल्फ, किन बातों से मुझे दुख होता है, किन बातों से करके अच्छा लगता है, क्या मेरी एथिक्स हैं। एंड द एक्सटर्नल एक्सपीरियंसेस सच एज अटैचमेंट, मदर ने या टीचर ने या बच्चे, दूसरे बच्चे ने उसको किस तरह से अटैच किया, उसके इमोशंस को, क्या उसकी अटैचमेंट है, क्या इन्फ्लुएंसेस रहे, एंड व्हाट आर द सोशल इंटरैक्शन, उस बिहेवियर का, उस इमोशनल बिहेवियर का, उसका सोशल इंटरैक्शन पे क्या प्रभाव पड़ा। तो these are the important mechanism to develop the social and emotional and very important कि जो emotional skills हम बच्चे में डेवलप करते हैं उससे कई बार बच्चे हेल्दी रिलेशनशिप को डेवलप करना सीखते हैं। एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दे रेगुलेट देयर इमोशंस एक होना और उसको रेगुलेट करना, जस्ट लाइक अ रेगुलेटर ऑफ योर फैन। सो इफ यू नीड कि मुझे थोड़ा सा मीडियम लेवल की चाहिए, पंखे की हवा चाहिए, तो यू कैन रेगुलेट, आप उसको, आपके हाथ में वो कंट्रोल होता है। तो ऐसे ही इमोशंस को रेगुलेट करने के लिए कि कौन, अगर मुझे किसी चीज को सुनकर दुख हुआ तो मैं उसको कैसे कैसे प्रोजेक्ट करूं, या कौन सी चीजें मुझे कहाँ पे बतानी है, कौन सी चीजें मुझे हाइड करनी है, या कौन सी चीजें मुझे पोस्टपोन करनी है उसके रिएक्शंस में। तो बच्चे उन चीजों को सीखते हैं एंड अडाप्ट टू द सोशल इन्वायरमेंट दे काउंटर, और उसी से ही कौन सी चीजें उसकी इनकरेज हो रही हैं, वो सोशल इन्वायरमेंट से वो उसको रिवर्ट करते हैं। हमेशा से जो भी थ्योरीज अगर आप पढ़ेंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि अर्ली रिलेशनशिप अगर 0 to 1 years का है तो मदर के साथ या केयर गिवर के साथ में किस तरह का अटैचमेंट रहा हो, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। एंड सोशल लर्निंग, उसको सोशलाइजेशन कैसा, सोशल लेवल की लर्निंग कैसी हुई, कि क्या उसको किसी के लिए, किसी को हिट करना उसके लिए एक इनकरेजमेंट बनता गया, या बच्चे के साथ में इस तरह का हुआ कि कोई अगर गलत चीजें हैं तो उसको तुरंत वहीं पे स्टॉप की गई। तो उसका एक लर्निंग है, वो प्रोसेस उस तरीके से हुआ कि राइट एंड रॉन्ग के बीच में बच्चा अपने आप को डेवलप करता है। एंड ऑफ कोर्स द कॉग्निटिव प्रोसेस, कि उसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग, हाँ ये मैंने गलत किया, हाँ ये मैंने अच्छा किया, इसको करने से ये मेरी एथिक्स है, मेरी मोरल वैल्यूज मुझे सेटिस्फाई करती है। तो इस तरह की चीजें बच्चों में आती हैं, डेवलप होती। ये एक छोटा सा जो है इन चीजों को सोशल एंड इमोशनल लर्निंग, जिसके लिए 3-4 कंपोनेंट बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं, स्पेशली सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, कि आप अपने इमोशंस के बारे में कितने अवेयर हैं, रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग जो मैंने आपको बताया, रिलेशनशिप स्किल्स की पीयर के साथ कैसे रहना है, टीचर्स के साथ कैसे रहना है, जो भी और भी बच्चे हैं जो डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप है या एडवांटेज ग्रुप है, या मेरी अपनी कमियों को मैं कैसे उसमें प्रोजेक्ट कर सकती हूँ। तो ये सब सारी चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड सोशल अवेयरनेस, सोसाइटी में क्या उसका एक्सेप्टेंस है, एंड on the basis of all these component, the child can manage. This is called self management of the social and emotional aspect. ये जो मैं अब नेक्स्ट बता रही हूँ that is important aspect of social and emotional development in school, especially in school. सेल्फ अवेयरनेस जो मैंने कहा कि किसी चीज का सैडनेस, हैप्पीनेस, एक्साइटमेंट, डिप्रेशन, स्ट्रेस क्या है, उसको वो उस चीज को कैसे ले रहा है, क्या उसके नेगेटिव एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, क्या उसके पॉजिटिव एक्सपेक्टेशंस है, क्या उसके आउटकम है, और उसको कैसे सेल्फ रेगुलेट कर रहा है। एंड सोशल अवेयरनेस, डेफिनेटली द अदर्स आर, how the others are taking these behaviors in a social context, this is also important. And relationship skills, कई बार आप देखे होंगे कि कुछ बच्चे ऐसे होते हैं कि अगर घर में उनको थोड़ी सी दिक्कत होती है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल कि अगर पेरेंटल डिस्कॉर्ड है रिलेशनशिप में, तो द चाइल्ड समटाइम्स दे प्रोजेक्ट देमसेल्फ इन स्कूल लाइक बहुत सहमा सा रहता है, बहुत दबा दबा सा रहता है, किसी से बहुत ज्यादा अपनी प्रॉब्लम शेयर नहीं करता। उसे लगता है कि अगर मैं अपनी प्रॉब्लम बताऊंगा कि मैं क्यों होमवर्क नहीं किया, या मेरे पास पेंसिल नहीं है, या मेरे पास ये रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, बिकॉज ऑफ फादर इज नॉट प्रोवाइडिंग ऑल दिस थिंग। तो ये सब सारी चीजें उसके रिलेशनशिप को इम्पैक्ट करती हैं। जब social and emotional, ठीक है, हम in a school setup we cannot change the home environment at certain level, लेकिन जब हम उस बच्चे को स्कूल में अगर हम पॉजिटिव दे रहे हैं तो बच्चे का अपना मैक्सिमम जो डेवलपमेंट है वो हो सकता है. एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग, कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं बड़े कंफ्यूज से लेटर लाइफ में, बड़े कंफ्यूज से डिसीजन मेकिंग होती है उनकी, क्या है, बार बार वो एक ऑथेंटिकेट करते हैं अपने डिसीजन दूसरों के प्रति. तो ये सब सारी चीजें उनको रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग करने में हैम्पर करती हैं. और यही हमें सिखाना है कि अगर व्हाट इज राइट, व्हाट इज रॉन्ग, व्हाट इज इमोशनली एक्सेप्टेड, व्हाट इज सोशली एक्सेप्टेड, तो बच्चे को वो डिसीजन मेकिंग में इजी होती है अगर हम अर्ली स्टेज से शुरू करें. तो कई बार आपने देखा होगा कि कंडक्ट डिसऑर्डर में, जहाँ पे बच्चे को स्कूल से ही वो शुरू होता है, और सबसे पहला जो रिपोर्टिंग होती है ज्यादातर वो स्कूल में ही आती है कि द चाइल्ड इज नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ द अथॉरिटी जो स्कूल अथॉरिटी है, उनसे डिसओबेइंग करना, कन्फ्रंट करना. डिसओबेइंग रूल उनकी एक बहुत ही कॉमन सी आदत होती है. तो वो इसमें होता है कि उनकी डिसीजन मेकिंग जो है, क्लास से बाहर, स्कूल से बाहर भागना है, तो उसमें बच्चे की डिसीजन मेकिंग रॉन्ग हो जाती है. उसको छोटे से प्लेजर चाहिए होता है, लेकिन उसके लिए वो दूसरे तरीके अपना लेता है. एंड इमोशनल एक्सप्रेशंस एंड कोपिंग, दैट इज अनदर वे विच वी आर हैम्परिंग देयर, और वी आर टीचिंग देयर इमोशनल एक्सप्रेशंस. कई बार है आपने देखा होगा, अगर स्कूल में है, अगर एक बच्चे को स्पेशल नीड की आवश्यकता है और दूसरे जिसको नहीं है, तो वो उसको कैसे ले रहा है, कैसे उस एटीट्यूड को मैनेज कर रहा है, कैसे वो जो उसकी स्किल्स हैं वो उस बच्चे के प्रति एम्पैथेटिक तो है, लेकिन एटीट्यूड क्या रखता है, क्या बहुत ज्यादा सिंपैथेटिक है, या बहुत ज्यादा पॉजिटिव है, या बहुत ज्यादा नेगेटिव है, या बैलेंस है, कितने उसको सपोर्ट करनी है, किस चीज में है, उसकी एसेट्स पे उसका ध्यान है क्या. तो ये सब सारी चीजें हम उसमें देखते हैं. एंड सोशल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स भी उससे डेवलप होती है. इट इज ऑफ कोर्स ह्यूमन बीइंग हैज ओन कंसर्न. हम कई बार अपनी ही चीजों से, अपने ही चीजों में सेल्फ सेंटर्ड होते हैं, पर डेफिनेटली ह्यूमन बीइंग इज अ सोशल एनिमल. तो हम सोशल जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है, सोशल जो नॉर्म्स है, उसको हम इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते. कई बार बहुत सारी आपकी जो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग है वो सोशल नॉर्म्स के लेवल पे आधारित होती है, और बच्चे को ये अर्ली स्टेज से सिखाना बहुत जरूरी होता है. पीयर इन्फ्लुएंस एंड सपोर्ट, कुछ लोगों की ऐसी डेवलपमेंट ऐसी हो जाती है कि दे हाइड, दे डोंट कोऑपरेट विद द अदर पीयर, एंड सम चिल्ड्रन आर वेरी वेरी सपोर्टिव एंड केयरिंग. तो ये बहुत मार्केबल डिफरेंस होता है कि उसका सोशल एंड इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट कैसे हुआ है. एंड टीचर एंड स्टूडेंट रिलेशनशिप कैसा रहा है. किसी बच्चे ने कमी होते हुए भी अगर छोटी सी एफर्ट लिया, क्या टीचर ने उसको नजरअंदाज किया, टीचर ने उसको बहुत प्रेस किया, टीचर ने क्या उसकी छोटी सी एफर्ट्स को एक्नॉलेज किया, तो दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट. एंड इट क्रिएट लॉट ऑफ effort to make relationship with the teacher and student relation. And in inclusive, not inclusive, but everywhere school climate and culture is very important. बच्चे की कमियों को इंडिकेट की जा रही है या उसके एसेट पे है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ द चाइल्ड इज cerebral palsy in a school, child is having cerebral palsy, and his IQ is very good, so definitely if he is not able to participate in some sports activity due to limitation of the physical limitations, but the child may have creativity in other sense, like painting, drawing, or AI, or computerized something, or sitting games or something. So are we able to provide that kind of climate at school? So it is also developing the hope, developing the happiness, developing the strength among the child, among the children, or the school, or the children who is studying in particular that school. And the culture, what are the culture is not just making festival. Culture is, if the child is in trouble, so school is able to take that decision We have to support the child up to maximum end. So that is also important, that the sensitivity is very important. And of course the school alone cannot develop the healthy relationship, healthy environment alone. Parental and community involvement is also important. For example, if what I have given earlier, like if the child is having difficulty at parental relationship at home, so at school or school counselor can impact in their relationship on the basis of their child social and emotional development. So parental and community involvement is also a very important aspect. Now these days mental health is one of the important, or we can say it's a eye opening for everyone, that we have to talk about, we have to identify at the early stage, we have to assess the mental health issues. And majority of the mental health like depression, like stress, anxiety, phobia, or even if you will go in a severe kind of mental illness, schizophrenia or depressive disorder or bipolar disorder, obsessive and compulsive disorder, um, substance alcohol and substance abuse, drug addiction. So all these disorder have an important aspect of social and emotional this thing. So we can't ignore, we cannot focus only on the academic issues or cognitive issues without addressing the social and emotional development. So if a child has not given the opportunity to develop their social and emotional balance, so of course the disequilibrium may arise, असंतुलन की स्थिति बनती है. वो पढ़ने में बहुत अच्छा है, कई बार बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हमारे सोसाइटी में बहुत ही कॉमन होता जा रहा है कि बच्चा है बहुत अच्छा एकेडमिक्स में कर रहा है, थोड़ी सी अगर स्ट्रेस आई लाइफ में, ही इज नॉट एबल टू कोप विद दैट डिसइक्विलिब्रियम दैट फेज. तो ये बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है, और इसके लिए जरूरी है कि बच्चे को भी इमोशनली एंड सोशली उतनी ही स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड पॉजिटिव वे में उसको डेवलप किया जाए कि व्हाट इज राइट. सेल्फ अवेयरनेस इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट कि क्या चीजें हैं, कि किस एंड तक मुझे करना है. सॉरी. एंड जैसा मैंने आपको एग्जाम्पल दिया कि बहुत सारे ऐसे मेंटल हेल्थ ऐसे इश्यूज है, आप देखेंगे इमेच्योर हैंडलिंग ऑफ इमोशंस इम्पोर्टेंट होता है कि उसने अपने इमोशनल या आवेग में जो इमोशनल जो आवेग है उसमें कुछ ऐसे डिसीजन ले लिया, ऐसे पुअर सॉल्विंग स्किल्स थी उनकी कि बाद में उनको कुछ बड़े लेवल पे उनको प्रॉब्लम आ गई. एंड ऑफ कोर्स चाइल्डहुड एक्सपीरियंस आर क्रूशियल एंड सस्टेन टिल एडल्टहुड और लेटर लाइफ. जब तक हम बड़े नहीं हो जाते और उसका हमारी पर्सनालिटी पे इम्पैक्ट नहीं है, तो चाइल्डहुड एक्सपीरियंस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. नॉट ओनली द कुछ ऐसा ट्रॉमा, इमोशनल किस तरीके से हमने चीजों को हैंडल किया है, छोटी छोटी चीजों को हमने कैसे उसको डिसीजन मेकिंग किया है, दैट इज अगेन इट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, नॉट ओनली इन द चाइल्डहुड बट एट लेटर लाइफ. अब जो बातें आती हैं वो ये कि हाउ टू टीच बैलेंस सोशल एंड इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट एट स्कूल. इस बड़ा क्रूशियल है, लेकिन कुछ हम अपने एफर्ट ले सकते हैं, कुछ हम अपने स्कूल लेवल पे ले सकते हैं. जैसे हम सोशल एंड इमोशनल लर्निंग प्रोग्राम्स बियॉन्ड द करिकुलम, कोई ऐसा सिलेबस शायद मुझे नहीं लगता है, आई एम सेइंग सॉरी कि मुझे नहीं मालूम है, अगर हो तो कोई मुझे जरूर बताएं कि सोशल एंड इमोशनल लर्निंग प्रोग्राम्स बड़े कम स्कूल्स में चलते हैं. लेकिन उसका अगर हम इम्पैक्ट देखें, अगर हम एंशिएंट साइट्स एंशिएंट लेवल पे ही देखें, तो बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो पिकनिक पे ले जाना है, उसमें कम रिसोर्सेज से चीजों को करना है, टाइम मैनेजमेंट करना है, या जो स्काउट दूसरे की आप कैसे हेल्प करेंगे, अगर कोई ऐसी विपत्ति में आ जाते हैं तो कैसे आपको हेल्प करना है, कैसे एनसीसी में आप जा करके. तो ये एक पार्ट ऑफ नॉट ओनली द फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट, बट it was part of social and emotional learning also. Mindfulness and relaxation techniques. Very few school they focus on the mindfulness. इसके लिए योगा है, कुछ सिंपल एक्सरसाइज हैं, कुछ मेडिटेशन है. जिस भी लेवल पे आप देखेंगे, अगर इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे आप देखें तो बहुत सारे जगहों में, बहुत सारे ऐसे कंट्री में इन सब चीजों को करते हैं, बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर आप लंच ब्रेक भी कर रहे हैं तो एक 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 ग्रैटिट्यूड, एक प्रेयर कि हम जो खा रहे हैं और जितने लोगों की मदद से हमें मेरे तक खाना पहुंचा है, आई एम saying thank you and I am expressing my gratitude to those individuals. So this will calm your emotional and social this thing. So it is also important that mindfulness and relaxation technique like physical activity or meditation or yoga and whatever, sometimes other physical activity is also important for the mindfulness. एंड पॉजिटिव स्कूल क्लाइमेट एंड कल्चर, जो मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया कि स्कूल का क्लाइमेट इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज फैमिली इज वन ऑफ द important source of socialization, and next very very important source of school. So we can't ignore, if the climate is good, environment is good, it is very supportive, they don't focus only on my limitations, they promote, they give the opportunity to improve my assets, so that is a good climate. So and multi-dimensional teaching approach should be applicable also. So these are also important, how the children are participate in other kind of cultural activities, and teacher training and support. Unfortunately, many of the school are not providing this teachers training and support program, social and emotional. And what happened कि जब बच्चे को अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, अगर उसको टीचर ने अर्ली स्टेज पे अगर कुछ इंटरवेंशन दे दिया या उसको सपोर्ट सिस्टम प्रोवाइड कर दिया, तो बहुत सारे मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज हैं वो वहीं पे रिजॉल्व हो जाते हैं. मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि वो they become a counselor, they become a clinical psychologist, but if they handle it very adequately with the help of training or with the help of management, school management, so you can save a life of a individual, जो हमें बहुत छोटी सी चीज है जो बाद में पता चलती है. Peer support and mentoring. Mentoring is not just a teaching in the class. Mentoring हो सकता है कि आपके पास 30 बच्चे हैं, 30 बच्चे में एक फिजिक्स में बहुत अच्छा है, सुपर्ब है ना, गिफ्टेड है, टैलेंटेड है, बट अगर उसको हम कुछ खास मेंटोरिंग की सुविधा प्रोवाइड कर दें तो उसके इमोशनल, सोशल और जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है, अवेयरनेस है, वो और भी अच्छी हो सकती है. Of course, counseling services and mental health support is very much required now these days, and it is not only the important in school, but to identify at the early stage, it is also very important, and incorporating emotional expression and creativity. कई बार बहुत सारे आपने ऐसे लिटरेचर पढ़े होंगे कि बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं कि बहुत ज्यादा एग्रेशन था, फिर उसने खेलना शुरू किया तो खेल में भी उसने इतना टॉप की चीजें, तो जो अपनी इमोशनल जो डिसबैलेंस इक्विलिब्रियम बन रही थी उसको उसने पॉजिटिवली डाइवर्ट किया, कुछ फिजिकल एनर्जी में, कुछ आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट में, या कुछ राइटिंग में, कुछ पोएट्री में. तो उसको कैसे इमोशनल एक्सप्रेशन को क्रिएटिविटी में बदला जा सकता है, दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट वे टू टीच द बैलेंस सोशल एंड इमोशनल. Of course, physical activity and healthy habit should be encouraged at school level. अगर आप स्कूल में ही सिखा देते हैं कि फिजिकल एक्टिविटी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, तो पेरेंट्स बोले या ना बोले, टीचर ने कहा है, स्कूल ने कहा है, तो वो बच्चों के इसमें एक पर्सनालिटी में आ जाता है. तो दैट इज अगेन इट इज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड बिल्डिंग स्ट्रॉन्ग रिलेशनशिप विथ एंड सपोर्ट सिस्टम, इट इज ऑल्सो स्कूल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो कि वो बच्चे को इस तरह से करें. एंड प्रमोटिंग रेजिलेंस एंड ग्रोथ माइंडसेट. रेजिलेंस की प्रैक्टिसेस आजकल हम लोग बहुत कराते हैं, ग्रैटिट्यूड के लिए कराते हैं, आपको ये कैसे करना है, कैसे आपकी अगर इमोशनल आउटबर्स्ट हो रहे हैं तो कैसे आपको उसको postpone करना है, that kind of sessions are going on. And integrating social and emotional learning into the curriculum. कुछ ऐसे curriculum में add होने चाहिए कि अगर social and emotional है, कोई एक inclusive environment की अगर हम बात करें, तो एक अगर ऐसा group है जिसमें किसी बच्चे को चलने की दिक्कत है और वो अगर खेल रहा है तो दूसरे उसको कैसे हेल्प कर रहे हैं, तो दैट इज अगेन इट शुड बी अ पार्ट ऑफ करिकुलम. अगर केमिस्ट्री लैब में ही जा रहा है तो उसको कैसे करना है, कौन सी चीजें वो क्या करेगा, वो क्या थ्योरेटिकल लिखेगा और ये क्या प्रैक्टिकल करेंगे. तो अगर इस तरह की चीजें इंटीग्रेट कर ली जाएं तो दैट विल बी अ वेरी वेरी हेल्पफुल फॉर द इमोशनल एंड सोशल डेवलपमेंट. एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, anti-bullying and conflict resolution program should be run at school level. Being a clinical psychologist, I will share that many of the crime and social activity was initiated at school level, unfortunately, and that time it was not addressed because severity was not there. But sometimes anti-bully बच्चे बताते हैं बड़े होकर कि हमें स्कूल में भी ऐसे अब्यूज किया जाता था, दूसरे लड़के ऐसे करते थे या लड़कियां ऐसे करती थी, तो आई फील वेरी बैड. तो उस वक्त कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को रेजोल्यूशन कोई ऐसी प्रोग्राम नहीं की गई, उसके लिए काउंसलिंग सर्विसेज ऐसी नहीं की गई, जो उसको स्टोर होते 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 उसका इतना पाइलअप होता हुआ बच्चे में एक इतना ज्यादा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट और स्ट्रेस हो गया कि पर्सनैलिटी ही डाइवर्ट हो गई. एंड that conflict leads to up to very negative level. So these are the program can be run at school level, which is very effective, and pre and post, and sometimes it should be a very what we call very obvious program can be done. कोई आपको बहुत स्पेशल कुछ ऐसे बहुत बार करने की जरूरत नहीं होती, लेकिन जब आप छोटे छोटे प्रोग्राम्स को करते हैं, जैसे आपने अगर प्लांटेशन का ही किया, तो प्लांटेशन से ही आप एक माइंडफुलनेस डेवलप हो रही है. आपने सब बच्चों से मिलवा के अगर आपने एक क्लीनलीनेस ड्राइव करा रहे हैं या कुछ ऐसी एम्पैथेटिक लेवल को अगर आपको बढ़ाना है, तो आपने एक ऐसे बच्चे के साथ में पेयरिंग कर दी कि जिस बच्चे को सबसे ज्यादा उसको सपोर्ट की जरूरत है और दूसरे बच्चे को कम सपोर्ट. यस यस.
Hello, can you hear me? There is a car TSO76V6855. Its horn is beeping. Can you please go and check it out? Whose car is this? Is there anyone who has a car? Last 4 digits 6855. No one? Sorry ma'am, please go ahead.
No ma'am, it's over now. So now I will conclude that creating a balanced environment that support both social and emotional development and mental health requires a very comprehensive school wide approach. तो ये एक सिर्फ टॉपिक नहीं है, एक सिर्फ वेबिनार या ऐसा नहीं है. It should be part of the curriculum. It should be automatically, activity at school, which we can improve the social and emotional, enhancement among the children. By integrating social and emotional learning, providing access to health support. हम कई बार mental health मतलब बहुत severe mental health की बात नहीं करते, बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजों, कई बार बच्चे की ऐसी कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई या स्कूल में ऐसी कुछ हो गई, तो उसमें कैसे हम उसकी मेंटल हेल्थ को और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम फोस्टिंग पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप हम इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, कैसे एक बहुत ही हेल्दी हैबिट्स को यूज कर सकते हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स स्कूल कैन इंश्योर दैट स्टूडेंट्स आर इक्विप्ड विद द इमोशनल रेजिलियंस एंड सोशल स्किल्स. कई बार बहुत सारे ऐसे केस स्टडी में पढ़े जा रहे हैं कि बच्चा कॉग्निटिव में तो बहुत अच्छा कर लिया बिकॉज हिज कॉग्निटिव स्किल्स वाज टू गुड, लेकिन सोशल स्किल इम्पेयर्ड हो गई. तभी वो बाद में जब ग्रुप वर्क करने की बारी आई, द चाइल्ड वाज नॉट एबल टू कोप विद द विद इन द ग्रुप. उसको या तो सिर्फ टॉप में बनना है या ग्रुप लीडर ही बनना है और फॉलोअर बनना नहीं आता है. तो दिस इज अगेन प्रॉब्लमेटिक फॉर द चाइल्ड. एंड मेंटल वेलबींग नेसेसरी फॉर सक्सेस. आप कितने भी टॉप पे बैठ जाएं, अच्छा आप स्कोर कर लें, लेकिन अगर आप वेल बीइंग को हमने define नहीं किया, then everything is useless. These efforts contribute to a holistic educational experiences that nurture not just academic achievement, but the overall health and happiness of the student. So at last, happiness and well-being is very, very important. Without well-being, it is, next to impossible that you can create a very good human being. So it is also important that we should take care of the, social and emotional part with or in combination of the cognitive activities. So these are the basic thing which we can nurture at the school level. And of course, inclusive is a attitude. Inclusive is not just to provide such and such facilities. It should be in our attitude that how good or very good or general or some deprived community can be accepted at any cost. So that should be important for the school system. And of course the teacher is one of the responsible, like parent. After parent, the teachers are responsible to develop all those things. So that is the conclusion. And now thank you. And now I'm expecting more questions if they have. I hope that
Thank you so much, ma'am. Social and emotional responsibility with dealing with mental health is very important in today's world. Your presentation was an eye-opener, and we learned a lot through this presentation. Any questions, anyone? Anybody? Thank you so much, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we have a workshop on the topic of workshop on selecting right methodology by Professor. Sorry, the workshop is on ISL Mudra Bharati, a novel finger spelling system by Dr. Gauri Shankar, AYJNISHD, SRC Mr. V. Srinivasa Chakravarti, IIT Chennai. The chair and co-chairs, I kindly request all the chair and co-chairs, Professor P. Umar Khan sir, Mr. Sunil sir, onto the stage. So stage is all yours.
Namaskar. I'm Dr. Patil, working as lecturer in Ali Awajing National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities. I'm a speech language pathologist by profession. At the same time, I wish to thank the organizers of NCD State Chapter, Dr. Umar Khan Garu, Dr. Armugam Garu, Dr. Sridevi, and the national at the national level chapter, all the office bearers who are there. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present this wonderful finger spelling system called Mudra Bharati. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಇವತ್ತು? ಆರಾಮ? ನಾನು ಆರಾಮಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ, ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ನನಗೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಆಫೀಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಸಲಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. Now, how many people got it? 3 people got it. 3 groups of people got it. One is who know Kannada language. Second group is the deaf people, because I was using little sign language also. And the third group is the interpreters, those who know sign language. This is exactly the problem faced by the deaf people in the classroom situation, where the teacher is talking in their own oral language, English, Telugu, Hindi, whatever, but the deaf people is amazed looking at them, what are they doing? In the morning session, I've heard one of the teachers, deaf students, they are unable to write their own names. They are unable to write their own address, where they live. Why is it happening? But if we teach them using finger spelling system their own name, how to write their name in English, they'll be able to do it. And with 2 or 3 trials, if you do that, it will go into their memory and then stay there for a long time, and it will be very easy to retrieve if you use that finger spelling system for them to write their own name, which is the most basic thing. नाम तो बोलना तो basic है ना, isn't it? So this is the problem faced by the deaf people actually, and the solution is sign language. So you have to use sign language to teach them English language writing skills. You have to teach them biology, mathematics, physics, chemistry. If you use sign language, they will be at par with their normal hearing peers. That is a given. That's why even the government of India is behind the CBSE or NCERT people to adapt all these curriculum, whatever they have, in Indian sign language system. And this is the very urgency, right? And as special educators, you all know the status of deaf people, the academic skills of deaf people, right? So this is the only solution that is possible actually. Right? And there is also a debate, very common debate in among the oral languages themselves, who is the oldest, isn't it? So people who are from Tamil Nadu, they'll say, my language is the oldest one, and they are ready to pump millions and millions of rupees to just prove that their language is oldest one. And the Sanskrit people will say, no, this is Sanskrit is the much more older than Tamil also. We are the classical language, isn't it? So that is the common debate. And then, who knows, even people speaking, those who are in Africa, they may also say, that my language is oldest, But then, all of us will agree that our ancestors, whether human ancestors or our apes ancestors also, they were all using manual language to communicate. So we can all equivocally say that, unanimously say that, sign language is the ma of all the languages. So it is not some additional languages that you are trying to teach the deaf people. It is the natural language of the deaf people. Nobody needs to teach them sign language. They all know sign language. If you put 2 deaf people together, they will tell you what this sign language is. It is so simple language. Okay, so this is the importance of sign language, which I want to tell you all. And we are all aware that there is a finger spelling system in English called the American Sign Language System. It has like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? Similarly to Z, right? But then what about Indian languages? Do we have finger spelling system in Indian languages? We don't have. Say if you want to just write so difficult, it is to make finger spelling system like this, or to draw in the air, A likho, B, A likho, right? It's very difficult. So, a person who is not related to our field, to the field of speech and hearing or special education, he is Professor Srinivasa Chakrabarti. He is a Department of Biotechnology, IIT Madras. So he came up with a novel finger spelling system called the Mudra Bharati system. So this is applicable for any Indian languages. It is fairly simple, which in a few minutes I'm going to tell you about it. When he was developing this system, he contacted me, to suggest any changes or is it good or not. So he contacted me, and then I made few suggestions, couple of suggestions to to strengthen that finger spelling system, because there should be no confusion between one sign and another sign, right? So that is the reason. And this project, whatever he started, was supported by Tata Consultancy Services. So they were funding this project, and so this is the product, final product that is there. So you can see this Mudra Bharati Unified Finger Spelling System for Indian Languages. Now, when we talk about speech sounds with or alphabets also, it is the vowels and consonants which make up the system, alphabetical system. So the method here involved is, you can see, like there's consonants, vowels and punctuation. Okay, there is right workspace and the left workspace. Let's go to the vowels first. How do we represent vowels in finger spelling system? So here we use the left hand to represent vowels, right? We use you can be little interactive so that you also keep signing as I'm signing. If you just stay, sit silently after having a good lunch, it will not work out like that, right? So, say for example, we have a handheld mic. So I'm going to use left hand for representing vowels. This is a. So if I want to make it little long, duration is long here in right? So I just have to raise this. This is a. So next is E. E is just take out your this thumb. E. E. Can you see that? E. A third one. O. So move this finger like this, same again. O. Say O. O. Now next is A. A. What? Right? Then I. Then O. Then ow. Then and then this is aha. You say aha, right? Like that. Same. Fairly simple, isn't it? Right? So let's do it once again, right? E, O, A, I, O, ow, aha. Simple? So this will hold for even Telugu language also. You can see this Telugu also is listed down just below Hindi. Okay, this is valid for any other language, Tamil, Malayalam, anything. All alphabets can be possible with the same system. Can you see the commonality of all the languages now here? Just same sign system, isn't it? So this was done by a person who is in the field of biotechnology. Look at how much service he has done for the deaf people, right? Okay, this is the punctuation which we will come to later. I'll come to, let's do consonants. For the consonants, you use the right workspace. For the vowels, we were using the left workspace. For the consonants, we are using the right workspace, right hand, right? And this is represented in a matrix because there are lots of consonants, isn't it? There are lots of consonants. So how do I do this? I cannot do at same place, isn't it? Right? So what they have done is they have made it a 3 by 3 matrix. 3 by 3 matrix means 3 by 3 table लगा लो, ठीक है? 3 column, 3 rows है समझो, right? For example, so this 3 by 3 table, just fill it here. This is first one, first row, first column, right? This is second column, first row, third column, first row. Okay, the row number 2, just below this shoulder level. Shoulder level you can go. This is row number 2, 4, 5, 6, and then below the shoulder 7, 8, 9. So it's a 3 by 3 matrix, right? Once again I'll give you a demo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? So we will be representing all the consonants in this way. So let's look at this. Look at the beauty of our Indian languages. The first row that you see, they're all velar sound, produced at the level of velum. Place of articulation is velum. Second is palatal sounds at the palatal level, second row. Third row, they are what? Alveolar region, ta, tomato wala ta, aise wala, ठीक है? That one. Then fourth is all dental, ta, tha, da, dha, na. Fifth you can see all labial, ba, pha, ba, bha, ma. Only lips are involved, right? And the sixth, ya, va, ha. Seventh, ra, ara. This is there in Telugu, but not in Hindi, right? And la, ala, right? And then there is sa, sha, sha. Some are there in Hindi and Telugu like that. Got it? So you can. I said there are 9 positions. See, first position is this. So the first row will be here. Ka, sorry, ka, ka, ka. This is hand is same position at the level of ear only. You know, I'm row 1 and column 1 only. Number 1 position. I'm not moving my hand at all. Only this finger movement is happening. Ka, kha, ga, gha, ng, ng. It should be like pointing like this, not like this. Huh? It should be pointing like ng. Say again. Ka, kha, ga, gha, ng. Ka, kha, ga, gha, ng. Now second position, palatal sound, right? Cha, cha, ja, ja, ni. Right? Cha, cha, ja, ja, ni. Third is 1, 2, 3. Ta, tha, da, dha, ana. Right? Ta, tha, da, dha, ana. Now fourth position, so at the level of shoulder, right? Dental sound. Ta, it has to touch the teeth. The tongue has to touch the teeth, isn't it? Right? Back of the teeth. Ta, represented all the consonants also. Is it clear? See how beautiful this language, his finger spelling system has been devised. So now people who are there, deaf people who are pursuing say Telugu medium or Hindi medium, we can't have now finger spelling system for them, isn't it? But if we are able to use this system to teach them spelling skills, right? Or a new vocabulary, if we are trying to teach them the spelling of new vocabulary, so we can use this system and improve their academic skills. Okay? And the same system can be used to make words also. It is possible. How do we do that? Let's look at some words also. Say this is anar. So how do we represent? So anar has what? It has a vowel a. This is a, isn't it? A, na. These two are combined. Can you see that small block? They are combined, right? Because it is a na. Na plus a. Both are there, isn't it? So na is number 4 position, isn't it? 1, 2, yeah, over. 1, I'll give you only few words. I'm not going to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Na is 4. Na. So I have to hold it like this. I have to hold this way and this way. Na. Okay. Na. Then ra. What is ra? Number 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Ra. So if you can use this kind of a system, this will really help in improving their skills. So this is just a short introduction for you. And anyways, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me. So it is more of an eye-opener for you people, for the special educators. So you can incorporate this kind of a system in your day-to-day academics. It will go a long way in improving your own skills also. फर्स्ट स्लाइड चाहिए आपको मैं शेयर कर दूंगा कोई नहीं vowels no I will share with you don't worry you can if you have a common WhatsApp group in NCD anyway it is there so I will just put it in that so everybody can use that.
So Dr. Gauri Shankar ji, it's a very good attempt by your friend Professor Srinivas from IIT, but as a practical, see, making the sounds, vowel and consonant sounds, it's very good. So clubbed it, you wanted to say as a cluster, anar, you do it immediately.
It requires a lot of practice anyways.
Yes, right? That is what. See, anar, if you tell, practically one cluster, like a cluster you show, simply the children says, anar, gestures only just they use.
Yes, sir.
Mango, they just use.
Because this is something new.
No, that's it. See, I absolutely accept that. It's a new attempt you have done and your friend has done. We appreciate for that. See, this attempt has already been done by cued speech. There are so many people, it's almost cued speech you are doing. So that's nothing but cued speech. As the sound comes, the cued speech is being done. And there are so many professors, I think you may not be knowing. So when I was working in a NIHH, so one family, wife and husband, I've forgotten his name, very long back, maybe 20-25 years ago.
Frederick Berg.
Yeah. So he had come here. He is a specialist in cued speech. He wanted to develop the cued speech. In fact, we invited him for to Helen Keller and asked him to give support for developing Telugu cued speech like that. So we could not do it. See, alphabetically we can do easily, but when it comes to cluster and sentence formation, it will really very difficult. and it's practically not happens. That is what I pursue as a teacher. So having 40 years of experience, cute speech gone. And Dr. Prabhakate has made attempt to make the alphabets in Marathi and Hindi very long back, and it was implemented in some of the school. To some extent it has gone, but nobody was continued the thing, because it's practically it is not happening. Practically it is difficult. So where so where we are lacking very much.
Problem, sir, here problem is with the normal hearing people actually, because they don't want to learn sign language. See, I am a speech language pathologist. What is my role? To make you speak, to make even deaf people speak, isn't it? Right? Because that is my bread and butter, they will say, isn't it? If I tell you no, speech is not needed, it's okay, sign language you continue, then nobody will go for speech therapy, isn't it? Right? It's a fact, no, isn't it, practically? But here you need to understand what is required for the deaf people, you should give that. See, I may do research on some topic, but if that research is not practical, useful, what is the utility of that research? See, I have to understand your problem, I have to do research and give you solutions for that. That is my role.
Dr. Gauriji, one more thing is there. Sign language, signing, gestures, and sign English. There are so many different types of clues that they give while communicating with the hearing impaired. So some sign English is different from sign language, but here we are doing in a different way. But it is, we called it Indian Sign Language, though it is alphabets, other things we have taken from British Sign Language, British alphabets, and somewhere in English, American alphabets. So put together, we have made it as a Indian Sign Language. So when it was being made it at NIHH, I was also part of that for a few days, and I know that how we struggled to make out that Indian Sign Language. We used to collect the people from different states, and for particular word we used to write, how do you spell, how do you say that particular word, and from Andhra how you say, Delhi people how they say, and Kashmir people how they say. So all put together, nearby sign we used to finalize and make it standardized. So like that, it was very tough time. That time we have made a struggle to bring out that Indian Sign Language. So now, I think if it is rightfully accepted, so it's left to the sign users. So how they can be accepting and how they will be, probably Madam will be, Lata Madam will be.
I think now when we are using ISL in school and then we go to teach, this will be very difficult for the children.
Okay. So what do you mean by ISL? ISL is a set of
It's
vocabulary.
either using two hand finger spelling, as Mr. Khan said, which is the British.
That finger spelling
the
system is for English language. A, B, C, D, whatever it is there, that is for English language. We cannot use that to teach Hindi, Telugu or this thing, alphabets. For these things, this system is needed. No?
So this is to learn Tamil.
You can learn to read and write Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, whatever language you want to make. It is for that purpose.
We don't use the thing.
Most cute speech like on.
Yeah, we don't use this, but
yes.
Still, in America, some of the schools do use cute speech as labeled as a cute speech school. So that's a oral communication only. So using some clues, slowly they wanted to bring down that clues, and then usually they speak out.
Yes. Cute speech is, as an adjunct to the oral language, isn't it? Basically for oral language communication.
Yes.
But this is completely different from cute speech. This is only for academic alphabet learning, A, B, C, D, like in the American Sign Language they have A, B, C, D. Same thing, this is there for Telugu and Hindi languages.
American Sign Language, we have only few. These markers are more here in Indian Sign Language. The markers, it is very difficult to be used in sign language. There are so many markers. So all these markers, how much time you spend in communication? So when see, some teacher is here doing sign, when we are speaking, they are doing sign. So how many, if you have this type of, markering, giving using markers, it is very difficult to communicate as good as the normal speaker speak.
This is for teaching, simple spelling, sir. For improving their spelling system in their medium of instruction. Okay, you need not use it in a very complex way also, because spellings, we will not do spellings for sentences, isn't it? For saying sentences, we don't do spelling. I want to, eat. I will not say this, isn't it? I will say, I want to eat. This is different. This is sign language. But I won't do it in finger spelling the entire sentence. I'm going to use finger spelling only for specific words. At word level, I'm going to word level vocabulary. Nouns, verbs, कुछ भी चलेगा. Finger spelling. नहीं.
Finger
The
spelling
name
for
of the
some
spelling,
words only.
spelling. If I want to say here का spelling क्या है? HERE, for example. I will say HERE. Right. So every noun also will have a sign.
So, okay, where do I begin? So I want you all to just close your eyes and differentiate the terms sign language, finger spelling and script. चलो ये exercise करते हैं. What do we understand by sign language? What do we understand by finger spelling? And what do we understand by script? फर्क है? Is there a difference among the three? So first of all, he kind of confused us by using the word sign language. Let's just keep sign language aside. Chalo, rule out. This has nothing to do with sign language. Allow me to just say that, right? So वो एक तीन में से confusion में एक गया. So Khan का problem is sorted because all the time he is saying sign language, comparing this. So suppose this is nothing to do with sign language. Now क्या रह गया हमारे पास? Finger spelling and of course cued speech also. I'll come to that. He did address that. Cued speech is parallel to oral language. वो भी अलग रखते हैं because that's not what they meant to do. So वो भी अलग रखते हैं. तो हाथ में अभी रहा हमारा finger spelling and a script. Finger spelling जो what you are saying A B C D, rightly he said is parallel to Roman script which is used in English. Now we are talking about the script of Indian language which is Devanagari and Dravidian scripts. So जब हम script and language को mix करते हैं तो confusion होता है. So Devanagari अलग है और मराठी अलग है. Marathi is a language and Devanagari is a script. तो अभी language को भी हटा दिया, sign language को हटा दिया, cued speech को हटा दिया. Now हमारे पास क्या बचा? Script. So what he is saying and his friend is saying that script को parallel for Indian languages, this is the system. Now whether you want to take it or whether the deaf community wants to take it or not, with language, users decide. Let them introduce. We all like options, right? So that's one of the options. You like it, you take it. You don't like it, you don't take it. 10 साल के बाद पता चलेगा कि community ने ये लिया है या नहीं लिया है. अगर पिकअप हुआ तो हो गया, नहीं तो thank you to the efforts, right? Good attempt. अभी ये conclusion.
Anyways, something novel, it is at the first instance, people will all say no only. They have said it to computers also. Now they cannot live without computers.
Thank you, Gauri Shankar.
Yeah,
thank you very
sir.
much. Wait for him.
Thank you, sir. That was really acknowledging session. So we would like to honor you.
A round of applause, please. Now we have a success story. And it's a request to all the presenters. Next we'll be having the research papers. Kindly be ready. You'll be allotted only 10 minutes time.
Till the presentation is getting loaded, I must, I don't know if everybody's gone and seen the posters, but here we've got an amazing response, and there are 20 posters in the room which is there. They've been put up very well, so I would request the judges if they could go because the papers are being presented, and all the people who have prepared the posters, if you can go there. Ma'am, there's one Christina who has a flight. They'll be leaving at 3:30. So if she can be the first one. But the other poster presenters, if you can all go. And please, all of you must go and see the posters. Because everybody's put in a lot of effort and a lot of posters have been received. It's really remarkable. And they have been put up very well also. So please have a look and please give your reviews also. Thank you.
Attention everybody, we'll have a success story now. Kindly be seated.
A very, ma'am, it's a success story. Sir has requested us to present it. A very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Miss Monica Tadas. I am coming from Ekvira Multipurpose Foundation, Akola. So let's have a look on our video. Can you just play the video?
Very good, Vivan. नोव्हेंबरला शनिवार असेल. बरोबर. छान. ते तो सुंदर चंद्रना चंद्र हा सुंदर चांदणे सुंदर
So just as we saw, this is a journey to the hearing world presented by Mrs. Suchita Bansod madam and myself, Miss Monica Dadas. But I would like to tell you that as Suchita ma'am is not well, so that's why she couldn't come here. So on behalf of her and our team, I am representing. Ekvira Multipurpose Foundation is the registered NGO under Charitable Trust Act 1950, founded by parents of child with hearing impairment, Mr. Shrikant Bansod and Mrs. Suchita Bansod. So after acquiring essential qualification to meet the need of CWHI and integration of their son Nikhilesh from CSCD Mumbai to general school, they returned back to their native place Akola, a very small town in Maharashtra. And many parents came to them and ma'am and sir assured them that these children can do well if they are intervened early. So sharing their own experience for the setup and own, ma'am, can you please listen? Their own parenting experience with their son Nikhilesh, they decided to start oral rehabilitation and overall development center through oralism for CWHI and established 2 non-residential setups in 2007. Bal Vikas Vishesh Kendra and Bal Vikas School under one roof with 9 qualified team members. This center is run with the motto of a facility by the parents for the parents, and till the date 140 students has been integrated to normal schools and 67 students currently studying in our setup with their mothers in the caretaker. As we all know, parents are the most concerned factor for intervention of CWHI. The diagnosis of hearing loss, acceptance of it must be followed by proper counseling and guidance for oral rehabilitation, and hence they should be involved thoroughly and intensively in this process. We wanted to highlight the involvement of parents and encourage the families in oral rehabilitation. So parents should be assured about the potential outcomes. They should realize the future needs of CWHI. They should be empowered, and they should understand the importance of team approach in the oral rehabilitation. So how students are made to participate? After their enrollment and hearing management, the proper structured auditory training and speech and language stimulation through various activities is done. Then after acquisition of age appropriate reading, writing skills, we also focus on overall development through various activities. So how our daily routine starts? It begins with the recitation of Sanskrit shlokas like Ganpati Stotra, Ram Raksha Stotra, Sharda Savan in the assembly. As we have looked in the video also, Thopu Karnam activity, we do practice it on daily basis. Then turn-wise, age-appropriate recitation of idioms, news, quotes, poems, tables, calendars, etc. is been recited by the student. Then the regular subject-based curricular activities and the extracurricular activities are carried out. So these are the curricular activities. Extracurricular activities. Now the very important part, how parents are made to participate. After orientation, counseling and guidance, we make parents aware about their rights and duties. We let them interact with other such families. Mothers or the caregivers are enrolled along with the children. Once enrolled, mothers are trained to improve their auditory skills, their children's auditory skills, as well as speech and language stimulation. Parents are made to participate in various curricular and extracurricular activities. We also organize various workshops and activities and seminars for parents' empowerment. Various activities at EMFA. Various workshops.
Can we have some silence from the back, please? Excuse me. Excuse me. The man who's standing. Please sit down. There are people who have made efforts to come here and present papers. Let's respect them.
We also carried out various awareness programs. We do encourage families for the fulfillment of the special needs like mandatory binaural hearing, then guiding them for the various government schemes, then regular assessment. Beside this, okay. These are our recent milestones. In last 2 years, we provided 14 needy students with CI processor upgrades. We also given 14 good suitable hearing aid pair to 14 students, whereas 12 high-end hearing aid pairs given to 12 needy students and our graduates. We also follow newborn hearing screening. Various softwares like Dr. Speech software, digital interactive boards, tablet and articulatory tools are also made available to enhance speech and language. As compared with their peers, we also allow our students to perform in various drama competition like Vishwas Karandak Balnatya Spardha. Additionally, various yoga practices like intuition process workshop and meditation programs held for students and their mothers as well. These students can read, can write, they can identify the various colors with the blindfold. For motivation and inspiration, recently we held one motivational talk by our first IAS sir with hearing impairment, Ranjit Dharmalingam sir and his family. And these are the few glimpses of our students and graduates. So we would like to conclude that children with hearing impairment with more involved parents do well in general school than those with less involved parents. Parents with early intervened child need to make aware about the future challenges as they leave the program in between with high satisfaction on less outcomes. Parents counseling and mothers participation leads better outcome in children with hearing impairment as the parent can sense the developmental problems timely. Early intervention will be more successful if parents are motivated by counseling, guidance, and if given opportunity of equal and active participation. So by sharing our experiences while running this educational service, we could enrich the parents in terms of reassurance, new vision, as well as high expectations and transformation, along with the special parenting skill, which results in forming responsible team members. So we also tell our parents, this is the time investment of yours, which will lead your students to grow higher, to be one of the equal participating and contributing member of the society. So your kid should grow and he should afford their hearing devices also in later stages. So this is the true mainstreaming, and we make ready for all these challenges and all this milestone to parents. So thank you. And we would also like to special thanks to Shubhada Tai and our DART team, our 4 pillars, ma'am and Asmita ma'am also, they often come to our setup and do guide us valuably.
Hello. I would like all of you to give a lot of respect to the speakers. That is point number 1, which I say I was hearing constantly a noise from the back. See, whatever Monica has shown you is creditable because it is a parent of a deaf child who had come when the child was a small baby, all the way from Akola to Mumbai. They stayed there for a few years, and in that process, the mother got trained. She did not go back to Akola and say that I got trained for my son, but she spread word, and in Akola, she ran a school in her house. And you won't believe the house which had about 3 bedrooms.
Yes.
It's a mini bungalow.
Yes, yes.
Right? Now they just have one room to themselves and the kitchen. All the other rooms are classrooms as they expanded. And another most important creditable thing is children from nearby villages and surrounding areas, they come there with the mothers, they stay there in some rented homes, and they go back as good as a normal hearing kid. A child, anybody can take a challenge if you're ready to do that. A child who is about 5 to 6 years old can recite the whole of Ram Raksha. Anyone who wants to take the challenge can do that. Bhagavad Gita also. The whole shlokas, adhyaya of Bhagavad Gita. The 12th chapter, the 15th chapter. If a child who is 6 years old can do that fluently, that mother has taken the challenge. And I want a loud round of applause for it. And this is not a city. It's a small town, very small town. We have all visited over there. So it's really creditable, and full due respects to Suchita Tai, her husband, and the team.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, ma'am. That was really motivating and encouraging. Now we have the research paper presentations. I request the chair and co-chairs, Ms. Gayatri Ahuja, ma'am, Dr. Gayatri Ahuja, ma'am, Mr. Shirishir Yadav, Ms. Shishir Yadav, sorry, and Mrs. K. Shailaja, ma'am.
Half the crowd has gone out, but you guys must know your responsibility. Anyway, the poll starts now. Yeah, opt for the presentation, not right now, this session.
Yeah, they are noting it. I have.
Requesting all the paper presenters to give their presentation to the computer person. Starting awareness and usage of the Prasad app under the National Education Policy 2020, Dr. Asavari Shinde and Mr. Swanand Kumar Pandre. Swanand. Next one is Umang Tripathi. Please be ready. Where is Umang?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Swanand, 8 minutes है तेरे पास, please. नहीं. All the presenters will get 8 minutes. Please stick to the time. We'll have question answers at the end of the presentations, paper presentations.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Respected
Shishir.
Chair
Shishir, sir.
and dignitaries. Just today's my presentation on the topic studying awareness and usage of the Prasad app under the National Educational Policy. Just you already knows about National Policy of Education, also RPWD Act. So I will skip Right to Education Act. Now objectives of the study: to study the level of awareness and usage regarding Prasad app among general teachers and special teachers. To study comparison of awareness and usage level among general teachers and special teachers regarding the Prasad app. Third objective: to study the level of challenges faced by general teachers and special teachers regarding the Prasad app. And to study comparison of challenges faced by general teachers and special teachers regarding the Prasad app. Depending upon the objectives, we made some research question. What is the level of awareness and use about the Prasad app among general teacher and special teachers? Are there any significant difference in the awareness and uses level of general teacher and special teacher regarding Prasad app? What is the level of challenges faced about the Prasad app by general teachers and special teachers? Are there any significant difference in the challenges level of general teachers and special teachers regarding the Prasad app? The methodology we use in this: research design, survey research design, sample size 25 general teachers and 25 special teachers. Tool use: researcher made questionnaire. Areas cover: demographic information, general awareness and use, challenges in using Prasad app, overall suggestions. Rating scale 5-point and 3-point Likert scale. Content validation conducted by principal, teachers and senior researchers. Final questionnaire incorporated suggestion from validators. Data collection, sample techniques, purposive sample techniques used. Location: teachers from Maharashtra state. Method: Google form sent via WhatsApp. This is gender distribution of general teachers and special teachers. And this the analysis, there is a significant analysis, there is a significant difference in the field of general teaching. There were much higher proportion of female teachers compared to male teachers, while the field of special teaching showing more equal gender distribution. Teaching experience. Teaching experience divided in 4 categories, like up to 5 years experience, 6 to 10 years experience, 11 to 15 years experience, and more than 15 years experience. In this analysis, we find an analysis: both general and special teachers have a high percentage of staff with extensive teaching experience over 15 years. There is a slight difference in distribution of less experienced teachers between two groups. This is the teaching level of general teacher and special teachers. Analysis, we find primary level higher percentage of special teachers, like 72% teach in the level, suggesting a greater focus on early intervention of students with special needs. Now, the above graph indicates source of first hearing about the app divided in 6 categories, like heard about the app in school, colleagues, through social media, from school administration, workshop or seminar, or other sources. We find analysis: general teachers mainly heard about the app through school administration, while special teachers were influenced by workshop, seminar and colleagues. This suggests general teachers rely more on organized school and school initiatives. while special teachers value peer communication and professional development. This is the frequently use of app.
Excuse
by-
me? Silence, please. I'm the police officer here.
The graph indicates frequently use of app by general teachers and special teachers. It's divided into 5 categories, where app used by daily use, weekly use, monthly used, occasional use, and rarely use. The analysis shows special teachers are more engaged with the app, while significant portion of general teacher, like 68%, rarely use it. The app may be more suitable for special educational setting, but for general teachers, additional training and demonstration are needed to increase usage and show its benefit. Now, awareness about the features of Prasad app. It is divided into 6 categories, like classroom management tool, learning resources, assessment tracking, professional development, communication with parents, and other purpose. As seen from the graph, the analysis is special teachers are more aware of the features for classroom management and assessment tracking, while general teachers focus more on learning resources and other purpose. Professional development is more recognized by general teachers, and communication with parents is a low priority in both groups. Now, usefulness of Prasad app. The graph indicate the usefulness of Prasad app by teaching by teachers. It is divided into 3 categories, like useful for teaching, not useful for teaching, and not sure. And the analysis said 60% of both general and special teachers find the app is useful for teaching. A small percentage of special teacher, like 12%, find it is not useful, possibility due to mismatch with specific needs. And 24% of general teachers are uncertain, suggesting that they may not fully understand the app's benefit. Next graph shows interest in training for better understand of Prasad app by teachers. It is divided in 3 categories, like interested in training, not interested in training, and maybe interested in training. Or the analysis shows both general and special teachers find useful. App is useful, like 68% each. A small percentage of special teachers, 8%, feel the app is not useful, possibly due to the relevance of special education needs. 28% of general teachers are unsure, indicating they might not fully understand the app's value yet. Now, the graph shows rating about overall awareness of Prasad app. This divided in 5 categories, like very high, awareness very high, high, moderate, low, and very low. The analysis shows the most of the general teachers and special teachers seems to have a moderate level of awareness about the Prasad app, but general teachers being slightly more familiar overall. The prominent percentage of special teachers reports low awareness, which may suggest that there is a gap in exposure or training about the app among this group. There is a significant percentage of general teachers rate their awareness is as high, that is indicating that they may better access to or more understanding the app compared to special teachers. Now, the graph shows awareness and use of Prasad app. In this awareness, 72% general 72% general teachers have awareness about the app. 88% special teachers have awareness about the app. In use, general teacher 52% use it, and special teacher 72% use the app. The special teachers have higher awareness and usage of the Precious app compared to general teachers. This may be due to training program for special teachers and apps higher relevance in special educational setting. Now, this graph indicates challenges faced by the teachers. It is divided into 7 categories: lack of time, lack of awareness, technical issues not relevant to teaching style, difficulty using the app, lack of training, and other issues. Analysis: the main challenges for both general and special teachers using Precious app are technical issues, lack of awareness, and insufficient training. To improve the experience, better training, technical support, and more user-friendly app are needed. These are the t-tests, general app for awareness, t-test for challenges faced by Precious app, and here are some conclusion. Special teachers have higher awareness in 3 areas: app future, frequent use, and usefulness of teaching. Overall, special teachers have significantly greater awareness of the Precious app compared to general teachers in mainstream school. And implication and recommendation: building capacity of general teacher is crucial for achieving inclusive education. Recommendation: provide workshop and training for general teachers on diverse learner, especially those with disabilities. Launch awareness campaign in mainstream schools, showcasing success stories from special education teachers. Promote integration of Precious app in the regular teaching to support diverse student needs. Collaborate with educational board and government agencies to mandate use of Precious app in school. Here are a few references. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, please poll. अपना WhatsApp एक्टिव रहें. हाँ, please WhatsApp पे poll करें. 2 minutes. The next presenter, please be ready. Umang Tripathi. Thank you, Swanand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
सवाल नहीं last. सबसे last. Time constraint.
The second presenter, bilingual dictionary resources for English grammar games with deaf sign language users in India, Umang Tripathi.
Yeah, we'll wait first the poll. Let the poll get over. Mahesh, done? Okay? Yeah. Done with the poll? Yes, no? नहीं तो करो. आया 5 सवाल आ गए. Last benchers poll किया? हाँ ना? Good. बच्चा पूनम को देना. Wait. They are doing the poll. Wait. Done, Mahesh? तेरा 2 minute हुआ. Chalo, we have a next presenter, please, on bimodal bilingual dictionary resources for English grammar games with deaf sign language users in India. Umang Tripathi from Happy Hand School for the Deaf, Odisha. Start.
The next presenter, ecosystem of learning by deaf
wait.
children.
It's okay.
Shall we start?
Yes, start. You have 8 minutes, huh?
Clear. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Umang and here I have Diksha. We work as deaf teachers and we work with Happy Hands at Odisha. Mic is not working. Yeah. So I work in a Happy Hands school which is in Odisha. So our entire school is with completely deaf children. So director, our teachers and even cook is also deaf over there. So here I want to talk about the bimodal bilingual dictionary resources for English grammar games with deaf sign language. So we named this project as EGG. It's called English Grammar Games. Okay? So I'm talking about EGG now. So this project is for deaf children where we managed to match the level of the deaf child. Okay. So when we started this EGG program, is like we started in 2021. Why we started this program? Because in India, there are a lot of trainers are there who are teaching English grammar to deaf children. But still they're not able to understand the grammar properly and they find a lot of difficulty doing the English grammar. So we have come up with a unique idea called EGG where we teachers and trainers and with children, we sat together and we figured it out where the actual problem is. So example, I want to take nouns. So how should I teach noun to a deaf child? So how should I make them understand? Example, verbs. Verbs are there, how they are able to understand the verbs. So we are getting down to the child's mentality, child's level, and we are bringing up the new techniques of teaching nouns and verbs and other things with the help of this technique. Okay, that like we are, so we want to have, like if a children ask for this sign language thing, like we had we prepared our papers and we gave the papers in 2021 and we are using this thing right now. This is called real life English. So example, in our everyday regular life, we use a lot of English vocabularies, right, English words. Like example, if you are at mall and you go and you see that their chocolates are there. So like there are so many advertisements. You see a lot of English advertisements over there. You see that the lot of advertisements, we see a lot of English vocabularies in our regular day, in our regular life. So go back to the previous slide, okay. Example, you take this one. See, from field to store. First we read the sentences. Yeah, first text to read. So we give the text to the child and we ask them to read it and we mark the important words, vocabularies from there. So we prepare activity out of it. And then from field to store. So from field to store, we bring that sentence here and we ask them how to use from and to. Using from and to, we create more sentences. Example, we give like from school to home, from Kampala to Mumbai, like this. And this is a topic and which was, and then we ask them to identify the vocabularies in it. Example, parts of the country. And automatically children used to figure it out, okay, if they're asking about the places, okay, hill, mountains, everything. And upon number measuring, so we give them, we ask them to find the numbers here. And the healthy postures. And the egg process. And India, Africa and other nations have come together and we started building material for them and we had a lot of discussions with them and which was the best thing. With the help of that, we prepared our material. Like example, there are places. Okay, places, how we use places, vocabularies, what are the now, what are the grammar of it, and whatever is there, we help them, we explained it in a sign language, and whenever, if the person clicks on it, the video will play. And it gives the detailed explanation of any other vocabulary which they don't find anything. Like now our main focus is about getting children should learn in English with the help of grammar, games and other things. So we want to do our research with this model, and we want to submit our research papers and to get the final approval of it. An example like functional words from to up to and why. Example from to, how should I teach from to a deaf person? So example, when it comes to sign language, it is really difficult to teach from to because from to can be anything. I can come here, you come from them, I'm coming from Mumbai. There are a lot of prospectus of saying that word from to. So if I have any doubt what exactly from means, then I can click on that, so that a child can see a video of it, what is from to, how we can use it, in what many ways we can use it. Example for the no ISL and there is ISL. Example, I say that in English we say that I'll come within an hour. But in ISL we don't say I'll come within an hour. There is no sign for an also. We say hour. We say hour. So in ISL we don't use any to. To is not there. So, but in English to is there. I go to railway station. So we help them to understand where to use the to using this activities. It is coming, ma'am. So I want to conclude with this thing. We are doing a lot of research on it, and we want to do more kind of vocabularies and more kind of grammatical vocabularies. We want to do it, but when we can conduct online meetings, or we can have on face-to-face meetings with the teachers and with the experts in the industry. So we can sit together and we can see which is the best way. We can find out that. And we have on the egg, we published a research paper on it also. And here is a video, you can see that. Hello everyone, and we are having an activity. Example, I'll show you 3 pictures right now. You can see these 3 pictures, and we write the sentences from that pictures. And we write the grammatical sentences with that, and we see the poster cards and whatever is there, and we write it on paper. And I spin the pen, and whoever gets the turn, I'll open it and I'll see. Acha, whatever the thing is matching to that poster card, I'll point it there. Which sentence is that? Okay, I can point on it. Then it is a right sentence. So they can have their own way of creating a new vocabulary, new sentences by observing the poster cards and by doing this kind of activities. So a lot of people come up with a lot of ideas and a lot of games. I hope this is clear. Thank you. And these are the references. Thank you. Thank you.
The next presenter? Afterwards. Question answers afterwards. Yeah? Poll. The next presenter is Sagar Ali Khan and Vishnu Maya. Please be ready. Yeah? Sorry, I'm jumping here and there because all the deaf presenters want to be together only. पोल नहीं आ रहा पोल, उसको पूछो, महेश को पूछो, महेश पोल नहीं आ रहा उनको, आ गया? you cannot add. The Hyderabad group has to add. They cannot add you in the group. Sridevi madam group में add नहीं है. 20वां number. No, I'm jumping because सबको साथ में होना. Last benchers done with the poll. Mid benchers. सबके सब first and last को ही बोल रहे हैं. Mid वाले गए. Done? All done? Chalo. The next presenter, Ecosystem of Learning by the Deaf Children. Sagar Ali Khan and Vishnumaya. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Hello. My name is Sagar Ali Khan, and I work as a special educator teacher at Happy Hands School. It's in Orissa. I work as a learner come supporter to the deaf children at school. Okay, hello all. My name is Vishnu Maya and my sign name is this. And I'm from Kerala. I'm working in Orissa right now. And I completed my 2 years term with Happy Hands. So we are talking about the ecosystem. So Happy Hands and teachers and the entire organization had, it's a very long story, but I try to summarize it by taking care of the time constraints. So it's an ecosystem where we find a beautiful ecosystem. Before that, I want to show you a little bit background of the organization. Happy Hands School was started in 2016 with 8 students. Then it started like 8 students, and now we have 61 students right now till 7th standard. So we are including more classes, and we have like 10 deaf teachers. Not including staff and everyone. We are like they are like 70% are deaf, 8 supporting staff, and that 70% are deaf. So we believe in this bilingual approach and bimodal approach. We want to share you a video. You can see that. It is the location of the school. No, ma'am. This we can't voice because it's just a clips of the videos. They attached it. There's no proper signing is going on. No. It's just a random videos clips, ma'am. It's not a proper concept they are talking about. Okay, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. In Happy Hands Schools, we prepared this ecosystem over there. Like I can explain it in for like 3 to 4 hours, but let me explain it to you in a short way. Like cross-subject learning, like math, science. Like we have separate teachers for math and science, right? So we include we included the subjects, and like we are doing the research on it, and we are working on cross subject learning. How we are including, we have a model, like example there's a road, same like road model, okay, how the road works. See, if there's activity 1, okay, this is the first activity. Example, if you want example, I write water there, and the next thing activity 2, activity 3, activity 4 and activity 5, and then English is there, and then maths is there, and then we have maths tasks are there. So students, they want to learn like more English, they can go to the English thing, so they have to work more on that. So we make the activities and arrangements like this. So I'll explain you. Now see the activity sheet right now here. This is one topic like water. Example, you can choose the topic student by water, and teacher prepares a lesson plan on water. Okay, how water we use, and then according to that, then the second activity goes. This is EVS. The student decides use of water, how they are using it, and it connects with everything, like water topic goes, and the EVS comes, and after that teacher explains it, the needs of water, plants, animals and human beings. Then we take the little help of English and how to write sentences using water like that, and we show some references from water problems or something related to water on YouTube. And then we prepare a lesson plan for that, and we ask the student to participate in that thing. So again, and with this thing, if anybody new teacher joins us, it will be easy for them to follow this program. So every teacher swaps, and every teacher works like this with this plan. And we use water with maths, like how to calculate water in math. We say liters, milliliter, something. So with the help of one vocabulary, we teach like science, math, English and other. It is like a road map. It's like a road. So we started this thing with 2 years back, and it's a new thing, but we are still developing it. And our main focus on research is that these are results, the result oriented, and what the teachers are experiencing right now. They want to do more research on this, and they want to check whether this is going to work or not. Now we are getting funds from UK, so we are working on this part right now. How teachers work with the learning road. It's like planning before that. Now we search for the sources, and we teach the student, and we gather the updates, and whatever we have feedback we are getting, whatever the outcomes we are getting, we mark on that. And methodology. 7 teachers are involved in this methodology. When you are involved in with 7 teachers involved in this, and we sign the consent from them. Like we don't want, we ask the consent of the teachers who are going to involve in this project, and they are okay that their work is shown to other people, and if they are okay, they want with the next things going on. So if they are okay, then we start the interview in sign language. Then we see the teacher fits to that particular criteria, then this. And the interview happens in 2 things, like qualitative qualitative scoring and quantitative scoring and qualitative interview. Okay, these 2 things. We focus, while interviewing the teacher also, we focus on these 2 things. If they match to that thing, we hire them. And then we collect the data from them, like how they are signing and how they are using, and we do the findings and what the summary of the findings. Like these are the numerical data, like teachers wrote easy and difficult score, like generate ideas and how many teachers are generating their ideas, and finding materials, and teachers teach in classroom, and documentation, whether it is easy, difficult for them. And this is like generate ideas, okay, generating easy ideas or difficult ideas, and the new ideas they are coming up with. And the 2 means like it is moderate. 3 means it is hard. 1, 2, 3, we are giving the rating. So we are taking the feedback from them. And then finding material. And if teacher wants to find a material, okay, they can find easily. Some materials they can find easily. Sometimes they don't find the material easily. So depending on that, they are giving the ratings 1, 2, 3. And the teach in class, okay, they are able to match to the child's level or not, whether they're able to match it or not, and their difficulty level in the documentation part. And the collected responses, these are the responses of generating ideas and finding material, and few things are easy to find. Teacher finds few things very easy. Teaching in classroom is easy, but finding material is very difficult. And blue means like moderate, whether we can get it or we might not get it. But the material thing and teaching in classroom and documentation, few people find it difficult, few people find it easy. So that's how we are rating that. Like we can see more of green here. So the roadmap, it says that the roadmap is working great. But for some of a roadmap thing and including subjects with the vocabulary and building a subject, learning that thing, it's a new concept for everyone. So learning more things at a time also, it is very difficult for them sometimes. And these are the qualitative interview, like okay, these are whatever is in red is like they have the same point, almost same point. Blue means they have the same responses, and we will summarize that. Yeah, and the findings, we have finded 5 things. One is teacher academic content to upper primary classes is difficult for them because maths courses, maths has a very difficult level when it comes to upper classes. So the teacher has to prepare well, and they go back to and the vocab and teach. That is a barrier we are finding it right now in our findings. And second thing, the issue with technology, and both positive and negative. Maybe keeping files updated, and few people find it difficult to use the technology, few people find it easy, and both positive and negative both. Then the third thing is diversity of learners. So it is very difficult to cater all. So all age groups are not there. So even though if the age group is same, but the IQ levels are different and they're interesting and the needs are different. So we have to keep them separate, like whatever the needs are. So identifying and segregating them according to the needs is finding in our thing. And teaching young children is very difficult for them, because if I ask them to read something or study something, and it is very difficult for them. It takes more than 1 hour to teach them. It's just 1 hour to reach them, and we have to find out what is the best way to teach the young deaf children that, and we have to come up with a lot of creative ideas to teach these children. And integrating other subjects, like mass, in mass we can say water, with the help of water we can say milliliter, water, liter, this kind of terminology we can come to that. We need to do a lot of brainstorming to do that. So because they need to be aware of the vocabulary as well. So it takes a lot of time to make them understand all these things. These are the major findings in our research. And this is the summary. In our research, we found like teachers themselves, they are weak sometimes, and they are working hard for the better teaching. So, and we have a great bonding with the children also. But the coming up with the creative ideas on how to teach them is a difficult task for us. But teaching is going on, and it is going good. And we see ourselves as where we are weak, and we are trying to work with the roadmap, and according to that, we can go on that.
We'll wind up.
Yeah. There is a possibility of making a new structure of learning is there. Thank you. These are the references.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll have questions later, please. Thank you. Poll. Mahesh, poll. Please complete the poll. The next presenter, Divya and Sakti, Selva, Ranjani, please be ready. Again a Prashast app, right? Poll done. The last benches उठ के बाहर जा रहे हैं. Done with the poll? We have many. Last benches, done with the poll? Very good. Mid? Front benches? यहाँ के front benches, वहाँ के front benches? Okay. Next, start. A study on awareness and use of Prashast app for screening children with special needs in mainstream school, Mysuru. Right? Yeah, over to you.
Good evening to all and all present here. This will not work. Hello. It's not working. This is not working. Good evening to one and all present here. Myself Shakti Selva Ranjani. I am currently pursuing my Masters in Special Education, and we have done a study on awareness and use of Prashasta app for screening children with special need in mainstream setups in Mysore region. So as we are in our 21st century, we are all focused in inclusive education, where we are going to satisfy all the individual need of the children and are going to achieve together. So here comes the role of the Prashasta app, which is going to screen for the 21 disability which are mentioned in our RPWD Act 2016. So when we have reviewed a paper, we have came across many beautiful papers which was developed as screening tool for screening an individual disability. Here comes the role of this study. So we thought, yes, our own NCERT has developed a 21 disability included comprehensive tool. So it is developed already. So what is the awareness and utility of that level of the app in the Mysore region? We like to study. So we have taken this paper for that. For that we have selected a location as Mysore to take, and target group we have taken as educators, which include both the special educators and general educators. And these three things we have studied, which include the awareness, utility and the challenges that we as a special educators we face in our real time. So our aim of this study is to identify the awareness level and utility of the Prashasta app in screening the children with special need, and our specific objectives goes to awareness, identifying the awareness, identifying the utility, and identifying the practical challenges in implementing this, and identifying the children with special need in our daily classrooms. Then come the methods. Here we have taken the descriptive survey research method to complete this study. For this we have equally focused on government school and private schools, but because of some practical difficulty we only get a data from the government school, and totally 30 educators were included at end. And for collecting the data, dichotomous questions were developed, and we have developed both in a digital format and a printed questionnaires, where most of the educators agreed to go with the printed questionnaires. So this questionnaire covered 22 items totally, which include the 10 awareness domain and 10 questions goes to utility domain. Both has 8 positive questions where we expect the educators to answer yes, and 2 negative questions where we expected the participants to answer no, and other 2 questions were if any other app if they are using that we have asked, and another is practical challenges that they are facing in identifying. So this is a questionnaire, these are the domains that we have covered in our questionnaires. In awareness domain, we have covered a question based upon the manual knowledge, and that is a manual released by the NCERT for Prasad app. And next, the educator role, who can administer this Prashata app, and then comes the special education needs and whether they have attended any workshops to get aware of it. Then for utility domain, we have developed a question based on the admission easy, observation necessity, and how user friendly it is. So this is a question that we have developed. These are the areas, and this is how our printed form of the questionnaire look like, where question number 2 in awareness area and question number 7 of the awareness area, we expected to be a negative question, which is supposed to be no. And in utility area, question number 4 and question number 10, we expected item number 27, question number 10, we expected to be a no, supposed to be no. But for collecting data, before collecting the data, we have get a consent from the each participants, and we have described our objectives and aim of the study, and we have given enough time to answer our questionnaires. And for data analysis, we have used quantitative analysis to withdraw our research. Then moving on to the result and discussion, when we analyze the data that we have collected through the awareness of Prashasta app, totally 10 questions are there. Most of the votings goes to orientation, because we don't, most of the no, that red line indicate no, we don't get any orientation. In the Mysore region I am talking about. So that 100%, 30 educators voted no, we don't attend any orientation. And another 2 highest no voting went for, it will not screen for 21 disability, like that they have voted. And only special educator will administer this Prashasta app, they have voted, which is, we expected, yeah, general educator will go for part 1, special educator will go for part 2. So that's what we have expected from that. And moving on to the data analysis of utility, we have came across this data where majority of the yes went to the classroom setup. They agreed that yes, we can use this app in our classroom setup. And another majority went to the observation. Yeah, we need a keen observation, which also the Prashasta manual stated before administering this, we should observe for 2 weeks. So this is what they have mentioned. And this negative question, 4th and 10th question, most of nearly 45% has mentioned yes, but it's supposed to be no, which is for, yeah, we can use it for diagnosis and intervention. But basically this app is for screening purpose. And to pinpoint from the resultant discussion, we could say that there is a lack of awareness in our area in Mysore, because which bring a effect in our utility part, where there is a practical challenges that they are facing to implement in their practical time. Moving on to the discussion part, as there are 4 objectives and there are 4 important discussion, because of lack of awareness, utility got affected. And there is a diagnostic center in Mysore, which is located in a center part. So they are through the informal screening, they are referring to the diagnostic center so that they get a proper diagnostic. So next, they are expecting, yeah, we are willing to attend workshop and things to aware of this. So we are open to that, like that they have reported in that study. And to conclude the study, yes, there is informal screening every day in our classroom, it is happening. But why can't we make it as a formal? Once we have make it as a formal, our diagnostic area will get stronger, right? So awareness of this app, if we are creating throughout our India, our screening process will get standardized, and we can reach the ground level population, where in rural areas, if they are using this, very easy, where only the need is a school ID, you have to give a school ID. So this way we can reach them, and orientation and training we can frame. Yeah, limitation of our study, limitation of my study, I would say, is like a lack of participants, because they are not using this app, they are neglected to vote for this. So only we 30 educators, and lack of research paper based upon this app. So these are the limitation I would say.
and reference paper that we have referred, and thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Paul. I'm missing Mahesh's sentence. Attention, please. Huh? Yeah. Next presenter will be Amarkesh Mahendru, sir. Poll done. Mid group. Middle group. Poll done. Sleeping time. Okay. How is the Josh? Yes में भी आवाज नहीं है. Done with the poll. Chalo, we have next presenter, Mr. Amarkesh Mahendru sir. The topic is a status of awareness and challenges among parents of hearing impaired children regarding concessions and facilities provided by the government in Delhi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Myself, Amarkesh Mahendru. I am working at Aliyawarjung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disability, Regional Center, Noida, since past 32 years. And my topic is the status of awareness and challenges among the parents of hearing impaired children regarding concession and facilities provided by the government of in Delhi. मैं अपना लैपटॉप लगाऊं? आप लैपटॉप इधर लगा दीजिए. Not working. The Rights of the Person with Disability. The Rights of the Person with Disability Act 2016 is empowering the parents of the disabled, the persons with disability, including person with hearing impairment, under the above act, and various policy government is putting lots of efforts for uplifting the lives of the children with hearing impairment and their parents by providing them various concessions and facilities. Need and importance of the study. As I told earlier, I am working in Aliavarjung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disability Regional Center, Noida, past 32 years. Interacting with the parents of the children with hearing impairment for many years on various platforms, as well as the conducting monthly parents training program in Aliavarjung National Institute at the Regional Center, Noida. The concession and facilities are broadly divided into different categories like educational, concession facility, financial rebates, reservation, employment, and others. But due to lack of awareness, the parents of hearing impaired children are unable to avail these benefits, and also they are facing various challenges in availing these benefits. If parents are timely aware or informed about the government concession facilities, they better support of their child or their children, keeping in mind the study was conducted for the parents of hearing impaired staying in Delhi state. There are some facilities are being given to the hearing impaired, and some are for their parents. Aims of the study: to know the awareness level among the parents of hearing impaired children regarding concession facilities provided by the government, to know the challenges among the parents of hearing impaired children in regard to availing concession and facilities provided by the government. Methodology: type of study, mixed method; design of study, quantitative and qualitative method; model, sampling method, purposive sampling; method of collecting data, survey method. Tools of data collection: a questionnaire, closed and open-ended, having 47 questions. There are 47 type of concession facility provided by government. Was prepared on the basis of reviewing literature, various booklets published by the government, newspaper, website, government office orders. Information was also collected from the various government departments under the Right to Information Act 2005. Questions cover the concession and facilities in regard to educational facilities, having 15 questions, financial rebates having 12 questions, reservation 7, employment 6, and others 7. Collection of data: 220 parents of hearing impaired children were included for the study. The data was collected through a questionnaire from the parents of the hearing impaired children studying in the various schools, regular or special, located in Delhi. Parents were also included residing in Delhi but coming to AYJ NIHD Regional Center, Noida, for availing clinical services. The parents of the children with hearing impairment with different education background, income groups, and types of family were included in the study. Question covered the concession facility in regard to education, reservation, financial rebates, employment, and other were included to know the awareness level. Information was also collected in regard to challenges faced by the parents in availing it. Parents of the children with hearing impaired of age of below 14 years were included. Result and discussion: statistical analysis was done and data was interpreted. The study reveals that only 26.8% parents are aware. Only 26 and 26.8% parents are aware. अब ये अलग अलग बताता हूँ मैं आपको. Regarding education concession facility, इसमें 15 questions हैं. सिर्फ 34% जो हैं वो इंफॉर्मेशन जो दी जाती है, कंसेशन फैसिलिटी दी जाती है, सिर्फ उसके बारे में अवेयर हैं. 66% आर नॉट अवेयर. रिगार्डिंग फाइनेंशियल रिबेट्स, 32% पेरेंट्स अवेयर हैं, 68% पेरेंट्स आर नॉट अवेयर. रिगार्डिंग रिजर्वेशन, only 24% are aware and 76% are not aware. Regarding employment, 23% are aware and 77% are not aware. And others, 21% are aware and 79% are not aware. तो ओवरऑल अगर कहेंगे तो हम ओनली 26.8% जो पेरेंट्स हैं उन्हीं को सिर्फ मालूम है कि सरकार के द्वारा कौन कौन सी फैसिलिटी दी जा रही हैं और कंसेशन दी जा रही है, उनको दी जा रही है और उनके बच्चों को दी जा रही है. Parents are facing lots of challenges in availing construction facilities, like parents facing challenges like getting admission regular school, getting a scholarship, getting a UDID card, disability certificate, hearing aid under the DIP scheme, getting CI surgery under the DIP scheme, getting economic assistance fund, rupee 2,500, 50% concession tickets in trains, getting bus passes facilities, and getting income certificate. Although significant difference has been found in awareness level as well as a challenge level of the parents in respect of their education, income level and type of family, joint and nuclear family. Conclusion, the study reveals that most of the parents are not aware about the government construction facilities, and also they facing challenges in regard to availing it. Recommendation, government or NGO should increase the level of awareness through print media as well as electronic media like pamphlets, newspaper, radio, TV programs, website and social media as well as video clips, etc. Organizing camp, exhibition and street play, etc. Extra. Organizing training program or orientation program for the parents, administrator, school authorities, school going student, ASHA workers and civil society. At present, the disability information line DIL is set up by the government in the few states, but it should be set up in all states as well as it should be more popularized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, thank you. Paul. Next presenter is Sridevi. Sridevi, please be ready. Please complete the poll. Sridevi. Done with the poll? Sure. We have a next presenter. 1 minute. We have a next presenter, Dr. K. Sridevi. It's a joint paper by Sridevi and Dr. Ramesh. The title of the paper is The Efficacy of Policies in Executing Inclusive Education Within the Government of Telangana.
एक्चुअली उधर चला
Can we start?
और एक माइक चाहिए थोड़ा
1-3.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My topic is the efficacy of policies in executing inclusive education within the government of Telangana. Actually, हमारा inclusive educational policies कहाँ तक implementation हो रहा है in Telangana government में, okay? Actually, this is combined paper, research paper, and it is an analytical study by myself and Dr. Ramesh from Women's College of Women's University. Okay, next. Actually, we all of us know many policies we have. Already morning we have discussed RPWD Act, PWD Act, next then UNCRPD Act, national policies. I'm not going to in depth. Actually, the government of Telangana has implemented these policies to promote inclusive education for children with disabilities. The study aims to investigate the efficacy of policy implementation at ground level. So ground level reality में हमारा policies कैसा है in Telangana government में study करना चाहता हूँ. The study will investigate the availability and accessibility of the resources and quality of teacher training and effectiveness of support systems for students with disabilities and the overall impact of inclusive education policies on the academic and social emotional outcomes of the children with disabilities. This research will provide the valuable insights to the policy makers for improvement to ensure the children with disabilities in Telangana state. The major objectives of my study is, the data is actually collected from the stakeholders. One is Commissioner Disable Welfare, the government of Telangana. It includes Telangana Vikalangala Corporation. Sorry. Next, another one is Director of School Education. That is conducting by Samagra Shiksha also. We have collected the data. These are the main stakeholders which we are implementing the government policies in Telangana state. Actually for this, I have analyzed how many children are identified and what are the policies, how many resources we have provided and what are the accessibility resources, and then how many aids and appliances are utilizing by the children with disabilities and benefit are issuing by the government of Telangana, and then remaining other sources, TLM and home-based education also, we have collected the data. First is, actually this is the original number of government of Telangana. Total number of children with disabilities, special needs are identified from the two, actually I have collected the data from 2 academic years. One is 22-23 and another one is 23-24. So last year actually data is 43,216 persons with disabilities are identified. And this year 39,737 persons with disabilities are identified. And we have conducted, government of Telangana is conducted school readiness programs through Samagra Shiksha. So that was the data, and this year 8,195 children prepared for the school readiness program. And the government of Telangana is also issued pre and post metric scholarships through Commissioner Disable Welfare. So through that 208 children are benefited, and then 176 from this academic year. And post metric scholarships also issued by the Commissioner Disable Welfare. So last year 60 candidates benefited, and this year 72 children with disabilities are benefited. And the government of Telangana is also conducting home-based education programs through Samagra Shiksha. So last year 2,968 children were there. Now this year through home-based education programs 3,873 kids are benefited. And actually the aids and appliances also distributing for the children with special needs like BTE, hearing aids, MSID kit, all means physiotherapy related equipment also. So last year 8,145 persons with disabilities are benefited, and this one is 12,267. And Telangana Vikalangala Corporation also distributed the hearing aids, that is for the persons with disabilities, 327 this year, and last year 3,250. So government of Telangana is also conducted various teacher training programs, and they have conducted 5-day sensitization programs and multi-category programs and 3-day induction programs. So overall this year is 762, and it was last year we have 41,624 teachers trained through government programs. Okay, and then 234 teachers were trained through 3-day induction programs. And therapeutic services related to physiotherapy and speech therapy also provided by the Samagra Shiksha, Director of School Education. This is the all evidence-based data we have collected from the government. Okay, so therapeutic services last year 9,310 for the beneficiaries are benefited, and this year 8,530 members. And stipends also given for women and girl child with disability at 200 rupees per month. So overall 14,000 girl childs are benefited through Samagra Shiksha. And TLM also distributed, and here especially free TLM is given by National Institute of NIPID, Intellectual Disabilities. That is 953 TLM kits distributed for the children with ID, and 135 is normal for all together. And then 112 TLM kits given by the Samagra Shiksha, and remaining by the 1068 given by the NIPID people. These are all are free of cost. The government is given. Major findings of this study is actually there are various constraints are there, even though there are teacher training gaps are there, and then various implementation challenges also faced by the government of Telangana, because of all we already know the lack of awareness among the stakeholders and attitudinal barriers, etc., and insufficient support systems for students with disabilities, and variability also in implementation, also various problems faced. And these are the recommendations. Actually, the data you can check. 1 minute. Word document. Yeah, actually this data was given by the Commissioner Disabled Welfare Office regarding the budgetary amount also sanctioned for the benefiting of PWDs. Pre and post metric scholarships, that is in crores, 0.03 crores, and 23 academic year 0.03, and post metric scholarships also that much of amount was given by the government of Telangana. And economic rehabilitation related, actually marriage incentives also there for PWDs. Regarding that also, economic rehabilitation and employment regarding also that much of budget 5 crores has given this year. Actually till December only we have collected the data, for that that amount was issued. And marriage incentive awards and aids and appliances, this was the data. And the total 12 crores amount was given by the Commissioner Disabled Welfare, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, for the benefiting of children with disabilities. Actually what we last find out that recommendations. So there is a large gap in training programs. So we suggest that training program should be given more focus. That was our recommendation to the government. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Sridevi. Paul. Next is K. Anjana. Paul. Anjana, please be ready. Anjana, poll done. Poll done, last benches. Yeah. So we have a next presentation by Ms. K. Anjana and the co-presenter Ms. Sumana. The topic is efficacy of early intervention techniques and successful integration of children with special needs into mainstream setup, a case study. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, it's afternoon. So myself, Sumana, I'm a special educator. And first and foremost, I want to thank all the NCED team and our director for giving me this opportunity. Basically, I just want to apologize first because I'm not a research-based background person. I'm basically a special educator, so I may have some technical error in the paper. But I just want to show what I have done. So I'm directly going to the objectives of the study. As we all know how a hearing impaired child will be, what are the difficulties they will be facing and how to overcome this. The main objective of our study was to show that how an early intervention and early stimulation to a child with hearing impairment can make great success, bring about a positive change in their life, and also help other children who are having the same difficulties. It is more of an inspirational work. So when we started working on this study, the child actually, she is a girl child when she with a bilateral severe to profound hearing loss, and she was diagnosed at the age of 4 months, very early, by her father, who was very curious and very actively participating in all the activities till today. And the child was brought to Aish at the age of 8 months, and all the procedure wise, all the test, audiological test, everything was done, and early detection. Due to that, they also did hearing aid fitment. All the therapies went on, and parallelly the child got into our special education department under a program called Parent Infant Program. That's the service we offer in our department for the age group between 0 to 2.6 years, where we provide early stimulation activities, we guide the parents, we empower them, and we demonstrate the skill training to the parents and also to the child. So the child entered our program, and the child was with us for, physically the child in our program, she was there with us for 2.5 years. So after that, this you can see as the child entered the service, this was the assessment results. Like we used ACPCC checklist and REALS, receptive expressive language test. So all those results are depicted in the graph. This is the initial result. As you can see, we have 18 subdomains. Across 18 subdomains, the 10 main domains are projected over here. We can see the age difference here. Then after, again at 2.5 years, when the child finished our program, Parent Infant Program, this was the result. You can see the drastic change in the child in each domain. So what we did with the child was, basically everyone knows playway method is the best method for early intervention, but playing also, it should be guided. The material used for playing should be guided, and this was demonstrated initially because whenever we get a child, early intervention is not directly with the child. We have to orient the mother or the father. They will be under a lot of stress and pressure, counseling them and demonstrating the skill and training the child also. And after that, we were giving the home training, so that because the child will be with us for hardly 40 to 45 minutes per session, but the whole day the child will be with the parents and the family members. So we involved the family members and the parents in this program, and each day we used to monitor the home training, what the parents or the family members are doing, and every time we used to see whether the child, the previous day what we have trained, is it being carried over to home, as the child, the parent or the family has taken up it seriously. And again, if they feel they are open to ask us that, ma'am, we have tried this, we followed this activity, but my child is doing this. So again, we go back. If the child is finding difficulty, we make it diagnostical test, we observe the child, we give demo, and gradually the child made lot of progress. Some of the activities only which I have depicted here. There are n number of activities which is according to the developmental milestone. We tried out all these activities, and to our surprise, the child did not enter special preschool. Like we have a preschool training center we take from PIP, and then from preschool they go to normal school. But this child entered directly to the normal school. The child was integrated directly to a normal school. She is from Wayanad, Kerala. So she went back at 2.5 years to Kerala, Wayanad, and she got integrated regularly into LKG, kindergarten school. And she did very well there. They faced many problems, adjustment problems, the child's socio-emotional problems, everything. But it was always taken care by the home training which they were taking from educators. So with this, at 5 years of age, she came back, and we have a school readiness test which will show how the child is ready. Is she ready for normal schooling on par with the other children of that age group? And she did very well, and these are the results of that school readiness test. She scored in pre-reading 80%, pre-writing skills 98%, and pre-number skills 87%, and EVS, what we call environmental studies, she showed 80%. She was on par with normal children, and she got mainstream. What I want to show you, this is the major part of my study. See, she is now in 11th grade, first PU, +1. So, in Kerala, she is doing her infrastructure and technology for education. In there, she is doing her +1. And she completed her 10th standard. I want a big applause for her because she cleared her exam with A+ in all the subjects without scribe and extra timing. Without scribe or extra timing, she completed with A+. And moreover, one more achievement is she helped a child, another child, when she was in 9th standard. She helped a 10th standard special child in writing the board exam. I'm not telling a child about a mild hearing impaired child. She is severe to profound hearing impaired child who is early intervented. And with proper guidance and proper home training, she has achieved this. And it is a continuous process. She is still today with us. And mainly it is possible because of a collaborative approach. The family involvement, the professional help, and the continuous training program. And this is her mark sheet. Speakers here. They spoke about AVT, they showed success stories, and some our deaf community friends also told. I just want to tell everyone, yes, we will accept any language, whether sign language or AVT or anything. Please don't get segregated from our normal society. Try your best. Go try out all the communication. Do it early. Do it early. If you can't catch it early, then you can choose other modes of communication and help the child. Please, awareness, start it early. Not only awareness, start acting early, and take confidence of every member of this team, and it is possible. And I just want to show a small video where she has given a message. This she did on her own. She wanted to tell all the audience over here how she is feeling. Sir.
Hi everyone, I'm Nivedya. My family, friends and teachers call me Marg. I am from Wayanad, Kerala. I am studying in 11th standard now. Today, I want to share my joy with you of being a successfully rehabilitated child. I was born to Aish by my parents at the age of 6 months, wherein I was diagnosed with a profound hearing loss. My parents were very supportive. They took the right decision in training me with the appropriate hearing aids. Proper training and therapy made me progress a lot. Parents Infant Program at the Special Education Aish helped me a lot in building my skills. I started my LKG when I was 3.5 years old. I wrote my 10th standard examination as a normal child. Today, I am a confident young lady with a dream to pursue my MSW and work abroad. Thank you, Aish, and my teachers.
Good one. She is a proud prodigy of our institute, and I just want to quote 2 more cases, not a case study.
We'll stop.
Yes,
During
ma'am.
question answer sessions, you can say.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Anjana.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you. Poll, please. Mahesh, please be ready. Poll, please. अरे वाह, अभी सब फास्ट हो गया है. Wait, but Mahesh, please wait. Pull down, last benches. अरे बोल दो हाँ ना कुछ तो. We have a next presentation by Mahesh Chand Meena. Sorry. The title is Collaboration Among Professionals in Special Education. Sola. You start. You have 8 minutes. Huh?
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Mahesh Meena, pursuing Masters in Special Education at Ali Awarjang National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Divyangjan, Mumbai. So, with the permission of the chair, I would like to begin my presentation. I would like to begin with the quotation like, education is a basic human right that works to raise men and women out of poverty, level inequalities and ensure sustainable development. But when we read it or when we listen someone is speaking it, it sounds great. बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब कोई ऐसी बातें बोलता है, but actually में क्वेश्चन आता है कि क्या actually में ऐसा हो सकता है? Is it possible? If it's possible, then what kind of education we need and how it can be achieved. So, and when we talk about the education of the children with diverse learning needs, the problem becomes multifaceted. So, there is another saying that 2 heads are better than 1. So, 4 even better. So, here is the need for collaboration that arises. So collaboration is basically dynamic and interactive process where various experts work together and share their expertise and resources to reach a common shared goal. Okay. So need of the strategy. Despite so many national and international conventions, policies and documents, there is, when we look at the ground level, there are so many inconsistencies. Okay. And there is limited research when it comes to special education, especially in preschool education. If there are researches, but they mostly focus on primary or upper primary high grades. So this is where the need of the study arises. The objectives of the study to find out the modalities and the extent to which the professionals collaborate with each other and what challenges they face during the process. These are the few reference documents which I referred for my study. I would like to mention a few. Like Forrest et al. Says that early intervention implemented through collaborative practices during preschool education helps in developing language and social skills. And UNESCO says that countries with strong teacher training education systems, they focus on collaborative practices among professionals. This is a descriptive exploratory study and it adopts a mixed method approach to study. Overall 30 participants were selected through purposive sampling technique. And the tool was researcher made structured questionnaire that was shared online via Google form to collect the data. And the data is analysis through descriptive analysis. This is the overall 30 professionals were selected. Out of those, 63% were special educators and 37% were specialists. Specialists were various like audiologist, speech language pathologist, speech therapist, psychologist, sign language interpreter and occupational therapist. They all were approached for the study. In terms of experience, 50% were those who were having a working experience of more than 10 years in preschool education, and other 50% they were having less than 10 years of experience. So this is the frequency of their interaction for collaboration. 81% reported that they interact with professionals or educators on a daily basis, and there were just a few who said that they never interacted or never collaborated with professionals. But in the contrary, here 81% said that they collaborate on a daily basis. But when it comes to implementing the integrating the collaborative practices in their daily teaching, only 50% integrated collaborative practices. And 3% were those who rarely or not at all. And these were the methods of communication they used to collaborate with each other. And most of them used the face-to-face communication method. Then 27% used phone and the online platforms and emails. And these were the various ways through which they collaborated with each other, like regular meetings, sharing of student report cards, classroom observations, joint lesson planning, co-teaching, and intervention from the specialists. These were the challenges reported by the participants they faced, and the biggest challenge was lack of time. They were overburdened with extra duties other than teaching. That was the biggest challenge, and after that resource limitations was another challenge. Then insufficient training for collaboration, that was also a challenge for them. Then few professionals who were not willing for the change. There was the resistance, so not ready to accept the change. And communication barriers as well. Then these were the suggestions that what additional resources are required to collaborate with professionals. First and foremost, training for the collaboration, especially for the educators. Second, better communication, because for collaborating with each other, strong communication is very essential. And we can find in everywhere that funding issue. Everywhere it is. So they wanted that funding should be increased. And one more, that they are not getting enough chances to interact with each other. So they wanted that there should be chances or platforms, networking, that they can frequently interact with each other. And this is the satisfaction level as reported by the participants. These are the summary of the result. Like the overall result shows that the free schools in Mumbai mostly followed the multidisciplinary approach for collaboration. And the second one is that on daily basis they interact, but only 50% they integrate in their teaching learning practices. That shows the collaboration is not just limited to only teaching learning. It includes other areas as well. And the challenges, lack of time was the biggest challenge, along with training, resource limitation and communication barriers. And these are my suggestions to how collaborative practices can be improved. First is providing interprofessional education so that professionals can learn about, from and within professions. And transdisciplinary approach instead of multidisciplinary approach that can save time and resources and ensure that the efficient use.
Mahesh will stop.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you so much. Thank you. Poll. Bija? Poll, please. Thank you, Mahesh. Ambuj, next. Good. Poll done? All done, poll? My MS students, poll done? They are saying yes only. Huh? Done? Next, Ambuj. Poll, poll. Poll. So next presentation is from Ambuj Kushwaha. The topic is, the title is, The Stress and Coping Strategies Among Parents of Children with Hearing Differences. Over to you.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Before I commencing my presentation, I would like to extend my heartful gratitude to NCED Hyderabad for providing me a great opportunity. My topic is stress and coping strategy among parents of the children with hearing differences. So we all know that we should move to my scope of presentation. Here is the introduction, review of literature, methodology, result and discussion, and the summary. Now we started with the introduction. We all know that the children with the hearing differences faces a different type of challenges related to challenges as with the children. Parents are also facing a lots of challenges, and also it is a dynamic and affecting the well-being also, and it arises the stress level. Now here I mentioned that due to time management we are going too fast, so that parents is also facing a lots of challenges for addressing the alternative communication with the hearing difference. Now move to the next slide. Continue. When the child demands the resources, it is also arise the stress of the parents, because the resources should be important, like assisted devices and all, and it just defined two types of the domain. First is a child domain and another is a parent domain. Child domain related to the social skills, cognitive skills, academic skills, and the parent influenced by the parental functioning related to how to provide, how to उनके जो demands है उनको हम कैसे complete करें, उसको कैसे पूरा करें. So that is the another of the stress level that should arise with the parents. Now next we are going to the need of study. Now this is a need of study. Now we all know that the children facing and affect the mental, emotional, physical health and challenges arising appropriate aids and appliances. That is the major issue at that time with the children with hearing impairment, other disability. This is a measure. And now affecting the educational, like if a child is not hearing, it also affecting the developmental growth of the children. Now it is my personal experience, so I feel to take this topic because my previous study is also the same parental response to the post-intervention rehabilitation services, ADIP and CSR. Now after that talking the parents, I feel that they have lots of anxiety related to the device, related to the instructions. So I would take this I would like to take this the topic. Now next. Here is my key terms: stress level, coping strategy, what parents are following to reduce the stress, and the parents who have children have a hearing difference and study in the special schools. My review of literature. Most of the review or literature are focusing that the parents have a hearing difference child have affecting the more problem in their study, and the sum of I'm talking of the review of literature, the supportive study are showing that if parents and child get the proper services in the early age, early intervention, the child should become a mainstream and the stress should be less and lesser than. Study showing that. Now moving to the next. The Adler and the Parker 1990, they are giving the three domains of the how to cope up and manage the stress. There are the three domains. First is a problem oriented, solution oriented. Second one is a solution oriented, and last one is a avoidance oriented. The problem oriented based on the solution, we getting the any problem and start the searching the what is the proper solution of the problem and how to we solve the problem easily. Now second one, we are taking emotionally and going there and there for that. It's like वो हमें hurt कर जाता है कि अब हमारा क्या होगा, मैं क्या next करूँगी, और हम लोग we are going to different type of person and talking with them, that type of emotional. And third one is avoidance orientation. They are just ignore that the problem and just जो हो रहा है होने दो. Now, so that this is my aim of study. Parent children with hereditary study the strategy used to the alleviate those stress. Objectives. It's related the assistive devices and associated with the classroom instruction. They both are the in one coin, the pieces of the one coin, places of the one coin. So next is what is the coping strategy for employed by the parents, and what is the strategy employed by the parents for classroom instruction. They both are there. Methodology, I followed that. My sample size is a convenient sampling. Total sample is 32 primary schools going children, parents. Descriptive analysis, all special ability of children is like hearing impairment. We are taking a non-impaired and hearing impairment parents, both are there. And type of school, special school following oralism philosophy only. And the questionnaire also mentioned that the aids and appliances. And the school medium is a Hindi. Here is the stress level. Sorry. Stress is divided in two parts, like stress and coping strategy. Stress in aids and appliances and classroom instructions. And same coping strategy, what the coping strategy they are following for related to aids and appliances and the classroom instructions. This is our details of the gender details. Total sampling 32, male 19 and female is 13. Tool development processes. Total expert, we are give the total 8 expert for validating my tool. We are taking the 2 domains under the stress and coping, giving to expert, and they it is a 3 scale rating scale: high, mid, low. Lots of parents facing the some area in high stress, some area in mid, and someone in low. Yeah, here is the stress level, 8 centimeters, 3-point rating scale. Okay, we are moving to result and the discussion. Here is the result and the discussion. 8 centimeters, like 25 here. I am not mentioning the all one. 25 parents, where 25 parents facing the problem in a burden, as a burden of 8 centimeters. Now, with where it is? It's highlighted that the majority of parents, 32 out of 32 of 25, experience high economic burden acquiring assistive devices, and next one is a 3, and mid level is 3 and 4. Here we have a Right of Person with Disability Act also obedient ensure affordability and accessibility of the assistive devices, and we have a 24. It will also provide a low. It also advocate that provide the low cost of the hearing aids and for individuals, a person with disability, and we have a also a ADIP scheme for a weaker section. It is also provide the like their economic background is down, they get the financial support for assistive devices. But here is also they are facing to buy burden as a hearing aid, using the hearing aid of children. It also show that the little bit we have the scheme is strengthened, but we have a little bit lack of awareness of the schemes, or policy maker they didn't understand the things. Now next we are going to, here is the questionnaire. मेरे बच्चे के साहब करोड़ को लेकर के आर्थिक बोझ पड़ा. Now it's an item number 4, the big one. प्रतिदिन चर्या में वह उपकरण खराब तो नहीं हो जाएगा. That is the second problem in the of the parents. यदि उपकरण ना हुआ तो खो गया, फिर दोबारा नहीं मिलेगा, ना मिला तो. So these are the question उन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान करता है. So मैंने इन questions को mention किया है. Here is the responses of the every parents. अपने से like we know that the solution based the 50 parents following the, मैं अपने से संबंधियों से सहायता लूँगा अगर उसका मशीन काम नहीं करता है. Now here is the result. How many parents are? Most of parents are taking a solution based, and somewhere.
Ambuj will go to conclusion.
Okay, madam.
Conclusion.
Okay, classroom instruction same here. Okay, there is a 30. It also that 31. Here is the problematic because madam सभी parents को लगा कि इन schools में बच्चों को जब बैठा रहे हैं तो वो उन्हें पता ही नहीं है कि हमारे बच्चों को किस shape में बैठाना है, या तो फिर उन्हें उससे satisfied है, या तो फिर उन्हें पता नहीं है. तो ऐसे में schools को ये चाहिए कि वो अपने बच्चों को proper एक shape में बैठाएं उनके disability और उनके degree को देख करके. Here is the details. Your questions are there. Now research summary is. So the summary is it is a maximum use of the hearing aid devices for developing the language and the growth of children. So we have to use the hearing aids for more. Next is improve home environment for growth of children. बच्चों के विकास के लिए हमें बच्चों के अकॉर्डिंग ही होम के एनवायरनमेंट को तैयार करना और वहाँ पे स्ट्रेस नहीं दिखाना है. डेवलप इमोशन मैनेजमेंट, मतलब और अपने जो भी इमोशंस है रिगार्डिंग टू बच्चे को लेकर के या रिगार्डिंग टू सोसाइटीज़ को लेकर के वो हमें एक्सप्रेस करना है. एंड और सेल्फ केयर में प्रैक्टिस करना है, क्योंकि सेल्फ हेल्प भी पेरेंट्स का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है इसमें. एंड नाउ इंकरेज द एक्सप्रेशन. इंक्रीज द एक्सप्रेशन मतलब जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं हमें उनके साथ प्रॉपर कोऑपरेटिव मतलब कोलैबोरेट करके उनके साथ जुड़े रहना है. एंड नेक्स्ट इज कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आने पर हमें अपने प्रोफेशनल से बराबर काउंसलिंग लेते रहना है. Here is my appendix. Here is my tool.
Thank you.
Okay. References and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambuj. Thank you so much. Poll, please. Thanks, Ambuj. Poll. Niharika, please be ready. Okay. Vibhuti, one more. We have a lot of time. Vibhuti, who is Vibhuti? Go start. Poll done. So we have a next presentation by Vibhuti and Ankita. The title is Socio-Emotional Well-Being and Concerns Among Parents of Children with Special Needs.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Myself, Vibhuti Kumarja.
Yeah, please start.
Okay, myself, Vibhuti Kumarja, and she is Ankita Suman. We are MSL students from All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore, and guided by Dr. Preeti Venkatesh, Head of Department of Special Education. And our title of this topic is Socio-Emotional Well-Being of Parents of Children with Special Needs Going to Inclusive School. Okay. Okay. As we know, mainstream school. Mainstream education fosters acceptance, equality, and holistic development. But somewhere inclusive education lagging behind to progress the academic progress, social acceptance, emotional well-being, and in diverse environment, and parental challenges. However, inclusive education provides avenue for social supports and community engagement, positive influence of parents, parental well-being. School and communities help parents for empowered, understood, and incorporated. Okay. Need and aim of the study. Most of the studies conducted as the inclusive setup approved challenges in education resources. However, the socio-emotional well-being of the parents of children going to an inclusive setup was rarely explored. Aim of the study is to assess the socio-emotional challenges encountered in the inclusive setup and positive changes and what are the things which gives positive attitude to the parents. Okay, method was it was survey method, and this was open-ended question where we have selected total 10 questions and total 15 participants were there. This is the profile of the parents. We have selected total 15 parents, 6 and we have categorized based on their attributes. First is diagnosis of the children, secondly grade of the children, and third is language of children. And okay, in ASD there were 6 children, ID 4, LD 1, HI 3 and ADHD 1, and based on the grade, kindergarten 4, 1 to 5 and 3 to 4 3, and it was based on language also. We have selected based on 4 languages: Kannada, English, Malayalam and Hindi. Tools, totals 12 questions were there, and it was totally open-ended. And we translated question based on their regional language to, and it was open-ended to get unbiased responses from the parents. Validation was taken and data collection by consent was sought. The tool was translated into the regional language, Kannada, Malayalam and Hindi, briefed to the parents about the question and purpose of the study. The questionnaire was given to the participants and sufficient time was provided for responding. The questionnaire was explained to the avoid confusion. And based on that 12 questions we have converted into 11 themes. These themes are there: common feeling encountered, studies incorporate for the overcoming the problem, positive impact of inclusive education, inclusive school challenges, overcoming challenges in schools, expectation from school inclusion or bullying, health, expectation from schools, status of socialization skills, measures of emotional and social skills, societal and family support. This was the actual response which we got from the parents. A comprehensive outcome from the responses received. It will be discussed by Ankita.
So, as Abhibhuti said, our data was converted based on the 11 themes. So, in each themes, we are collecting these types of emotions. So, theme first is common feeling encountered. These emotions are sad, shocked, depressed, stressed. Second is strategy incorporated for overcoming the problem. So, emotions is going to temple, going to rehabilitation center for early identification and going to hospitals. Theme third is positive impact of inclusive education, increased sitting tolerance, learned many things, eye contact improved, child showed progress. So theme 4 is inclusive school challenges, and the emotions are non-participant of parents, lacks of individual attention, not able to manage behavior issues, not having good connection and understanding. Theme 5 is overcoming challenges in school. So parents taking the steps, enrich family environment, availing special education and therapies, intensive therapies, requesting teacher to help. Theme 6 is acceptance from school. So first is holistic training. Second is attending support service from rehabilitation institutes, individualized attention, opportunity for building confidence, proper care of child. And 7th theme is school inclusion bullying. So peers used to avoid, they used to bullied in school. And theme 8 is help expectations from school. So they are expecting sufficient training to inclusive school, one-to-one training, peer tutoring, better understanding of the condition, awareness and communication. Theme 9 is status of socialization skill. Response is satisfactory and improved. Theme 10 is measures for emotional and social skill. So responses is quality time with child, involved in physical activities, maximum social exposure, group play and therapy. 11th theme is societal and family support, create awareness from society and family, providing opportunity for communication, acceptance and social support, and love and affection. These are the research study which are quoted from here. And the conclusion is, inclusive education brought about mixed review from the parents. The positive aspects included improved socialization, participation and improved eye contact. And however, the situation like ignoring the child, not meeting his learning requirements and providing less opportunity triggered emotional turmoil in the parents. Implication and recommendations is, first implication is the challenges and positive aspects of the inclusive education on social and emotional well-being was highlighted. The parental expectations from society and family was also highlighted. And the recommendation is the need for a better management system, including parents, teacher and other stakeholders. And the study has highlighted the need for regular monitoring, provide opportunity, involve in activities and empowering programs. Scope is we can collect more data from parents in and around Mysore. The study could also be extended in understanding the social emotional well-being of teacher in inclusive setup. And the limitation is parents of ICE was only taken, less number of participants is there. So these are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Poll, please. Now I request Dr. Asmita Hutta to be the chair for the next session. We have 4 more research papers, please. Poll please, हो गया? Thank you. Over to you, Asmita ma'am.
Good evening.
जाओ
And the next speaker is कहाँ पहुँचे हम लोग?
निशांत. निशांत कहाँ है? निशांत. Okay, fine. Pallavi. Okay, Nishant is there. Nisha. Okay. Nishant कर दिया. Nisha Gaikwad.
And after that, Pallavi Singh. Just be ready, please. Pallavi Singh. Just load your PPT and be ready. And after Pallavi, we have Bhavna and Prerna Yadav. So please be ready. Load your PowerPoint right now. Yeah, you can start, please. You know you have 8 minutes, right? So don't rush. Select your slides, right? Yes. And I'll tell you 2 minutes ahead. So then that time you go to conclusion. So then you don't have to rush. Okay? 8 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Start.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Nisha Gaikwad from Rotary Sanskritam Academy. This one? Hello? Yeah. So I start with introduction. Inclusive education embraces the diversity, requiring strategies that cater to the varied social emotional needs of students. SCL is a critical framework that fosters self-awareness, empathy and collaboration, while addressing the mental health ensures all learners thrive. This paper explores the intersection of SCL and mental health in inclusive classroom and its implication for the students' well-being. Here, the importance of the emotional learning. Social emotional learning equips the students with the essential.
Nishant, do you want to skip this because we had a session on this, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
So
Ma'am,
come
just
to your points. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm adding. Understanding mental health and challenges. I have to add in this points. It's gone. Impact on academic performance, that is affect ability of focus, learn and retain the information, and the other it is affect on the social emotional development, that is get building relationship and managing emotions and resolve the conflicts. We can handle it by create the safe supportive environment where the children can feel that they will feel comfortable for seeking help easily, and early identification and intervention can prevent the mental health issues from becoming more severe by guiding them and connected them to students with the school counselors and psychologists. Oh, sorry. Strategies for implementation, I didn't get that. Practical strategies include embedding SCL into the curriculum, creating safe space for the open dialogues and implementing mindfulness activities. Collaboration between the educators, counselors and families ensures the holistic approach to addressing these needs. Peer mentoring and program enhance the inclusivity. I didn't get that. Where it is this? Yeah, I need help. It is going ahead.
Hold on. He's checking.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, let him check. हाँ, stopwatch रोक.
स्लाइड चले जा रहे हैं ऐसे ही.
ये हो
Slide
गया
show
मेरा,
मत रखो,
मुझे ये
slide show.
स्ट्रैटेजीज वो वैसे ही किया हुआ है शायद इसके लिए. स्ट्रैटेजीज पर आ जाएगा.
वो रिमोट का प्रॉब्लम है तो मैन्युअली करेंगे क्या वहाँ से? Exactly, I think
टेबल 2 मिनट रखाइए.
रिमोट का बैटरी गया होगा अभी, जैसे लोगों का गया है.
सॉरी. नो
हाँ,
गो अहेड.
आगे जाइए, बताते हैं हम.
This go ahead.
So Nisha, you have your objectives, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Objectives and improvement, I have that.
Okay, just manage your time.
Yeah, ma'am.
चलो आगे
जाइए आगे. Improvements पे रुकिए current. हाँ, thank you. So improvement for the current strategies. So we can implement the continuous professional development programs to ensure teachers are up to date with the SCL strategies and mental health best practices. Provide access to mental health counseling for the teachers to reduce burnout and improve their ability to handle the classroom challenges. Because I'm going ahead with most of the points are from morning, it is same to same, that's why I'm going ahead. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. For integration academic curriculums, we can implement the cell concept into the core subject, discussing empathy in the literature and collaboration in the science project. Real world problem solving task we can require the collaboration and emotionals. The third, develop the customized SCL plans for the students with the special needs, severe emotional challenges. Community. Next. This is also community parental engagement and the peer supports are very important. So establish the peer support network where the students can share the experience and often guidance to the teachers supervision. And community workshops are educate the parents and community to members from the importance of the SCL. Next. Broader mental health focus. This is a gap. Mental health is a primary focus on the students with the identified issues And the improvement is the shift to preventive approach by the normalizing
One
discussion.
minute, hold on. Hello. Please don't talk. Hello. Please don't talk. Sorry. Opening. Okay, whatever has been distributed, can you hold and not act like preschoolers? कि तुरंत आपको आपका gift खोलना है. Please keep it aside. Since morning somebody is requesting that मेहनत से लोग यहाँ आते हैं, खड़े रहते हैं. Minimum thing what we can do is keep quiet. And हम लोग compulsory भी नहीं कर रहे कि यहीं बैठे रहो. आप बाहर जा रहे हो, आ रहे हो ही रहा है ना सब. Please pay attention. Do not talk. Thank you.
Am I going? Discussion about the mental health and well-being in the everyday classroom activities. Implementing school-wide wellness days, emphasize relaxation, mindfulness, and community building. After there is my conclusion, and then after I want to say the appendix as per the conclusion is that addressing the social emotion needs and mental health in an inclusive classroom is no longer optional. It is necessary by implementing SCL strategies. Educators can bridge gap in equity, foster empathy, and ensure the holistic development of all students. The transformative impact SCL underscore its importance is a cornerstone of the inclusive education. There are some references. In the references, I want to add Dr. Swarup Sampath Rawal's books, that is Mindfulness and Life Skill, because I have attended that workshop for my this research paper, and I have done the, because we have attended at 48 hours and we are implementing in our children that same activities for mindfulness and life skill. Those some of them, for that I have prepared the lesson plan also. So for lesson plans, we are giving.
No, is that part of your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
So references के बाद आ रहा है.
Appendix is there
Okay,
afterwards.
sure.
In that appendix.
Yeah, okay.
So building empathy through the storytelling like the. No, ma'am. It isn't. Afterwards, जाएंगे. Storytelling like based on Ramayana and Panchatantra, which and the storytelling about the Ramayana and Panchatantra, and that for empathy the special stories like that, the boatman and scholar. Everybody knows that story, but we can give the child-based story to them. We told them, we are enacting there, and they learn. And from last 3 months, we are getting tremendous changes on their faces. They are showing emotion. They are recognizing emotion. What emotions are there. So this is the part of my research, because we are mindfulness and life skills we are going by together. And we are doing activity for simple, with using simple techniques and simple papers and all that to make children more innovative and all that. And the checklist also we are made for this, ma'am. So can I read the checklist points? No, it's okay. Yeah.
Aren't you going to show it here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Just 1 or 2 items.
Yeah.
How many items are there in your checklist?
5, ma'am.
Okay, so read first 2.
The environment and infrastructure, quiet space for the reflections, Cody, escalation, visual aids, promoting positive mental health and practices. Go next. Thank you. Thank you, AP and Telangana chapter, Hyderabad. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nisha. So we don't take question answers now. We are going to deal with that later.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And it's time to give your poll. Release the poll. And by then Pallavi Singh is ready with her presentation. Is there? Okay. You're going to get all 5 questions together. questions डाल दिया है WhatsApp group पे, please check it. That's your. All set, Pallavi?
Yes, ma'am. Polls complete हो गए? Yeah.
नहीं, 2 minutes are really not yet done.
इधर देखना ही नहीं मुझे.
Okay, over to you, Pallavi. You have 8 minutes. Select your slides. Don't try to finish everything. That is not possible, right? Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Pallavi Singh from AYJNISSG. I'm a student there. I am presenting on educators' awareness level about mental health challenges among secondary school students. Sorry. Okay, introduction. Mental health is crucial. We all know that. From a young age, children are facing mental health issues, which is affecting their whole life in long run. So we need to focus on that as well. Indian children and teens, especially teenagers, with changing emotions, developments and everything, they are facing this problem a lot. Thank you. These problems are going into their future adulthood and they are holding on to those problems, affecting their whole adulthood life. Then educators, now we are coming to educators. We know that children are facing this problem. Now who can intervene? Educators. Educators play a key role in identifying and supporting students with mental health challenges. They interact with the students on daily basis. All the educators here, we interact with students on the daily basis. So we are the one who can identify that whether they are facing some challenge or not and timely intervene to help them out. Then educators should be aware. Now my topic revolves around the awareness. That educators should be aware about their challenges and everything so that they can help out the students. Now what is the need of the study? And since the mental health issues are rising, educators play an important role. They have interactions daily with the student. Awareness impacts awareness, like if we increase the awareness, the teachers will be able to remove the stigmas that revolve around mental health challenges. Need for policy alignments, there are various policies like RPWD Act 2016, Healthcare Act, Mental Health Care Act 2017, that all says that mental health is important. And recently NEP 2020, it also aligns with the role of mental health. And then improving students' well-being. If we all come together and work for their mental health, they will have a better future. Then objectives of my studies are to study the level of awareness of special educators about mental health challenges and awareness of mainstream educators, and then comparing the two. My research question would be what is the level of awareness of special educators about the mental health challenges among secondary school students? And second is the level of awareness of mainstream educators about the mental health challenges among secondary school students. The next, my objective would be a hypothesis, if I go into that there is no significant difference in level of awareness of mental health between special educators and mainstream educators. To back this up, okay.
Review of literature you can skip. Yeah.
Okay. Then methodologies, it was a quantitative method. The tool I used was a researcher-made tool. It was validated by 6 validators and the tool followed a survey design. We took a sample of 60 educators, 30 special educators and 30 mainstream educators. It was a purposive sampling. We kept in mind the criteria that the educator should have a minimum experience of 5 years and should be fluent in Hindi and English. The tool was also translated in Hindi and was back translated according to WHO guidelines. the selection, then the data analysis was done through descriptive statistic method and inferential as well, since we are using the comparison mode. Next, the gender of the sample. Around 60% of my sample was female and 40% was male. Then employment status, mainstream educators, all of them that I surveyed were full-time employed, and the ones with special education, 80% were full-time and 20% were part-time. It also somehow impacts the awareness level, since full-time teachers are more in contact with the students. So it might be a thing that they are more aware of about the mental health challenges students face on daily basis. And then these are few points that were included in my questionnaire, along with the percentages that were given to them. Okay, now group statistics, it's just the mean of mainstream and special educators. Then independent sample test. This test gives me a result that there is no significant difference in the score of mainstream and special educators. That says that there is no particular difference in their level of awareness. But still I got responses that said that people agree with some conditions that are not at all true. Until the time we get these kind of responses, there's always a need that we have to create awareness programs. We need to get the teachers involved in this. We need to have some things related to mental health care in the curriculum of teacher education. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I request the next presenters to come. And before that, of course, the poll. So, your official time to visit your WhatsApp. आप अपना WhatsApp देख सकते हो हमारे पर्पस के लिए. So after Bhavna we have Naila Ahmed and then Pratik Kumar and Ambuj. Oh नहीं है. Search all. Hold on, there's poll going on. Meanwhile, you decide what all to present and what all to skip, so that your presentation fits into 8 minutes, right? Thank you very much. So we move on to the next presentation. Thank you. You can start.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the participants present here for NCED 2025. We, Prerna and Bhavna, the students of Ali Awar Jung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Impairment, the student of MEd second years, will be giving the research presentation on burnout levels among teachers in special education. So, Herbert Friedenberger, a German-American psychologist, described burnout to be the result of occupational overload in previously committed individuals. Burnout in special education can be faced by the teachers with the unique challenges, which includes the working with students who have diverse and complex needs, often teaching in under-resourced environments. Emotional and physical demanding leads to stress. The need of the study arises as burnout among teachers can impact on teacher well-being, effect on students' educational outcomes, and we have also felt the need to study on this area because it is a very under-researched area. For the mainstream education, we found there were there were so many literatures available, but in the area of special education, we couldn't find much. And also to improve the teacher effectiveness and job satisfaction, we felt a need to study on this topic. Here are a few literatures that we have reviewed. The aim of our study is to explore the extent of burnout by keeping in mind the objectives to assess the level of burnout by measuring key dimensions: emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and personal accomplishments. The methodologies that we used, that we have prepared a researcher-made tool which was done. The research design for our study was a descriptive survey, and the sample size for our study was, we included 60 participants, and we have included a sampling technique which was purposive sampling, and we included the special educators of hearing impairment and intellectual disabilities. The data analysis we have done with the help of descriptive analysis. For the resultant discussion, we can see that here is a demographic detail of the gender. So we can see that for our research, there was a 50-50 ratio of the male and female participants. Next, we have here that there were additional responsibilities given to the teachers apart from teaching, which includes being in charge while the principal is not available, preparing for NIS, doing the office work, surveys, election duties, and everything. Next, we can see here that the teacher responded that they have to work maximum 8 hours a day. The data shown here describes the emotional exhaustion level. We can see that the participant responded that the 88% of the participant responded that they feel high emotional exhaustion, and 3% of the participant identified as experiencing a moderate level of emotional exhaustion, which represents a small but noteworthy group balancing between low and high exhaustion levels. Next, we have depersonalization. So we can see here that 65% of the participants were categorized as having low level of depersonalization, including 22% of the participants experienced high level of depersonalization. They said that they do not feel so much disconnected or emotionally detached from their roles. Next, we have personal achievement. So 25% of the participants said that they feel the low sense of personal achievement, but 62% of participants fell under the high personal achievement category, which suggests that the participant, they feel that they feel themselves as competent and successful in their work. So the data here highlights that significant burnout among special education teachers. Emotional exhaustion was high for 88% for participants, with only 9% said that they can manage it effectively, while 60% maintained low depersonalization and positive connection with students. 22% experienced emotional detachment. Regarding personal achievement, we can say that 62% felt competent, but 25% reported low satisfaction. These findings emphasize the need for support systems such as emotional well-being programs and better resources to reduce burnout and enhance teacher satisfaction and effectiveness. Here are a few recommendations from our side. Professional development and stress management training could be provided. Peer support and collaboration is needed. Enhanced in administrative service supports, access to mental health resources, recognition and reward system, workload redistribution, and flexible schedules. And these are all the recommendations that we have included. Here are the references which we used for our study, and thank you. Thank you everyone for listening patiently, and we are grateful to Dr. Suni Matthew Madam and Dr. Gayatri Oja Madam for guiding us and providing us with the opportunity to be able to present here and be a part of NCED India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bhavna and Prerna. So the next one is Naila Ahmed. Yeah. So official time to look into your WhatsApp. Look into your WhatsApp, but just go to the group. Bolna, he's giving it now. Paper, one more paper to go. Naila Ahmed, can you load your PPT? I don't.
Hello? Naila Ahmed, is there? Naila Ahmed, are you there? Nahi hai. All done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all the presenters. And as I know, sabka battery is low. Everybody is happy and clapping, I'm sure. Not maybe for the presentation, but just because the day is getting over. Thank you very much.
I think
all the paper presenters, please come on the dais. Amarkesh sir, happy hands. AYJ, Aish. अभी तक class नहीं होगा तो Ambuj, you decide किधर के हो तुम. Happy hands. Happy hands कहाँ है? Sridevi, please go up on the dais, please. Go up on the dais. ए जल्दी प्लीज. अम्बुज जल्दी जाओ. अपने पार्टनर्स को देखो. आयुष आया, AYJ आया, हैप्पी हैंड्स आया. निशा, वेयर इज निशा? हाँ, हैप्पी हैंड्स. निशा कुठे गेली? निशा कुठे आहे? निशा गायकवाड, वेर आर यू? डान्सर्स पण आले. खरंच लवकर करा. गिव्ह अ स्वीट स्माइल फॉर अ ग्रुप फोटो. निशा गायकवाड. Sridevi will give to herself.
Now having NCED-INDIA chapter.
Lata. शीतल. निशाला फोन करना. निशाला फोन.
These are their first presentations in life. Please तालियां बजाइए. तो आगे करते रहेंगे और हम बैठे रहेंगे. वो करते रहे रिसर्च. तालियां बजाइए.
श्रीदेवी देखो देखो दोस्ती यारी. Just remembering his own NCD Hyderabad people.
We're almost segueing into the end of our conference. Just for 5 minutes, we have a presentation by Ashraya and team on the topic e-learning. So just
We have felicitation.
Why?
VAP Telangana members presentation.
Before the presentation, there's a facilitation for NCED of. Okay. After the presentation, we have a felicitation for NCED, AP and Telangana chapter.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Srish. I am the program manager for e-learning with Ashrayakriti. And just to give you a brief about Ashrayakriti, we are an NGO functioning for the last 30 years. Oh, little more. Is it clear now? Yeah. Just to give a brief about Ashrayakriti, we are an NGO working since 1996 in the disability sector. And for the last 30 years, we've been working tirelessly in the skill development sector, the health sector, and the special education sector for the hearing impaired children. Before going forward, I am here to present a small AV for the e-learning project, which is our pan-India initiative for special education.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to Class 7 Social Studies. I am Bin. We have learned the concepts about the Earth and solar system in the previous classes. Now, let us discuss in more detail the origin of the universe. It began with a big bang and is still expanding. The universe is vast and full of wonders like the sun, planets, and galaxies, with its true size still unknown. Learning objectives. We are going to focus on the step-by-step process of digestion in human beings. Before that, let's focus on the keywords. Keywords: absorption, amino acid, assimilation, bile, buccal cavity, canine, digestion, egestion, fatty acid, gallbladder, glycerol, incisors, ingestion, liver, saliva, concept map.
The e-learning project is a digital medium of study created with a balance between the use of technology and textbook school education, specially designed for the hearing impaired children, with the intent to create a state-of-the-art digital library based on integrated education syllabus. These e-learning videos are available in the Indian Sign Language along with the supporting audio, which is available in Hindi, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi, and English. All of these videos are available across multiple streaming platforms like YouTube and the Ashrayakriti website for free. With the current viewership close to 20,000 and streaming content of almost 18,000 minutes, this e-learning content is currently catering to approximately 10,000 students across 123 schools in 4 states. Thank you for your patience, sir. And as showcased, the e-learning content that we are creating is based on integrated school syllabus, making it the only digitally based textbook syllabus available for hearing impaired children. Thank you so much. Any questions, I'll be more than happy to address. Thank you. Also, as showcased in the video, we are partnering up with other schools in terms of the content sharing. So we'd be more than happy to associate with anyone who is interested to use this content. It is as such available on YouTube and on our app for free on our website as well. So please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you. Yes, please, ma'am. Yes. Teaching strategy is also in place. First, there is an outreach team which reaches out to the other schools. Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes. So, yes, we are. So, in terms of our schools, we have our teachers who actually present this. This is more like a teaching aid. This is not a full-blown explanation to the kid. So, this is more like an enhanced or a digitized version of a pie diagram or a live model that we have. This is just to make that explanation more viable and more visible to them. Yeah, and this as showcase, we also have this in multiple vocal languages like Hindi, Telugu, Marathi, Tamil, and in Telugu. Thank you. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, let me clarify this. In fact, subject matter contents experts, yeah.
With whatever methodology. So why kind of viva them over strategies and methodology? That's, I don't think, is their area. Their area is production of the material, which I feel they have done it. And as a special educator, the ball is in my court to use it the way I want it, is what I feel.
You're
you know?
right.
So let's not
Yeah.
corner them for making
And it is,
something and
it
take
is not
their
a substitute for a teacher. A teacher can use it as a teaching aid. Already there are about 200 institutions across South India and different parts of India who are using it. And it's just an aid. It's not a replacement for a teacher. And it's available in Kannada, Tamil, Marathi, Hindi, English, and many other languages.
Till
and
what
product
classes is it available?
Currently, it is from 6 to 10 standard.
6 to 10
We'll be
standard.
doing it from KG to PG.
Excellent.
And it is
very
available
good.
for free. And we have done it, we have offered a lot of infrastructure to the institutions, providing internet connections, providing big televisions to these institutions, about 65 to 70 and more to come. So that, and there is no hidden agenda into this. It is rich in images, rich in graphics, rich in animation, and it is on par with any leading brand content that is being prepared in India. And it's the only organization, I don't want to say that we are the top one, it's a very collaborative approach so that the children with hearing impairment who are dependent on sign language. We do various other programs which are completely oral, be it cochlear implants, oral thing. We just offer a solution that works for some of the children who are dependent on sign language, and it's available on audio, there are subtitles in it, rich in animation, all of it.
If any parent wants for any class, can they just go on YouTube and use
and do it? And it is also going to come through an LMS approach. We will be giving, and it's LMS, it's going to be launched in March, and it will be available whichever, the way you use Netflix or Amazon Prime, you go and watch the movie that you want. And it's just, you only need to have an internet connection and you can use it. And of course, we're going to make it much more interactive in future to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Hope if anybody is interested to come and then sign up for this, our team Rahim and a lot of you must have met my colleague Rahim and Vikas, and there are also other team members who can be of great help to you, and it's going to be free for all of the schools for this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Khan sir.
I would request everyone of NCED team, Telangana and AP chapter to come onto the dais for the felicitation.
AP chapter. India बैठो शांति से.
The felicitation is not for NCED, AP and Telangana, but NCED, AP and Telangana has selected 8 members to be honored here who are working more than 30 years. May I request Mr. Bhikshapati? Huh? Okay. Dr. Ananda Jyoti. Mr. D.K. Babu. DP. Okay. So I know Kolai Babu. Anyway. Mr. Dr. Armugam. Mr. Satyavati. Mr. Anjaya. Mr. Sham Sundar. Sham Sundar. Is he there? And Mr. Srinivas Rao. So the first man, Mr. Bhikshapati, he worked for 42 years. So he is not here. He just left because he is not feeling well. He just left, and he retired as a principal of one of the government school for the deaf. And we have Dr. Ananda Jyoti. Most of you must be knowing Dr. Ananda Jyoti. She also, of course, she is my second batch student, and second batch student, and she did her D.Ed. When she did her D.Ed, Diploma in Education, she was just intermediate, and she did her D.Ed. Then after that, she could completed PG, MPhil, and PhD also. So that is what she is. And I know that most of the AP and Telangana parents respect her like anything, because those children now working at different organizations at different high positions. So to whom she taught when the child is 2 years, 3 years old. So the credit goes to Dr. Jyoti. So I feel very proud for honoring Dr. Jyoti. And next you know that Mr. Babu. So just now you have seen his talent and the way he is working and helping many people. And Dr. Babu, so he is, under him there are nearly about 300 people working. You just imagine. 300 people are working. The Babu is also my student. He passed out very long back, I think after Jyoti's batch. And he is doing wonderful work. I'm really proud of him because whatever I could not do, he is doing, and he is showing that this can be possible, and helping so many people, and as he said, free of cost. So providing these electronic devices, cochlear implantation also free. He's identifying the people. He has mobile clinics, 3 mobile clinics. So going around, 4 mobile clinics, keep going to the villages, rural villages, identify the children at a younger age, and providing the free cochlear implantation. That is what Babu is. And now he has got into the electronic devices, preparing the teaching aids. So that is now we are in electronic media, and we want to have that progress in teaching learning situation. That is what he is materialized, and then he is showing to the people this can be done. Okay, so I'm proud of you, Babu. And then we have Dr. Armugam. Where is Armugam? Armugam, please sit down. He is not directly my student, but he is working with me for the last 20 years. So just after completion his B.Ed from NIH Bombay, he called me, even results has not published. He called me, can you give me job in your school? So I said, come, no problem. I want people, you come down. So he came and started working, living this Tamil Nadu, and he came, landed in Andhra Pradesh, and he is well settled and working. He worked in 2-3 schools, and finally he landed up in Helen, Keller, working for the last 20 years. Now he is the director and principal of the different programs. So I am also really, it's any organization for doing wonders, so somebody should be there, right hand and left hand. Without right hand and left hand support, so one cannot do. That the Armugam is my right hand. And then we have Satyavati. So he is a mother of a hearing impaired child who has completed BCom in my institution. Just because of her child, she has started her profession in this lane, and now one of the since she is the parent of the hearing impaired child. When I was there in NIH, we motivated some of the parents and started a school with the parents. And she was also, as a teacher, she was working there. After some time, there was a dispute, and they could not run the school properly. Then it was about to close. Then I said, don't worry, I am here to adopt. I adopted, I am running that institution. It's a Telugu medium institution. Now there are about 70 students who are studying in that institution. So she is holding principal position and taking care of not only principal, she is a mother for all the 70 students. And then I have Mr. Anjaya. He is my left hand. Armugam is right hand, he is my left hand. So he is taking care of 300 deaf children who are studying BCom graduation. 300 students are there. Now nearly about 2,500 students passed out BCom under his leadership. And when he joined in my school as a teacher, so he was not having any skill or any training in this area. He was just MCom graduate. So then I said, don't worry. So if you are interested, you come down. I will take care of. I have given instructions. I trained him. Then after 2-3 years, I sent him for the B.Ed training. He very well he did his B.Ed, and he is sticking on with me for the last 28 years. You see, 28, 30 years. 28 years. Yeah. So that is what. It's all God's gift. So God has given me the right and left strongly to go forward. So this is an occasion where I wanted to honor my students as well as, he is also of course my student only. The Anjay is also my student. And we have another gentleman, he is Mr. Shyam Sundar. He worked earlier, after he is also my student, he worked in Swikar Upkar after training. Then after some time, he came out and worked with me for 2 years. Then after that, he started his own venture in Kukkadpalli area. So he is having more than 120 students, and he and his wife dedicated for that program, and they are doing wonderful work in that area. I should be proud of my students, and I felt that this is an occasion where I wanted to honor them. That's honoring them is just honoring myself. Thank you very much. And Srinivas. So another gentleman, he is also my student. He is the principal of junior college and even school also. Once upon a time he was a school principal, then he promoted to intermediate college, junior college. So right from that junior college starting also, he helped for Swikar and Upkar. Under his guidance only junior college was started. In fact, the first junior college was started by Helen Keller institution, because I wanted to promote the hearing impaired children to higher level. So therefore I started junior college in the year 96. 96 I started, 1996. So then probably 2000 they started, 2000. So then now he is under him also, so many people passed out and they are working and settled very nicely. So he is also putting up 30 years of experience in this field. So these are people who are sacrificing their life, working for meager salary, not much, except Babu. Right? So these people are, working hard, and that is, I feel that my students are doing wonderful job, and that can be.
I am not sacrificing, I am enjoying.
Right. Thank you. So now it's my privilege to honor them. May I request President of NCED and Secretary of NCED-INDIA, please come on the dais. Please, we will honor. Please come.
Uh, we are going to have the AGM, but we are also supposed to have a cultural program. So we don't want to delay the cultural program because the children have been waiting since 5 p.m. So please wait, see the cultural program, and then if you want to attend the AGM, please do attend. We have a lot of information and we need a lot of feedback. So if whoever wants to be part of the AGM, so please bear with us. We are also very tired, but the children have been waiting since 5 o'clock. So we'll go ahead with that first.
This is just information for all of you. The confusion that we had in the morning with one international speaker who was supposed to log in at 9 o'clock. She thought it is tomorrow morning 9 o'clock because 21st is US time tomorrow. I told her 21st India time. And it was a communication. She did not understand US time. Because I sent the Zoom link, India time 21st. She did not make the convert. So that was a confusion. Tomorrow we are fully packed, so we can't pull her in.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, one and all. Now we have a short cultural activities by the students of Helen Keller School. I request next Akshaya Akriti students to be ready, followed by Finn School, and lastly JPM Junior College. They are the students of Helen Keller Institute for the Deaf, school students. I request teachers also to come on the dais. Now I request Akshay Akruti group to come on the dais. Priyanka ma'am and Navina ma'am. Now we have mementos given to these students as a token of love. Not for teachers, only for students. Please be ready. Now next group of students from Ashraya Akruti, please come on the dais. I request Twin School teachers to keep their students ready.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ఉడుకు దుడుకు ఉండాలో ఉడుకు పరుగు ఉండాలో చురుకు చమకు ఉండాలో ఉంటేనే మనిషంలో చిలిపితనము ఉండాలో చెలిమి గుణము ఉండాలో కరుణ తపన ఉండాలో ఉంటేనే మనిషంలో ఊపిరి వెచ్చంగా ఊహలు పచ్చంగా హృదయము స్వచ్ఛంగా ఉంటే మనిషంలో హృదయము స్వచ్ఛంగా ఉంటే మనిషంలో
I request the teachers who have participated with the Akshaya Akruti to come on the dais. Teachers who have trained them.
Now I request
Finn school teacher to come on the dais, who has coordinated these students. I request Balreddy sir to come on the dais.
Thank you.
The last performance of the day. Many people have come from different parts of the state. Now, I just want you to have a look at Telangana special also. They are the students, these are the students
of JTM Junior College, a unit of Helen Keller Institute.
And the teacher of JPM Junior College who coordinated to this dance is myself.
Thank you.
Good evening. Could I request all the life members of NCED to stay back, please, for the AGM? The others can proceed for lunch, for dinner. For dinner. But life members, please come forward. We'll have a quick 20 minutes meeting. Annual members of AP and Telangana can stay back for the meeting. It will be a good exposure for you what we do. And you can also become life members when we see what we are doing. Members, please come forward. We'll finish quickly. Hey guys, ladies, NCED-INDIA, come up. We need some important decisions taken. Let's quickly finish and run through it. Amakesh sir, by two berries. Bus. Okay. Please settle down quickly. Let's finish the meeting. Everybody is exhausted. Welcome.
Everybody please sit. बैठ जाओ please. 10 मिनट की मीटिंग करके जाते हैं. कल
Sridevi.
Hello. All the participants, please, tomorrow, please come at 8:30. Sharply 8:30 we will be starting. So, by the time you should come early and finish your lunch, breakfast and come here. Right?
Okay.
Please come at 8:30 because we have 3 international speakers speaking. Hello.